People gathered and were conversing with each other when they heard a voice calling out to them. An orange cat asked them if they wanted to check out the items it brought, claiming they were very good. The people were fascinated by the cat merchant and asked what it was selling. They were disappointed to learn that the cat was only selling cherry tomatoes, expecting a legendary weapon or a mysterious potion from a cat merchant. With a menacing look, the cat asked them to take another look at the cherry tomato, and they would notice the difference between its product and a normal cherry tomato. After opening the status window of the cherry tomato, others were still not impressed by the buff it provided, as it only increased MP by 0.1 for 10 minutes. However, a woman noticed another effect of the cherry tomato. Consuming it would cause them to lose 10 grams of fat. The cat felt proud of the tomato it was selling and offered it for only 0.5 tower coins per tomato. The cat did not expect to be bombarded with customers right away, throwing their money at it. A man asked where the cat got the tomato and who made it. The cat only responded that the information was a secret. In a different location, the protagonist was picking cherry tomatoes with the assistance of rabbits wearing different accessories. The protagonist asked the rabbits to stop and take a rest, feeling that they had already picked enough tomatoes. The protagonist poured a strange liquid into a canister and asked the bee beside them for more honey. After drinking the vitality drink along with the rabbits, the protagonist received an additional quest: to distribute the honey water to the tower manager. Above them, the cat merchant appeared and called out the protagonist's name, Sejun. Both were happy to see each other. The cat informed Sejun that the tomatoes were sold out and it had earned tons of tower coin. Sejun was overjoyed and appointed the cat as the CEO for an hour. Sejun couldn't hide his ambition. He wanted his name to spread throughout. The cat immediately asked the black rabbit to refill the supplies as it wanted to earn more money and leave as soon as possible. Sejun forgot to write down the date because he was so busy farming. It had been 150 days since Sejun somehow ended up in the tower and got lost. Sejun's story is about how he survived being lost in the tower. 10 years ago on a busy day, a 99-floored black tower suddenly appeared in the middle of Gangnam. But it wasn't just Gangnam. A total of 100 towers showed up at the same time in cities of different countries, including Korea. Each country investigated the tower that appeared, but the only thing they found out was that the tower was 990 meters high and made of incredibly strong material that couldn't be penetrated even by nuclear bombs. One day, people started to come out of the tower through the walls. They were asked how they got inside the tower, but all of them had the same response. They were sucked into a black hole one day and woke up on the first floor of the tower. All 100 towers were connected, and when someone entered the tower, they would awaken on the first floor and have to choose a role, either a magician or a warrior. A press conference was held informing the nation that monsters had started to appear on the second floor. Every time a floor was cleared, different rewards would be received. One of the most likely rewards to be received was a ticket, an item needed by ordinary people to enter the tower, but only the awakened could climb higher. A reporter asked if anyone would go inside the tower with so many monsters, and why the tower had appeared. The response they provided was opening a small chest containing a substantial amount of gold, and informing everyone that by going up the tower, they would surely receive money. It was announced on the news that the price of Black Tower tickets would be increased from 150 million to 200 million won, and hundreds of people were waiting to buy the ticket before the price hike. Listening to the news, the old lady was not happy, as people were risking their lives just to earn money, and now they were asking for 200 million won for the ticket. The young man, who happened to be Park Sejun, could only agree with the old lady's view and immediately left after paying for his groceries. After calculating all of his money, Sejun realized he had saved around 12 million won at most. Unfortunately for him, the ticket prices kept increasing. Sejun could only wonder when he would be able to purchase a ticket, or if he would be able to purchase one at all. As Sejun was about to lose hope, he immediately cheered himself up and thought about the vegetables he had just bought at a low price. He planned to plant them since the price of vegetables had also increased. He also remembered his favorite idol in a commercial for growing vegetables, and planned to marry her once he was able to obtain a ticket and save a lot of money. Sejun didn't notice the black hole appearing behind him, as he was still trying to cheer himself up. When he finally noticed the black hole, he remembered the vanishing phenomenon that sucked the first generation of the awakened. He was so delighted by the situation that the black hole had started to shrink. Sejun panicked, thinking he might miss the opportunity. He leaped towards the black hole and went inside the tower. He landed face first and expected to be placed in the first floor plaza, but to his surprise, he found himself trapped inside a cavern. In a tower near the cavern, a mysterious being was outraged when a change was detected in the tower. The being planned to find the cause as the tower's manager. There were divergent opinions about the nature of the Black Tower among the masses. Some considered the training grounds on the first floor to be of utmost importance, recognizing the significance of strength for survival within the tower. However, the information commonly circulated contradicted Sejun's personal experience. After tirelessly searching for an exit from the cave, Sejun appeared gaunt and exhausted. Believing he was on the first floor, he sought out the training grounds and stores, but to no avail. Sejun's screams went unheard within the confines of the cave, leading others to assume he was lost. In the midst of his despair, Sejun could only manage to laugh at his dire situation. Startled by a beeping sound, he realized a day had already elapsed since he became trapped in the cave. Additionally, he noticed the absence of a network signal, though the alarm remained accurate. Feeling hunger gnawing at him, Sejun contemplated how to ration his food supply. Even after consuming an apple, he still felt unsatisfied and continued eating. To his surprise, the raw vegetable offered a taste that surpassed his expectations. Until then, Sejun had always cooked vegetables, but now he discovered the acceptability of consuming them raw. Following a brief choking incident, Sejun swiftly drank from the water bottle and found himself content and grateful for the nourishment. Contemplating how long he would be confined to the cave, Sejun devised a survival plan determined not to succumb and wither away. As his spirits began to wane, Sejun lifted his mood and reminded himself that the tower was his dream, and he shouldn't succumb so easily. It was then that he noticed the remaining apple he had consumed still attached to its seed. Sejun proceeded to bury the apple and devised a plan to utilize the onion leaves as sustenance, planting the root alongside the apple. He also cultivated 3 tomatoes and 2 sweet potatoes, reserving the rest as his food supply. He resolved to do everything within his power to survive and patiently await the growth of his crops. Surveying his work, Sejun was caught off guard by a resounding noise. His initial thought was that it might be a monster, but he recalled that monsters did not exist on the first floor. Upon gazing at the sky, he beheld a blue moon, followed by another deafening sound that tested his endurance. Just before losing consciousness, Sejun caught a glimpse of a majestic black dragon and found its presence to be beautiful. Unbeknownst to Sejun, the vegetables he had planted possessed a mystical essence. When he regained consciousness, he was astonished to find that he had slumbered for 2 days, and the vegetables had grown to an enormous size. Sejun even felt as if he were leaning against a tree, uncertain whether the green onions could have grown so rapidly in just 2 days. Sejun recollected a documentary he had watched about plants adapting their shape to the environment. He was convinced that some unknown power had influenced the growth of the green onion he had planted. While Sejun anticipated substantial growth in the other plants as well, upon inspection, he discovered only small sprouts, not as substantial as the green onion. Sejun speculated that the green onion might be obstructing sunlight for the other plants. Trimming off the leaves but leaving the root intact, Sejun pondered the taste of the colossal vegetable and took a bite. He was taken aback by its spiciness, surpassing the original flavor, yet curiously, it didn't cause any discomfort in his stomach. Sejun resolved to save the spicy food for times when he craved such a sensation. After harvesting the crops, Sejun rested and savored his daily meal. Within the tower, the sun never set, but occasionally it would be eclipsed by the moon on each floor. This celestial phenomenon was referred to as the blue moon. He was aware that the blue moon only occurred on the 10th floor and had previously believed he was on the first floor. Furthermore, he firmly believed that the dragon he had glimpsed was real and not a mere illusion. A decade ago, when the tower first materialized, the Phoenix Guild, one of the major guilds, accomplished the remarkable feat of clearing the 37th floor. Due to the competition with other guilds, information regarding floors above the 30th was classified. However, plenty of information about floors below the 30th could be found on YouTube. Skeleton soldiers occupied the 2nd to 10th floors, goblins roamed the 11th to 20th floors, and orcs dwelled on the 21st to 30th floors. Rumors spoke of spider monsters inhabiting the 31st floor. Dragons were never mentioned anywhere in the discourse. Sejun had never come across any mention of dragon-like creatures resembling lizards. He had no inkling of which floor he had ended up on, assuming it to be a floor unexplored even by the most skilled hunters. While gazing at the sky, a droplet of liquid landed on Sejun's face, and he assumed it was rain. As he looked up, he discerned movement and wondered if it was a monster. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was a rabbit, though unsure whether it was a creature or a monster. Sejun attempted to capture the rabbit as it leaped into the cave. To his surprise, the rabbit landed gracefully and approached the vegetables. It seemed as if the rabbit was indicating its hunger and desire to consume the green onion. Having provided some of the green onion to the rabbit, Sejun noticed that the portion he had cut off had already regrown its leaves. Sejun estimated he would need to trim the green onion leaves twice a day, but to his astonishment, the rabbit responded eagerly and appeared to be attempting to communicate with him. The rabbit summoned 2 additional rabbits, and Sejun correctly deduced that the 2 were a married couple. In Sejun's diary chronicling his experiences of being lost in the tower, a couple of rabbits joined him within the cave. The leaves of the green onion had started growing again, and now the task of harvesting and watering the plants was assigned to the rabbit couple for the time being. Sejun realized that the two rabbits made a great team but was still unsure of how the situation had started. Moments before, Sejun was surprised to learn that the rabbit couple wished to live in the cave. Seeing how cute the rabbits were, Sejun could not decline their request. However, Sejun informed them that staying in the cave would not be free. If the rabbit couple helped Sejun with his farm, there was a chance they could live inside the cave with him. But before Sejun could finish giving out instructions, the rabbit couple was so elated that they instantly hugged Sejun. Sejun couldn't resist the rabbits' cuteness, especially with their soft fur. After what had happened, Sejun felt as though he was being controlled by the couple's adorableness. He noticed the tools that the rabbit couple used and became curious if those were their belongings. The husband rabbit was carrying a spray bottle that seemed to have an unlimited water supply. Sejun still wasn't sure if the wife rabbit had a magical pocket, but she kept bringing out the tools needed for farming. Sejun felt a pang of jealousy and wished he had such wonderful equipment. The rabbit couple called out to Sejun when they finished harvesting and watering the other plants. Sejun observed and critiqued their work. When he saw the changes in the cherry tomatoes and the way they tended to the green onions, Sejun informed them that they had done well and could live in the cave with him. The rabbit couple, who had looked worried before, were now overjoyed with their hard work. The wife rabbit informed the husband rabbit of something and they immediately rushed to a spot inside the cave. Their actions stirred curiosity in Sejun. After the husband rabbit dug a hole and the wife rabbit placed an ornament in front of their door, Sejun was amazed at how quickly the husband rabbit had made a house and praised him for it. After building the house, the wife rabbit grabbed the husband rabbit and hinted that they should go inside their new home and mate. The request made the husband rabbit scared and he was dragged inside their home by the wife rabbit. Sejun could only compliment how hardworking the husband rabbit was, and also feel envious of him. He thought that being alone in the cave would be boring, but thanks to the rabbits, he now had help with his farming and got to witness incredibly cute things. While lying on the dried green onion leaves, smoke started to appear from Sejun's back. He immediately got up as it burned him. After rolling around in the dirt to relieve the pain, he became curious about what had burned his back, and noticed the reflection of the sun being focused by the water bottle, causing an ember to appear on the dried green onions. After processing his thoughts, Sejun came up with an idea. The environment in the Black Tower was harsh, but Sejun didn't lose hope because he had dried green onions and a plastic bottle of water. Sejun planned to use the transparent bottle as a converging lens to start a fire, just like in episode 1 of Surviving in the Wild, a series on YouTube. He hoped that by watching the series and following their actions, he would achieve the same results. Sejun was disappointed because he couldn't start a fire using the plastic bottle method. He noticed that it only produced smoke but didn't ignite. His wonderful idea was immediately shattered and he didn't know why it wasn't working. Sejun was sure that he remembered the correct methods but was curious about why he couldn't generate a flame. While staring at the dried green onions, he noticed an ember in the middle of them. The rabbit couple had finished their lovemaking session, and the husband rabbit noticed that Sejun was kneeling in front of the dried green onions. Sejun kept blowing on the dried green onions where he saw the ember. When the rabbit couple approached him, he was overjoyed to see them again and instructed them to blow some air on the leaves. Sejun held the plastic bottle while the rabbit couple blew on the dried green onion leaves. With their combined efforts, they were able to ignite a fire with the dried green onion leaves. Sejun was elated to see that his method worked and immediately looked at the green onions he had planted. He threw the green onions onto the fire and cooked them. After a few minutes of cooking, Sejun peeled off the burnt areas and ate the rest. His reaction was priceless. He tasted a sweetness resembling sugar rushing through his mind. He compared the sensation in his mouth to that of a wild green horse running in a wide field, abundant with flavor. Sejun was so satisfied with the food that he cooked more. The rabbit couple was curious about what Sejun was doing and tried to replicate his cooking. After cooking the green onions, the rabbit couple tasted the food and immediately fell in love with it. Sejun then told them they could eat more of the green onions and help themselves. The trio was overjoyed with their newfound discovery. Sejun added more information to his diary. Sejun's diary of getting lost. He had finally filled his stomach with warm food and went to sleep right away. Sejun woke up and washed his face, gazing at his farm. He had finished harvesting the green onions and watering the cherry tomatoes and sweet potatoes with the help of the rabbits. Sejun felt a sense of satisfaction after seeing the fruits of his labor. Living alongside the rabbit couple had brought about a plethora of transformations in Sejun's existence. Ever since they acquired the skill of igniting a fire, they ingeniously utilized the green onions to erect a series of torches strategically positioned throughout the cave. While observing the pond, Sejun noticed a small ripple and was taken aback when a fish lunged towards the torch. Swiftly dodging, Sejun managed to avoid the fish, which landed on the ground. It was the first time he had seen a fish inside the pond, and he wondered if the torch had attracted it. This unexpected event led to the acquisition of a fish in the cave. Sejun wrapped the fish in dried green onions and placed it near the fire to cook. After expressing his gratitude, he took a bite and found the taste satisfying. The rabbit couple grew envious and expressed their desire to eat some fish as well. Sejun was initially surprised to learn that the rabbits also ate meat, but then he realized that the rabbit couple were also considered monsters. A couple of days later, the blue moon appeared once again. Sejun discovered that on his floor, the blue moon phenomenon occurred every 30 days. Initially, Sejun used his laptop and power bank to charge his phone and keep track of the date, but eventually, those resources reached their limit. Unable to use his phone any longer, Sejun started carving the days on the wall to keep a record of the date. According to his calculations, it had been 61 days since he had become trapped inside the cave. Luckily, the rabbits maintained a strict sleeping schedule, going to bed at 7 in the evening and waking up at 5 in the morning. By following their routine, Sejun avoided any mistakes in counting the days due to the never-setting sun. After a few days, something wonderful happened. When Sejun greeted the husband rabbit in the morning, he was taken aback as a swarm of baby rabbits emerged from behind him. The couple rabbits had given birth to these adorable little ones. The baby rabbits immediately ran towards Sejun, filling him with joy, and he playfully asked if they had missed their uncle Sejun. He was delighted to be an uncle. Sejun noticed that the rabbit couple didn't seem to sleep at all and must have been finding it challenging to care for their young ones. Sejun suggested that he could take care of the baby rabbits, allowing the rabbit couple to take a break while having their breakfast. The couple agreed, and Sejun took the baby rabbits to explore the flowers blooming on the cherry tomatoes. Watching the baby rabbits play around his farm brought Sejun immense happiness. He noticed that the flowers had blossomed and turned the area into a beautiful flower garden. For the plants to bear fruit, pollination was necessary, so Sejun manually pollinated them using a stick. Sejun's back ached from spending the entire day pollinating the flowers tirelessly. He couldn't help but wish for a bee to visit his garden, but he knew it would be too greedy to ask for such a thing. Suddenly, Sejun noticed one of the baby rabbits putting its face inside a flower. The baby rabbit sneezed forcefully after inhaling the pollen, which made Sejun burst into laughter. He reminded the baby rabbit not to breathe in the pollen. While observing the flowers, Sejun spotted a green fruit. After all the hard work, they had finally produced some fruit. Both Sejun and the baby rabbit felt elated and danced joyfully on the farm. The day before the blue moon, Sejun extinguished the fire, leaving behind a tiny ember that he covered with rocks. With his preparations complete, Sejun was satisfied with the camouflage and warmth provided by the dried green onion leaves. As he looked at the sky, Sejun realized that it was almost time and bid farewell to the rabbit couple, assuring them that the blue moon was a piece of cake now. As the blue moon arrived, Sejun felt utterly exhausted. Staring at his farm, he felt tired and wondered when the phenomenon would end. Taking precautions, Sejun hid anything that emitted a scent and waited in a corner for the blue moon to pass. However, since he didn't know how many hours had gone by, every minute felt like an hour. He trembled upon hearing distant cries. Sejun hoped that the blue moon would end without any mishaps. Suddenly, he heard a new unfamiliar sound. It was the first time he had heard such a noise. A massive paw tore through the ground, creating a hole where Sejun and the rabbits were trapped. Under the blue moon, a bear monster stood before the hole. Sejun couldn't believe his eyes and pressed himself against the wall. Their eyes met, and all Sejun could do was curse his luck. In his mind, he knew he hadn't been discovered yet and needed to find a better hiding place before the bear noticed him. Trembling, Sejun slowly reached for his bag, but the movement caused all the cherry tomatoes and bottled water to spill out. Sejun was certain that the noise had attracted attention. As he stared at the fallen tomatoes, he glanced at the enormous bear, horrified to see its face peering into the hole. Sejun was taken aback and let out a scream, prompting the bear to respond with a roar. Sejun had lost consciousness during the occurrence of the blue moon. He found himself surrounded by baby rabbits and a rabbit couple. One of the baby rabbits was tugging at his mouth, and coincidentally, he dreamt of his mother waking him up. The husband rabbit had reached his limit and slapped Sejun. Startled, Sejun woke up in a panic, confused about what had transpired during the blue moon. The husband rabbit pointed out that the sky had cleared again, indicating that the blue moon had already passed. Realizing that he had blacked out, Sejun's curiosity about the events heightened, and he felt pain throughout his body. Gradually, he recollected the occurrences during the blue moon. Sejun remembered that a gigantic monster had fixed its gaze upon him and let out an earth-shattering roar. Recalling those events sent shivers down Sejun's spine, as he had narrowly escaped being killed by the colossal creature. The wife rabbit removed the rocks that covered a small fire, draped Sejun in a blanket made of green onions, and positioned the fire close to him to ward off the cold. With a cooked fish in hand, the wife rabbit brought immense joy to Sejun. He worried that the monster might have detected their location, and was uncertain whether it had sensed the presence of another monster, or simply given up due to the small size of the cave's entrance. However, there was no guarantee that a similar incident wouldn't occur during the next blue moon. Sejun humbly recognized the fortunate turn of events that had saved his life. However, deep within, he harbored doubts about his ability to endure a similar trial in the future. Frustration welled up within him as he pondered the tremendous effort he had exerted to ensure his survival. Nevertheless, he understood that in the present moment, nourishment was essential for him to persist and withstand the challenges that lay ahead. The husband rabbit summoned Sejun, piquing his curiosity about the reason behind the call. At his farm, Sejun was taken aback to see that the cherry tomatoes had already grown as large as golf balls. One particular tomato caught his attention with its exquisite appearance, but he couldn't help but wonder why it was blue. Suspecting that the fruit might be ripe, a notification appeared before him, congratulating him on successfully completing a quest to harvest a fruit infused with the energy of the blue moon. Astonished by the appearance of a message window, Sejun received further notifications informing him that his remarkable achievement had attracted the attention of the tower manager. Sejun acquired knowledge of the tower manager's vigilant scrutiny, which revealed a sense of dissatisfaction on the manager's part. The tower manager had detected Sejun's presence as an uninvited guest, prompting a desire to conceal its own misjudgment. Sejun was taken aback by the startling revelation that he was being considered a mere error within the tower's grand scheme. Gradually, his initial surprise transformed into a growing fury as he comprehended the immense struggle he had endured for a grueling 61 days deep within the confines of the cave, only to be informed that his very existence within the tower was deemed nothing but a mistake. If he was truly considered a mistake, Sejun wished for the tower manager to send him home. However, the tower manager responded by suggesting it was contemplating killing Sejun to eliminate any evidence. Sejun's anger flared as he realized that instead of receiving a reward for unlocking an achievement, he was being marked for death. The tower manager paused for a moment before responding to Sejun's outburst, causing Sejun to ponder whether his own behavior had been too impolite. Caught off guard, Sejun was taken aback when the tower manager abruptly awakened him. Upon learning that he was being awakened, Sejun's excitement grew, anticipating what his role in the tower would be. As someone who considered himself intelligent, he assumed he would become a wizard. Sejun didn't know how to react when he discovered that he had been assigned the role of a rank F tower farmer. Despite his confusion, he understood that his job would grant him immunity to illness, bring him closer to nature, and provide experience points for harvesting crops. Baffled by his assignment as a farmer, given that he only knew of the options of becoming a swordsman or a wizard, Sejun opened his status window, shocked to find that his received talent was just ordinary. Sejun imagined himself on a late-night talk show introduced as someone who had successfully conquered the tower despite possessing an ordinary talent. When asked about his occupation, Sejun confidently declared himself as the tower farmer. Devastated and disappointed by the realization that he had been assigned the role of a tower farmer, Sejun contemplated discarding the blue cherry tomato. However, upon witnessing the fear displayed by the rabbit family, he hesitated. Looking around at his surroundings, he realized how hard he had worked to cultivate the blue cherry tomato and didn't want his efforts to go to waste. Sejun ultimately accepted his fate and vowed to continue farming, much to the delight of the rabbit family. Sejun was taken aback when a message box appeared above the blue cherry tomato, revealing that it was a magical cherry tomato imbued with the energy of the blue moon. Consuming the tomato would permanently increase the user's MP by 0.05. Surprised to learn that the cherry tomato was actually an item, Sejun, despite the negligible increase, felt content and congratulated himself for growing such a remarkable specimen as the magical cherry tomato. As the tower manager observed the farm through an orb, it became irate. While celebrating their new crop, Sejun noticed another message box, triggering a new quest that instructed him to present the fruit containing the energy of the blue moon to the tower manager. The reward for completing the quest would be a job-related skill, but refusing it would result in Sejun's death. Faced with the consequences of refusal, Sejun considered it a joke but couldn't help feeling frightened. Sejun was surprised to see the details of the quest. He knew he was being blackmailed to give the blue cherry tomato to the tower manager, and had disguised it as a quest. In a fit of rage, Sejun said out loud that the tower manager didn't need to threaten him and should just ask for it. While talking to himself, Sejun was annoyed at how the tower manager viewed human life, and how easily the manager could take a life by refusing a quest. After contemplating for some time, Sejun gave up and offered the blue cherry tomato, asking to spare his life since he didn't want to die either. After obtaining the blue cherry tomato, Sejun received the quest reward. He had forgotten about the rewards because he was so fixated on the refusal option. The reward he received was a job-related skill, which made him very happy. He thanked the tower manager for its generosity. When he opened the reward, Sejun obtained the skill Sowing. He felt disappointed by the skill he received and remembered that his job was a tower farmer, so it made sense for him to receive the sowing skill. Sejun now focused more on his farming. While trying to fish from the pond, he was able to catch a piranha, from which he obtained 2 experience points. Sejun managed to fish out 5 piranhas and gained 10 experience points. After Sejun woke up, he obtained experience points. He caught several piranhas for a few days to survive and somehow reached level 2. He wanted to catch more of them, but Sejun knew that killing a living thing without any reason was not a good idea. Although piranhas provided a good supply of protein, Sejun knew that drying out their numbers would not help him in the future. After cooking the piranhas he caught, he called out to all the rabbits so they could share the meal. The baby rabbits were eating so fast that Sejun told them to take their time. As the baby rabbits grew a little, they started eating more food. Sejun reminded them to leave some for their mom and dad. Sejun also managed to gather information about the rabbits. While giving the couple rabbit their share of the meal, Sejun noticed their identity: Farmer White Rabbit. This was a type of monster that Sejun had never heard of outside the tower. Based on their name alone, Sejun believed that the white rabbit species specialized in farming rather than fighting, which would explain why they weren't well known. Sejun didn't know what had happened, but he assumed that the white rabbits had lost their farm, roamed around, and somehow ended up finding the cave he was in. He was curious if the white rabbits still had a hometown they could return to. Sejun wished they could communicate with each other since he couldn't understand what a rabbit said. After finishing their meals, Sejun told everyone that they should head to the farm now because they had an important day ahead of them. After hearing Sejun, the white rabbits felt motivated to work. Sejun and all the white rabbits were surprised to see that the cherry tomatoes were already ripe. Sejun shed a tear because they had worked so hard to grow the tomatoes, and the ones they obtained after the blue moon didn't count. As he was about to harvest the cherry tomato, everyone was filled with tension. But after Sejun harvested his first cherry tomato, he was so happy because it had ripened so well. He was surprised to receive experience points after harvesting the cherry tomato. Sejun was even more surprised to find out that the cherry tomato they harvested was similar to the magical cherry tomato before, and they also received 10 experience points just by harvesting it. The effects only lasted for about 10 minutes, but if they ate 10 magical cherry tomatoes at the same time, they could increase their MP by 1 point. Sejun was curious if the other tomatoes had the same effects. He started harvesting the other cherry tomatoes but accidentally picked the wrong one. After picking the wrong tomato, Sejun noticed that the experience points he received were lower than last time, and the job experience points didn't increase at all. He also noticed that the wrong tomato he picked was not an item but just an ordinary tomato. Sejun deduced that he needed to harvest a fully ripe cherry tomato to get it as an item. Sejun realized that his work had just gotten harder. Sejun kept on harvesting the magical cherry tomatoes and eventually reached level 4, receiving another bonus stat. Thinking that what he had harvested was enough, Sejun wanted to have a taste of it, but noticed that the white rabbits also wanted to have a piece of the cherry tomato since they had also helped out. Sejun apologized and shared the food with everyone. Sejun wanted to celebrate the successful harvest of the magical cherry tomato with everyone. After taking a bite of the tomato, Sejun instantly imagined that he was lying in the grass with the white rabbits, staring at the fireworks in the starry night sky. With the fresh scent of grass and the sweet and sour taste melting with the scent, by eating the magical cherry tomato, he was able to compare the sensation with summer and its fireworks. Seeing Sejun's tearful reaction, the white rabbits were confused and looked at each other. Everyone started to store the harvested cherry tomatoes and covered them with dried green onion leaves. Sejun was delighted to see that the baby rabbits were already big enough to help their mom and dad. Feeling tired, Sejun went to sleep so he could start another great day soon. After complimenting himself, Sejun instantly fell asleep. In the middle of his sleep, Sejun received a quest. He ignored it at first, but the tower manager was so insistent that Sejun accepted. Annoyed at the tower manager, Sejun gave the harvested tomato and received another reward. Sejun wanted a more useful reward for the new quest since the last one he received was not useful to him. He managed to contain his anger after looking at the new skill he received: Harvest. Thinking about why he needed a harvesting skill, Sejun was surprised the next day to find that the skill was very useful. He no longer needed to wait for the magical cherry tomatoes to ripen. Once he harvested the tomatoes, all of them turned into magical cherry tomatoes and ripened. He received another quest, and although he expected it, since the last quest had helped Sejun more, he complied with the request. But with every quest he received, it got greedier without an end in sight. After receiving another quest, asking for 500 cherry tomatoes with no reward, Sejun had enough and blatantly declined the request. The tower manager was caught off guard by the sudden refusal. Sejun's diary of getting lost in a tower where he rebelled against the tower manager for the first time. Sejun became furious when he received another quest to offer the tower manager 500 magical cherry tomatoes. He tried to reason that they also needed to eat, and the tower manager had already taken hundreds of magical cherry tomatoes. When the tower manager responded to Sejun's complaints mentioning that it was not the tower manager's problem and to stop protesting, Sejun had had enough since he had worked and suffered for days, and was treated with little importance. Sejun refused the offer and did not want to give any more magical cherry tomatoes. The tower manager was flustered with Sejun's response. While Sejun continued with his work, the tower manager kept asking if he really refused to do the quest and reminded him that he would die if he refused. Sejun repeated what he had said. He did not want to give the crops he had grown to someone who had only told him that all he had done was sow the seeds. The tower manager was confused as to why Sejun was mad since the tower farmer was supposed to sow the seeds, and then continued to force Sejun by using his title as the tower manager. Sejun explained to the tower manager why he refused to give up the crops. He stated that he had been forcefully made to do the quests, and that the tower manager did not appreciate all the efforts he had made. The tower manager had also compensated Sejun so little and stated that as the tower manager he was a bad employer to have. The tower manager was struck by those words and was about to apologize for his treatment when he saw Sejun eating the magical cherry tomatoes. The tower manager was furious because of Sejun's actions and threatened him, stating that if he did not do the quest, the tower manager would surely kill him. As a compromise, Sejun offered 5 magical cherry tomatoes, and the rest would be given later since he needed to feed the other kids as well. The tower manager accepted the offer for just one time. After ending their conversation, Sejun noticed that the tower manager was trying to apologize, and that it was much simpler than he had thought. On his 91st day after getting lost, the 4th blue moon appeared. Sejun was still covering himself with the green onion blanket, but this time he was eating the magical cherry tomatoes. He had heard that people with high MP could withstand the roar of a monster to a certain level, which is why Sejun was eating the magical cherry tomatoes. Sejun only hoped that what had happened last time would never happen again, and that today's blue moon would end faster. While observing the crops, he noticed that they were being imbued with the blue moon's essence. When Sejun saw the cherry tomatoes turning blue, he couldn't wait to harvest the magical cherry tomatoes. He then noticed that the blue moon was not just giving its essence to the cherry tomatoes, but this time it also included the sweet potato leaves. Sejun was curious and wanted to observe what was happening. After digging through the sweet potato leaves, Sejun was ecstatic to find out that the sweet potatoes underground were also imbued with the blue moon's essence and had turned blue as well. Sejun received multiple notifications, informing him that after he had harvested the sweet potatoes with the energy of the blue moon, his job experience points and the skill harvest proficiency had increased and ended up maxing the skill out. Sejun also obtained 50 experience points from the harvest. After harvesting the magical cherry tomatoes with the blue moon essence inside, Sejun felt as if he had the world in both of his arms. His mood suddenly changed as his expectations came true. He received an additional quest. He was asked to offer the sweet potato and magical cherry tomato that were imbued with the blue moon's essence to the tower manager. Sejun was surprised to receive 2 additional quests at the same time, and realized that the tower manager might be serious now and would seriously kill him if he still refused. Sejun finished his last quest and offered the remaining magical cherry tomatoes to the tower manager. The tower manager accepted the offer and was delighted but sensed something and asked what Sejun was doing. Sejun took back what he had said about the tower manager being simple and told him that he would give the sweet potato later. The tower manager contemplated a bit but ended up trusting Sejun's words and made him promise to give the sweet potatoes later. Sejun was unsure at first what he should do with the sweet potato and cherry tomato he was holding, but he ended up eating the magical cherry tomato and felt ecstatic after tasting the flavor and how fresh the tomato was. After consuming the magical cherry tomato with the blue moon essence, Sejun increased his MP by 0.05. Sejun couldn't contain himself for much longer and cooked the sweet potato. He was disappointed that he did not have tinfoil to cook the sweet potato, but still glad that he had the all-purpose onion leaves. Morning came and the rabbit family came out of their home. They were curious about what Sejun was doing. They were surprised when Sejun offered them a cooked sweet potato with the energy of the blue moon. They were salivating while staring at the sweet potato. But the rabbit husband stopped them and wanted Sejun to have the food since there was only one. Sejun felt appreciated but was actually hiding the fact that he had already eaten secretly alone earlier and planned to never tell the rabbit husband about it. When Sejun took a bite out of the sweet potato, he immediately spit it out since it was extremely hot. The fallen pieces fell to the ground and were immediately taken by the baby rabbits. After putting it in their mouths, they also spat it out due to the hotness of the sweet potato. In Sejun's diary of getting lost in the tower, he ate a fiery hot meal. Sejun announced that going forward, they would start planting sweet potato sprouts. He specifically called out the baby rabbits and prohibited them from eating the sprouts for the time being. The baby rabbits were in despair since the sweet potato sprouts were their favorite snacks. Sejun told the baby rabbits that there was no point in complaining. He thought that there wouldn't be any sprouts left since they had been eating all day. Sejun told the baby rabbits that they would have a tastier sweet potato for dinner. But if they helped Sejun plant the sweet potato sprouts before dinner, he would give them some special snacks. Sejun decided to expand the area so that he could plant more sweet potato sprouts. The baby rabbits were salivating at the thought of receiving a special snack and immediately helped out in planting the sweet potato sprouts. Sejun instructed the wife rabbit to leave one green onion so that he could obtain the seeds by blooming the green onion flower. Looking at the green onion, Sejun thought that he needed to plant the seeds first so that they could grow. The baby rabbits were so diligent helping out in planting the sweet potato sprouts while the husband rabbit watered the planted sprouts. One baby rabbit was caught by the husband rabbit trying to sneak a bite of the sweet potato sprout, but was immediately scolded with a hard hit on the head. While Sejun was harvesting the magical cherry tomatoes, he received multiple notifications informing him that his skill proficiency and job experience points had slightly increased. He also obtained 10 experience points and leveled up. Sejun had reached level 8 and at the current speed he could already harvest them. He prepared some snacks for everyone. The tower manager was interestingly keeping an eye on what Sejun was going to cook but was noticed by Sejun. He called out to the others so that they could have their snacks. Sejun's snack was the special roasted cherry tomato bone skewers, which everyone received with delight. He reminded the rabbits to blow on the food first before taking a bite since it was very hot. Sejun noticed that enough sweet potato sprouts had already been planted, and dug up some sweet potatoes for their dinner. Sejun was able to obtain an item called a strength sweet potato with his first harvest. After harvesting the other sweet potatoes, Sejun was able to harvest 5 sweet potatoes from each plant. After the harvest, Sejun planted the sweet potato sprouts himself and was surprised when his skill proficiency increased. He was frightened when he realized that in order to increase his skill level, Sejun would have to plant the sweet potato sprouts himself and immediately asked everyone to stop working as he would do all the work from then on. Inside the tower manager was trying to replicate the cherry tomato skewers Sejun made but was met with disappointment since he could not replicate the taste. The tower manager was able to achieve at least the sweet taste inside the tomato. But soon after, the tower manager became curious about what Sejun was currently doing. The tower manager was furious when he saw Sejun and the others roasting a sweet potato without her. It was then revealed the real identity of the tower manager, the great black dragon, Aileen Fritani. While enjoying their food, Sejun received an additional quest to give 1 roasted strength sweet potato to the tower manager. After reading the quest, Sejun initially postponed it, but the tower manager was too eager for the sweet potato and threatened Sejun. Sejun explained to the tower manager that there was only one left, but if he were to give her the sweet potato, he asked what the tower manager could give him. The tower manager revised the quest offered and rewarded Sejun with a job-related skill if he were to accept it. Sejun hesitated at first but eventually offered the remaining roasted sweet potato. After completing the quest, Sejun acquired the skill Seed Store. When the skill is activated, a product can be purchased at the seed shop once every 30 days. Sejun was very happy with his new skill and now planned to purchase a different seed to plant on his farm. When he activated the Seed Store skill, he was confused at first when it mentioned that he had no previous transactions in the seed store. Sejun was curious about how he could purchase the seeds. Since he didn't have any money with him, Sejun wondered if he could barter some goods for them. He then received a notification, congratulating him for becoming the first rookie-tier customer of the seed store. Sejun was then provided with 1 tower coin to be deposited into his account at the seed bank. After thanking the seed store for their generosity, Sejun became curious about what he could purchase from the seed store. He was informed that he would be presented with 3 random seeds being sold for the day and he could only purchase 1 seed with his current level. Sejun contemplated hard on which seed he should choose. Since he couldn't make kimchi, the red pepper and cabbage were out of the option, leaving the carrot seed as his remaining choice. Just by the word carrot, the rabbit family became more excited. Sejun eventually received a kick to the face from the husband rabbit since he was teasing the rabbit family too much. After purchasing the carrot seeds, Sejun also received seed store mileage, which could be used to help him level up. Upon receiving the seeds, Sejun sarcastically mentioned that the pocket looked more expensive than the seeds. Observing their movements, the tower manager was satisfied with Sejun's purchase, which made Sejun more suspicious of the tower manager. Everyone was very excited to plant the new seed they received. In the distance, a new monster was lurking among the plants. In Sejun's diary of getting lost in the tower, he received new carrot seeds from his first trade at the seed shop. After receiving the carrot seeds and planting them, Sejun noticed that the couple rabbits have been happy, even though the seeds have yet to sprout. He was curious if the rabbit couple really loved carrots a lot. Sejun plans to take a nap first before pollinating the flowers and cutting the onions in the afternoon. He was awoken from his sleep because a bug kept on disturbing him in his sleep. Seeing the bug for the first time, Sejun liked it since it was very cute. When he checked the bug's name, he immediately backed off since it was named Poison Honeybee. Sejun tried to warn the others about the poison honeybee but was surprised to know that they are already running away, leaving Sejun with the poison honey for himself. Sejun was warned by the tower manager that the poison honeybees are carnivorous monsters that sting and eat flesh. Avoiding them is the best course of action. Sejun was now more afraid to know that the honeybees eat flesh. He pleaded that he is not delicious and to spare him. As a last course of action, Sejun grabbed anything and tried to hit the poison honeybee with it. The poison honeybee was confused as to why Sejun is presenting him with flowers. But looking closer, the honeybee likes what is inside the flower. Opening his eyes, Sejun finally saw what the honeybee was doing. He then asked the tower manager about the information he shared of the honeybee being carnivorous, but now it is eating the flower. Sejun suddenly had an idea, and asked the poison honeybee if it was still hungry. It could eat the other flowers as well to his heart's content. This offer made the poison honeybee really happy. Laughing menacingly, Sejun's plan was to have the poison honeybee do the work so that he does not need to pollinate the cherry tomatoes anymore. The rabbit family was hiding behind a rock while being told by Sejun that he was mad since he was left by the rabbit family. After eating the other flowers, the poison honeybee came back, which made Sejun more cautious. The poison honeybee landed on Sejun's shirt and started sleeping. Sejun was flustered but still appreciated how cute the poison honeybee was, but was curious if it wouldn't sting him. Sejun's diary of getting lost in the tower, a new member has been added to the family. It is the 120th day after getting lost. Sejun and the others are still busy tending to their farm. Sejun became annoyed when the baby rabbits kept on playing near the farm while he was working. Even though Sejun was mad at them, he was still happy that the baby rabbits were still having a great time playing around. The poison honeybee then landed on Sejun's shoulder as it was finished sucking all the nectars of the plants. It had been several weeks since the poison honeybee came to the cave. She goes to work in the morning, sucks nectars and returns to the forest outside the cave in the evening. Sejun was unsure if the poison honeybee is going back to her own group, but after a few days, she had started spitting out honey. Combining the freshly grilled green onion with honey, it became everyone's instant favorite. Sejun was freaked out at first because he thought poison honeybee was poisonous, but thanks to her, Sejun was able to quickly expand the field to get honey. In just a few months, Sejun will be able to eat so much honey to the point that he won't get jealous of the bears anymore. Sneaking behind him is the tower manager, who felt happy for him. Looking at the rock where he counted the days, he noticed that the blue moon was coming soon. This made Sejun become worried and hoped that it would go safely this time as well. On the 121st day after getting lost, Sejun had prepared and stocked all the necessities he needed for the blue moon. He also noticed that the poison honeybee no longer comes to the cave anymore, and assumed that she is preparing for the blue moon as well. Sejun noticed that the white rabbit family seemed more anxious today. Since it was almost time for the blue moon, Sejun called out the white rabbits to go home but was confused when they hugged one another. Both the husband and wife rabbit instantly ran away and said their goodbyes from the baby rabbits. This confused Sejun so much and was worried for the safety of the baby rabbits. But when the blue moon came, Sejun was somehow frightened. When he turned, the baby rabbits had become scary monsters with sharp teeth. Sejun was scared by what was happening to the baby rabbits. They had sharp teeth and scary eyes showing on their faces, but after a few moments they emitted a bright light that turned them into fluffy adult rabbits. Sejun was surprised by the sudden change but still happy that the baby rabbits had become adults. Sejun was curious because one of the adult rabbits had a different color from the rest. The others looked like their parents, but one rabbit turned black. It had been the 5th blue moon since the rabbits were born. Sejun thought their transformation was like a coming-of-age ceremony, and the rabbits seemed to agree. Sejun acted sad and told the rabbits that something was wrong with them during the transformation. As punishment, Sejun playfully grabbed each rabbit and gave them kisses. When the blue moon had passed and a new day came to the cave, the husband and wife rabbit came out of their home and happily greeted their now adult kids. Sejun thought about preparing a special feast for the adult rabbits, but was surprised when one of them summoned a shovel. Each rabbit summoned a different tool: a cart, sickle, and water can. Sejun guessed that when a farmer rabbit becomes an adult, they get their own tool. He noticed that the black rabbit hadn't summoned a tool yet, so he asked the rabbit about it. With a proud look, the black rabbit summoned a hammer. Sejun was curious because a hammer is not a farming tool. When he checked the black rabbit's name, he found out that it wasn't a farmer rabbit but a warrior rabbit. The day returned to normal, but this time there was more help with harvesting and planting. They were able to harvest and move more magical cherry tomatoes because of the cart. Sejun was happy that the white rabbits were now working with their parents on the farm. He remembered how they used to run around on the farm, but then he wondered what the black rabbit's purpose really was, as it seemed unemployed. Sejun thought about what the black rabbit could do with its hammer. Since it's a warrior, its job would be to fight, but there wouldn't be any fighting happening inside the cave. The black rabbit had an idea and pointed to a pond. Sejun realized that the black rabbit could hunt fish. Hunting is a kind of fighting, and this time the black rabbit could be helpful. Sejun planned to lure the fish with a torch and the black rabbit would catch them, which the black rabbit agreed to. Sejun went near the pond and moved the torch around to attract the fish. Then he signaled the black rabbit to catch the fish. But when the black rabbit used its hammer, its strike was so strong that it destroyed the fish. Sejun was surprised by the black rabbit's power but felt sad about what happened to the fish. The rabbit family was unhappy because the meal no longer looked like a fish. Sejun tried to cheer up the black rabbit and said it would get better with practice. He told everyone not to be sad and to enjoy the meal. Just like that, the rabbits started getting used to their roles. After 125 days, the seed store reopened. Sejun was happy and excited about which seeds to buy next, but he was surprised to see that the prices of the listed seeds were different from before. Sejun had a small amount of tower coins. With his current balance, he could only afford to buy waxy corn seeds. He was worried that if the prices kept going up, he wouldn't be able to buy anything next time. Moreover, Sejun didn't have a way to earn more money inside the cave. The first method was getting rewards after clearing a floor. Although the amount was high, the prize was given only once on each floor. So, the actual profits earned by hunters weren't that big. The second method was hunting monsters and selling their bodies to the wandering merchant or the store on the first floor. It was the best source of income for hunters because it could generate continuous profits. The third method was completing quests and getting rewarded. Sejun thought about it, but since the quest rewards varied widely, it was hard to decide among those three options. Clearing a floor was impossible for Sejun. He couldn't even escape from the cave. The other option was the heist-level quest given by the tower manager. Sejun called the tower manager and asked if completing quests could earn him tower coins as a reward. The tower manager said she didn't know what Sejun meant but would give him the coins later when he was grown up. Sejun was surprised that the tower manager didn't know about tower coins. He then asked how many more years he needed to grow up, and was shocked to find out that he had to be at least 300 years old. Sejun was angry and tried to explain to the tower manager that he wouldn't be able to use the tower coins. Instead, he planned to record them and pass them down to future generations, so eventually his grandchildren would receive them. But he wasn't even in a situation where he could have descendants. Sejun tried to calm himself because he knew he would lose if he got angry. He focused on what he could do to survive for now. He reasoned that corn was still a good choice since he could cook it in various ways and make flour out of it. In the end, he bought 200 waxy corn seeds. After receiving the seeds, they were all excited to work and plant them. But since they hadn't eaten yet, they planned to eat first and then start working. After some time, Sejun and the others were full after eating grilled fish and planned to save the rest for later. Sejun welcomed the poison honeybee and told it that it had been spending a lot of time in the cave lately. He asked if it would be okay if it didn't return home. Sejun would still be happy if the poison honeybee didn't return home and would gladly accept it in their small home. The honeybee sensed movement above the cave, which made Sejun think it might be a dangerous monster. The mysterious being introduced itself as an orange cat and assured Sejun that it wasn't a shameless cat that would steal their food. The cat, named Theo, was actually a wandering merchant. Sejun's diary of getting lost in the tower. He met a wandering merchant cat named Theo. Sejun was surprised to know that a wandering merchant was looking for him. Rumor has it that sometimes when people go up the tower, they'd meet a wandering merchant, but Sejun did not expect to meet a wandering merchant cat. When Sejun saw the cat's shiny eyes, chubby and soft cheeks, and jelly paws, Sejun instantly fell in love since Sejun really likes cats. Sejun confirmed to the merchant his identity and asked why the merchant cat was looking for him. Theo heard a new rookie made transactions in the seed store. Theo came to the cave to greet Sejun and make some deals with him. As he was about to show the items he wanted to offer to Sejun, Theo's stomach growled. He apologized to Sejun and explained that he has not eaten anything yet and ended up showing an embarrassing image in front of Sejun. Sejun had a menacing look after hearing Theo's explanation. He then offered Theo a roasted fish since he was starving. Theo was tempted and declined the offer at first, but Sejun insisted for Theo to have a bit of the roasted fish, even describing its taste and smell to it. Theo could no longer resist as the roasted fish was already near his face. After a few moments, Theo was already laying on the ground since he was already full. Sejun was surprised at Theo since he was able to consume 5 roasted fish and realized that Theo was really that hungry. Theo and Sejun were both thankful for one another, for the meal and for meeting each other. Theo was about to show Sejun the items he brought to make deals, but he was cut off by Sejun telling him that Theo must pay for the roasted fish that he just ate, which was about 0.5 tower coins. Theo was surprised and thought that the food offered by Sejun was for free. Sejun responded that there are no such things as free inside the tower and reminded Theo that he came to make a deal with Sejun. Sejun pointed out that as a wandering merchant, Theo was not planning to eat the customer's fish and ran away. Theo felt scared as he was cornered by the adult rabbits, and Sejun finally gave in and paid Sejun for the roasted fish he ate. Sejun was happy that he was finally able to get a tower coin, while Theo, on the other hand, had become depressed. Theo planned to take Sejun's money, but instead, he is the one who is giving his money away. His business started at a loss, but Theo did not give up and told himself that he would definitely sell all of his things to Sejun. With tears in his eyes, Theo asked Sejun to look at the items he brought as it was his turn. With a proud look, Theo showed the items he brought that consists of a tumbler, mini fan, and a portable hand warmer. All items cost 5 tower coins each. Sejun asked if the items came outside of the tower since he knew the items very well. Theo further explained the items individually and how it works. He explained that the tumbler had a preservation magic that if one puts a hot or cold stuff inside, it will maintain the temperature. The mini fan Theo brought has a wind magic enchantment. Whenever they need it, they can simply press the switch to turn on. In the middle of explaining how the items work, Theo was cut off by Sejun. He told Theo that the items he brought are all trash. The statement infuriated Theo. Furious at Sejun's words, Theo asked Sejun what he was talking about and accused him of not seeing the items' values as they are from outside of the tower. Theo was surprised when Sejun responded to Theo's question, informing him that Sejun came outside of the tower. Sejun then explained to Theo what he meant, how the items he brought are trash. There was no magic inside the items. The tumbler prevents heat transfer by blocking contact from the outside. For the mini fan and portable hand warmer, after turning it on for a few hours it will stop working because the batteries would run out. Theo refused to believe Sejun's words, telling him that Scarum definitely told him that there was magic inside the items, but was immediately met with the horrible reality when the mini fan stopped working due to the batteries being drained completely. Theo tried hitting the mini fan for it to work, but to no avail. Sejun told Theo that he may have been scammed by Scarum, the one that sold Theo useless things. Theo was depressed since he believed Scarum because he was kind to him. Theo bursted crying as he finally accepted the fact that he was scammed by Scarum. Sejun, on the other hand, was surprised that Theo's tone changed. Now Theo is adding Nia at the end of his sentence. Feeling bad, Sejun asked Theo what happened. Theo told his story. He is from the 75th floor, which is one of the tower's neutral zones. For a long time, Theo admired Meryl, the most beautiful girl in the Granar village. Theo confessed to Meryl and asked her to date him, but was only met with disgust when Meryl slapped the bouquet of fish Theo brought and told him that she did not like the smell of cheap rice fish. A voice told Theo that he should know his place. It was Oren, the son of the richest cat in the village. Oren told Theo that he should not give a low-grade rice fish to a lady and instead bring at least a high-quality salmon as a gift. Thinking that Meryl would slap the gift as well as he knows that she hates greasy food, Theo is surprised to see that Meryl liked the salmon Oren bought for her. Meryl was about to go with Oren when Theo held his hand and asked if the memories they shared together were just nothing for her. Meryl told Theo angrily that he was delusional. She only smiled a few times, but Theo ended up following him around even after telling him that she was not interested in him. Theo was so sad that he ended up leaving the village and decided to run away, becoming a wandering merchant. He was determined to become rich and get his revenge. Theo brought the necessary license and equipment to become a wandering merchant using his lifelong savings worth 50 tower coins. He was going to buy something from the peddler with the remaining 5 tower coins to resell them, but was tricked by Scarum telling him that the items he is selling is being collected by the creatures on the upper floor as a hobby. When Theo finally agreed to take the deal, Scarum gave him a map for a bonus. He was informed by Scarum that the map had the location of the new user of the seed store, and he could make a great profit on the new member if he was lucky. Sejun realized after hearing Theo's story that he is a total pushover, but immediately thought of an idea. Sejun tried to calm Theo down and offered him another roasted fish and promised him that he would not be charged. Sejun would even consider the meals he had before as a treat. In exchange, he sked if Theo could work with them. Sejun's diary of getting lost in the tower, Sejun found a partner. Theo was surprised when Sejun suggested they work together. He explained that he needed a good merchant to sell his items. Theo felt sad, thinking he might not be reliable because he was new and inexperienced as a wandering merchant. Sejun reassured Theo that he was suitable for the job because he had the talent for it. Sejun understood that Theo had made a small mistake with his previous business partner. Theo became curious about what a business partner is, so Sejun created a calm environment and explained what had happened in Theo's previous partnership. Sejun proposed a business plan that would benefit both of them. He further explained that Theo's task would be to take Sejun's items and sell them to others, and in return Sejun would give Theo a share of the sales revenue. Curious about the incentive, Theo asked Sejun. Sejun responded that Theo had to sell the items at prices higher than the ones set by Sejun. Theo had the ability to do so. For every item Theo managed to sell, he would receive 5% of the selling price. Theo felt scared and doubtful because he would only receive a small percentage from the sales. He thought the conditions were unfavorable for him. While drinking, Theo didn't plan on being deceived again. Sejun informed Theo that the most important thing in their partnership was that it wasn't limited to just the incentive. Sejun would also pay Theo with 10 grilled fish or equivalent coins every week. Theo couldn't help but salivate at the pile of grilled fish being offered, but he was still hesitant to sign the contract because he was afraid of being deceived once more. However, Theo couldn't resist and tried to negotiate with Sejun, asking for 20 grilled fish instead. Sejun smiled knowingly because he knew Theo had taken the bait. To seal the deal, Sejun offered 5 more grilled fish. Theo was now completely captivated by the stack of grilled fish in front of him. Sejun added to their agreement that besides the weekly payment, Theo could eat as much grilled fish as he wanted when he was in the cave. Theo completely forgot about the percentage he would receive from selling the items and was solely focused on the abundance of grilled fish he could enjoy. Sejun asked for a piece of paper and wrote down the business contract. After completing the contract, Theo was shocked to realize that he had signed it because he was so excited. The paper with the contract disappeared and reappeared as a notification for Sejun. He had heard that a contract was one of the most important documents inside the tower and couldn't be destroyed. He wondered why the system made it difficult to erase or tamper with, but now he understood. It was to make the contract effective and valid. Seeing the same notification about the contract, Theo was curious about the 4th clause of the special conditions. It stated that Theo must use the dialect from Granar, adding the word Nya after every sentence. Theo felt embarrassed speaking the dialect, but Sejun reassured him that he would understand when the time came. Theo still had doubts about whether the plan would succeed. The contract also stated that if he couldn't sell the items well, he could terminate the contract. Sejun reassured Theo and gave him the title of Salescat Theo, the Resourceful. Theo instantly fell in love with his new title, which actually favored Sejun as it would make it easier for Sejun to manipulate Theo. Curious about what Theo would be selling, Sejun presented him with cherry tomatoes. Theo was doubtful about the item and asked Sejun how much he planned to sell them for. When Sejun mentioned the price, Theo was shocked and wondered who would buy cherry tomatoes at such a high price. Theo realized that selling the cherry tomatoes at such a price would lead to failure and termination of the contract. He asked Sejun how many cherry tomatoes he should bring for his first sale. Sejun responded that he should bring 1,000 of them. Sejun had also prepared 25 grilled fish as Theo's weekly payment. However, Sejun was curious about how Theo would carry all the cherry tomatoes. Theo replied that he would use his item called the Bundle, which had preservation magic, expansion magic, and made the tomatoes lightweight. Theo could store many things inside the bundle, and they would remain fresh for a long time. Sejun was amazed at how convenient the item was. After packing all the cherry tomatoes, Theo set off for work. A few days later, on the 38th floor of the tower, a group of warriors was hunting down a large monster. The team worked efficiently and managed to decapitate the monster. The group cheered for Kim Dong-shik, the leader of the Phoenix Guild. After conversing with the others, Dong-shik heard a rustle behind him, and was surprised to see Theo asking if they wanted to see the items he was selling. People gathered around because they had never seen a wandering merchant who was a cat before. The others loved Theo's accent, which made him realize what Sejun had meant earlier. When Theo presented the cherry tomatoes, people immediately lost interest and hoped that Theo would sell something like bread instead. Sarcastically, Theo laughed and told them to look at the stats of the cherry tomatoes. When the warriors saw the stats, they were still unimpressed. However, their attitude changed when they learned that eating the cherry tomatoes would help them lose 10 g of fat. They started discussing among themselves and all wanted to buy large quantities of the cherry tomatoes. While picking cherry tomatoes on his farm, Sejun wondered how Theo was doing as he should have already contacted the hunters. Sejun believed that his items were unique with no negative side effects and delicious. He knew they would sell very well. Meanwhile, Theo couldn't believe that all the items he had brought had sold out. Sejun kept on observing the crops as it was already at 70%. The 1,000 carrot seeds that Sejun purchased and planted from the seed store, only 700 have sprouted. The 1,200 magic cherry tomato seeds Sejun planted after harvesting them from the plants, only 732 have sprouted and are growing. The germination rate of the corn and sweet potato seeds Sejun bought from the seed store and personally planted is already at 60 to 70%. The germination rate of the carrots and cherry tomatoes are also similar. Sejun hoped that the crops would sprout more. He assumed that the reason why Sejun's crops do not sprout that much is because of his farmer level, or that the land is not fertile because it is inside the cave. Now that they have Theo to earn the tower coins, Sejun is more motivated to harvest as many crops as possible. Sejun and the wife rabbit noticed fire play portrayed by the black rabbit to lure out the fishes. After throwing the torch up above, multiple fish leaped towards it, allowing for Black Rabbit to swiftly strike all of the fish in one go. Sejun was amazed with Black Rabbit's skills. He also noticed that black rabbits have gotten pretty good at hunting too. The black rabbit all of a sudden emits a light around him, which makes him level up. He was so happy for the black rabbit as he had only witnessed the other white rabbits leveling up. The black rabbit felt proud and was given a round of applause by the white rabbits. After hunting down the fish in the pond, Sejun suggested for them to take a break and drink some coffee. He then opened the tumbler that contained coffee sticks. He was so glad about Theo being scammed by Scarum, as they did not open the tumbler and not reveal the contents inside it. If Theo tried to sell the coffee to Sejun, he would have spent all of his money just to buy the coffee. Sejun thanked them for their ignorance because he is now able to obtain good quality stuff for free. Even though Sejun did not have any tools to boil water, let alone ice cubes to make iced Americano, being able to make a coffee inside the cave is luxury for Sejun already. With the help of poison honeybee's honey, Sejun was able to create honey Americano, a combination of coffee powder dissolved in the cool cave's water mixed with honey. With one slurp of the drink, it can relieve fatigue and hunger at the same time. Sejun offered the drink to the adult rabbits but was displeased with the taste. While relaxing, Sejun noticed the poison honeybee headed towards a beehive. He realized that poison honeybee has moved in with Sejun and the others. All of a sudden, a new quest showed up in front of Sejun, asking for 10 magic cherry tomatoes. Sejun assumed that the tower manager realized of Sejun's importance after making a deal with Theo, and kept on postponing the quests. After offering the magic cherry tomatoes, Sejun felt satisfied at first after receiving a compliment from the tower manager, but immediately realized that he acted like a pushover in an instant. In the Merchant Guild, Scarum and the other goblins are conversing with one another. Scarum was irritated since Theo has not returned yet. After deceiving Theo by spending all of his money to buy useless items from Scarum, the goblin asked if Scarum was worried, but it was the opposite as Scarum had another plan for Theo. Scarum plans to inform Theo of a big opportunity and then lend him money to accomplish it. This would lead to Theo working hard to repay the loan he would borrow and making him Scarum's slave until death. The other goblins were amazed with Scarum's devious plan. As Scarum felt thirsty, he checked his current merchant rankings. He was pleased that he was in the top 1,000, but when he checked the merchants above him, he was surprised. At rank 982, Theo was in place, which infuriated Scarum. Meanwhile, Theo had finally returned after selling the magical cherry tomatoes. He apologized to Sejun for taking time before meeting him as he played for 4 days. After hearing his confession, Sejun realized that as soon as Theo reached the floor, the items immediately sold out. With a sinister smile, Sejun threatened Theo that if he did not give him the details of the transaction, he would likely face Sejun's scary side. After a few moments, Theo finished informing Sejun of the events of Theo's journey and gave the money earned from the cherry tomatoes. Sejun demoted Theo because of his actions, and his title would be reinstated if Theo works hard and will raise the incentive to 5%. Theo decided to use their dialect always since it attracts customers. This decision made Sejun very happy since everyone would finally know his name. Theo was curious what Sejun meant, which Sejun explained that in each item they sell, the farmer's name is displayed and will let people know that he cultivated the tomatoes. Theo became frightened as he realized one grave mistake. There's a system for a beginner wandering merchant that forcibly hides the origin of their goods. The policy is meant to prevent wealthy wandering merchants from stealing the suppliers of beginner merchants. Since Theo is still a beginner, which means that Sejun's name is covered in the items. Theo plans to never tell the secret to Sejun because he is scared of being demoted another time. He then asked for more magic cherry tomatoes so that he could sell more. But what Theo really wanted is that he wishes for his level to increase, so the restriction will be removed, and the cultivator's name will be revealed. Sejun became curious of Theo's action, and assumed that he believed all of Sejun's words. Outside the tower, the hunters from the Phoenix Guild were having a pleasant conversation, taking their time. Dongshik, the guild leader, received a message from his daughter asking him to buy more magical cherry tomatoes because they were effective. After reading the message, Dongshik cried, and a guild member asked what was wrong. Dongshik explained that his daughter, who was always annoyed because of her diet, was now happy because she was losing weight. Dongshik regretted only buying 20 pieces of magical cherry tomatoes. He didn't know his daughter would love them so much, so he left the rest for his team. Others were curious why girls were so obsessed with the cherry tomatoes. One guild member gave some cherry tomatoes to a girl he had a romantic involvement with, and now they are dating. People were obsessed with the cherry tomatoes and would buy them in any quantity. Dongshik stopped his team from arguing and called the rest of the guild to join them, as they were about to proceed to the 38th floor. Coincidentally, the female members of the guild arrived and informed their leader that they were prepared to buy the magical cherry tomatoes. They phrased it as getting ready for an expedition. The women were physically prepared to deal with monsters, but their real intention was to buy more magical cherry tomatoes. They all agreed to the plan and headed to the 38th floor. Dongshik, like everyone else, also wanted to obtain more magical cherry tomatoes for his daughter no matter what. Theo was still on his task but wondered when he would reach 1,000 tower coins. His magic item could only store up to 1,500 pieces, so if Theo continued to sell at the current rate, he would have to go back and forth more than 10 times. Theo reminded himself to focus on selling first as it was his priority. He was now looking for places where humans gathered. After some time, the hunters finally found Theo, which made him curious. Theo asked if the hunters were looking for him and they agreed, explaining they had waited for 3 days because they didn't know when he would appear again. As the hunters were about to buy the cherry tomatoes Theo was carrying, he stopped them and informed them that the price had gone up. Dongshik asked what the commotion was about, and a guild member explained that the prices had risen to 0.07 tower coins. Theo hesitated at first, thinking he had raised the price too much, but he was surprised to find out that people were still trying to buy the magical cherry tomatoes in large quantities. The product sold out immediately. Dongshik asked when Theo would be back for more tomatoes, and Theo replied that they should wait at that exact place as he would return in 10 days. Dongshik agreed to the condition as it was perfect for regrouping after a quest, and he hoped to purchase more magical cherry tomatoes soon. He then called out to the guild members, informing them to finish their business quickly as they would be heading to the spider monster's lair. Theo was happy to have found regular customers, which would help him achieve his goals sooner. A female hunter called out to him saying he looked similar to the cat they knew. The female hunter introduced herself as Suha, and Theo corrected her, saying he was the only handsome cat there was. As Theo was about to leave, Suha offered him a treat. Theo tasted the food and immediately ate the whole thing. Suha offered more treats with different flavors, and when Theo asked if there were still more, Suha made an offer. She would give him more treats if he took a photo with them, which he easily accepted. Suha was satisfied with the photo she took with Theo, and planned to come back and meet him again soon. Meanwhile, inside the cave, Sejun was in the middle of giving Black Rabbit special swimming training. For safety reasons, Sejun temporarily blocked the hole where the fish came from. Even though he had checked on it a few times, he was still nervous. Sejun instructed Black Rabbit to swim without using the green onion. He had already seen great progress from Black Rabbit compared to when the rabbit almost drowned after becoming excited and jumping into the water. Sejun was tired and wanted to eat a sweet snack after playing in the water. He was surprised to see that he had already finished the bottle of sweet honey. He then realized that he hadn't seen the poisoned honeybee for some time and wondered if something had happened. While staring at the beehive, Sejun noticed that there was an increase in baby poison bees. To congratulate the poisoned honeybee, Sejun brought flowers as a gift, but the baby poison bees reacted with hostility. As they were about to be attacked, Sejun instructed Black Rabbit not to fight the baby poison bees as they were not enemies. The attack from the baby bees stopped when the poisoned honeybee emerged from the beehive, which surprised Sejun as she looked completely different and was now called the Queen Poisonous Honeybee. Sejun doubted if he was facing the same honeybee he knew. The poison bee is a meat-eating creature that hunts with venom. Aileen Fratani found this information from the books she had. She noticed the situation was under control and decided to leave it as it is for now. Sejun asked if the monster in front of him was really the cute poison honeybee he knew, and the queen bee confirmed. He was surprised by the sudden change. After she ate nectar from Sejun's cave, her body emitted a strong smell and she gained weight. This made the queen suspicious, but she soon understood why the queen's behavior had changed. The poison honeybee could now lay eggs, leading her to become independent. After meeting Sejun, the poison honeybee created a beehive inside the cave. Her appearance started to change and she became the queen poisonous bee. The poisonous queen bee was delighted to receive the gift that Sejun bought for her. When their queen hugged Sejun, the baby bees followed her example and hugged him too. A few days later, Sejun was awakened by the Black Rabbit. He had expected to have a good sleep during the blue moon. Sejun saw the carrot with blue moon energy and realized that he had previously thought the carrot wouldn't change because it was still small. Sejun understood why the white rabbits had woken him up to harvest the carrot. After harvesting it, the carrot was called an agility carrot. which would increase his agility stats by 0.05. Sejun's skills and level increased after harvesting the carrot. He noticed a change in his experience points and realized better crops would yield more points. Sejun gave the agility carrot to the white rabbits and thanked them. The adult white rabbit impressively cut the carrot into multiple pieces in one move. Sejun praised the white rabbit's skill, making the black rabbit jealous. Sejun noticed that after the blue moon, 5 magic cherry tomatoes had turned blue, and he offered them to the tower manager for the quest. He then asked if he could receive another skill reward for completing the quest. He became curious when the tower manager responded that she would have to think about it and give it to him later. Sejun heard Theo's voice and was asked to tell the bees not to attack Theo. He remembered Theo wasn't present when the baby bees were born, so they might have seen him as an enemy. After Sejun saved Theo from the baby bees, Theo thanked him and called him brother. Sejun corrected him, stating that Theo was his employee while holding his face. Sejun praised Theo for bringing more tower coins and increased his incentive. But what Theo really wanted was to be Sales Cat Theo and not just an employee. Theo realized it was difficult to earn a new title after hearing Sejun's explanation. Sejun was grateful to the tower manager for the information and planned to give her a blue moon crop next time. Sejun asked Theo what he was eating, and Theo said churu, which he got from a human. Things entered the tower in 2 ways: vanishing, like how Sejun entered, or through awakened hunters bringing items. Hunters could bring 1 kilogram of items from outside but had no restrictions when leaving. Sejun wondered why someone would bring churu just to meet a cat and had a new business idea. Theo noticed Sejun's menacing look and asked if he wanted to eat the churu. Sejun took the churu away from Theo and informed him that he would confiscate it since Theo had made a deal to obtain the churu. Sejun explained the special conditions of the contract, which required Theo to only have clients approved by Sejun. This meant that Theo had breached the contract. Theo was horrified to learn about the special conditions as it was the first time he had heard of them. Sejun calmed Theo down and told him not to be disappointed. Sejun then asked for the names of the clients Theo had mentioned before. Sejun informed Theo that for 1 hour he would be the sales cat, Theo. If he performed well in future trades, he could be sales cat Theo for multiple hours. Sejun pampered Theo by placing him between his legs, feeding him churu, and warming him by the bonfire. Theo was delighted with the treatment he was receiving and thought it must be part of being a sales cat. Sejun was about to serve the grilled fish that Theo had requested when he asked how Theo was able to reach the 38th floor without fighting any monsters. Theo explained that it was because of his wandering merchant license, for which he paid a hefty annual fee. The higher the level, the more money one needed to pay each year, but they would also receive benefits. With a wandering merchant license, one could use various association-protected facilities. Not being attacked by monsters was one of the perks of being a wandering merchant. When asked if he could bring hunters with him, Theo informed Sejun that while the wandering merchant would not be attacked due to the license, the hunters accompanying the merchant would be attacked. The wandering merchants used an exclusive shortcut called the Merchant Passageway, but it was only accessible to those with the wandering merchant license. Theo told Sejun that without the Merchant Passageway, it would be impossible to travel from the 38th floor to the cave in just 5 days. Sejun was then curious about the floor they were on, but was surprised when he was told that they were on the 99th floor of the tower. Sejun felt despair as the information he had assumed was wrong. He tried to make sense of the situation, but it remained unchanged, except for now knowing which floor they were on. Theo called out to Sejun and told him that his weekly pay had been reduced to ashes. Sejun prepared another batch of grilled fish while contemplating whether he should give up on leaving the tower. Considering it had only been a few weeks since the hunters started climbing the 40th floor, Theo tried to boss Sejun around, instructing him to grill the fish properly and not let it burn. But he was surprised when he was told that his hour of being a sales cat had finished. Sejun noticed the crest on Theo while he was still sad about no longer being a sales cat. Sejun imagined a group of hunters lost inside the tower with no potions or supplies. Suddenly, both Sejun and Theo appeared and informed the hunters that they were selling good items at a cheap price. The hunters immediately recognized Sejun and the mascot Theo, as they were known to appear in front of helpless hunters. They immediately asked to purchase the goods Sejun had brought and handed over all their money. Sejun stopped his imagination and asked Theo if it was possible for him to become a wandering merchant. Unfortunately for Sejun, Theo explained that only creatures born inside the tower could become wandering merchants. Sejun snapped completely as he no longer knew what to do and cursed out loud, catching the attention of everyone, including the tower manager. Sejun tried to calm himself down, realizing that shouting wouldn't help his situation. He thought that he should have prepared to endure the moment he decided to enter the tower. Sejun now planned to live his life to the fullest. Outside of the tower, the items that Sejun cultivated had become popular and were being discussed by 2 individuals. One of them was Jenny, the sister of a member of the Phoenix Guild and the CEO of Easter Pharmaceutical. The other individual was Michael McLaren, the vice president of Gagel Food Company. Both Jenny and Michael continued to discuss the effects of the magical cherry tomato and how it affected their businesses. While Michael was not convinced about the item, Jenny explained to him how vital the magical cherry tomato was. She showed him the data results they had obtained, which surprised Jenny since they were able to obtain it in a short period of time. After asking about her real intentions, Jenny asked Michael to give her the previously unsuccessful tower farming project, which caught Michael off guard. He asked how she knew about it. Jenny hinted to Michael that he should try to regain his father's trust, who was the current president of Gagel. Rumors were circulating that the board director would elect the next chairman on behalf of the sick current chairman. Jenny asked Michael to reconsider and offered the magical cherry tomato, to which Michael happily agreed this time. After eating the tomato, Michael complimented it and laughed hysterically. He then asked for more as he found it really appetizing. Sejun, who is completely stuck on the unreachable 99th floor of this tower, realizes that he has no way of getting transported back to beginner floors. So, accepting his fate, he chooses to settle in this very cave and comes up with ideas to fix the inconveniences he has been facing these past months here. For starters, he plans to increase the daily necessities as the members of his team are growing as the days go by, and also decides to learn about his surrounding environment to ensure everyone's safety. So, he asks Theo if there's any monsters nearby since Theo is the only one who frequently goes outside. After confirming from Theo that there's still that terrifying crimson giant bear from before, who lives just down the block from here, Sejun realizes that him going outside is not a viable option yet, but settling down here is also not very optimal decision. So he turns to the queen poison bee and figures out how he is going to set foot outside. Since the queen bee is an everlasting poison bee spawner, those bees will be able to patrol the nearby area of the cave, meaning that in that way, not only he can make it outside with the help of them, but also can cultivate more crops. To initiate this plan, Sejun assigns Theo the wandering merchant cat with some task, promising him that if he accomplishes all of them, he will be able to become a sales cat. Accordingly, Theo goes to the 38th floor after a few days to his same old trading spot, and discovers that many hunters have already set camp there to secure their share of the magical cherry tomatoes. It doesn't matter though, cause the more buyers the better for Mr. Nia here, so he jumps down to the camp and greets with the hunters, telling them that he has come with more magical tomatoes. Hearing that the wandering cat is here, one of the more arrogant hunters breaks the line carrying a heavy pouch of tower coins, and offers all of them for the full stock of tomatoes. However, unlike the times before, Theo explains to everyone that he will not be selling his items for a fixed price, but rather will be auctioning them to the highest payer. Although this proposition sounds extremely greedy, because the magical tomatoes are in such high demand, everyone starts considering it. Back at the cave in the meantime, Sejun proudly claims that it was his own genius auctioning idea, and strongly believes that his plan to get tons of coins will succeed greatly. He also shows his trust on Theo regarding this matter by chilling around, and states that he strongly believes that the mischievous cat will be able to accomplish the other important missions smoothly as well. The system menu suddenly appears, coming with the tower manager's message that he has asked for a glass of magical cherry tomato mixed with honey in exchange for a job-related skill. Of course, Sejun shows his disinterest in this quest, but as the tower manager insists that the job-related skill will be greatly useful for him, he agrees to make her one and starts off the juice-making process using tomatoes and honey. Then, he sends it to the tower manager, who this time reveals to us that she is just a lowly dragon with the typical protagonist obsession. Miss Dragon becomes mesmerized by the taste of the drink, and quickly sends Sejun the special beekeeping job skill as a reward. This skill apparently lets the user basically become the owner of the bees, which means that Sejun will now have full command over the poison bees. He thanks the tower manager for such a great gift, but at the same time he insults her, calling her a winged pig, ruining her mood entirely. Going back to the 38th floor, Theo rounds up all the hunters who, although showing their hesitancy at first because of their desperation to lose weight or make their loved ones lose weight, start bidding one after the other. However, none of the hunters manage to beat one guy who doubles their bid amount, revealing himself to be Michael, the vice president of Gagel Pharmaceutical Company, who is widely known as the Master of Hunters. With 2 more rounds of auctions left, it is now certain that Mr. Money in the Bank is going to buy it all. Just as expected, Michael outbids everyone with his hard work, and leaves everyone realizing that even when they are awakened, they will always be broke compared to a multimillionaire. Even in the 3rd round, no one stands a chance, as Michael buys all of Theo's magical cherry tomatoes for a total of 300 tower coins. While Michael and his team head back to the 1st floor with everything loaded up, the 2 Churu girls from before approach Theo again, and one of them, Suha, asks Theo for a picture again in exchange for a Churu. But unlike last time, Theo rejects her offer, being a proper sales cat, and tells her that if she gives him coffee, salt, and pear instead of churu, he will let her take a picture with him. With the two girls easily agreeing to his conditions, Theo reveals that this condition was originally an idea of Sejun as well, because he was the one who had wanted to have a taste of coffee and spices. So, with this job done, Theo becomes excited as he can now spend more time on Sejun's lap, and happily lets Suha take a picture with him. Not only that, he even lets both the girls feel his soft little paws, getting them overloaded with his cuteness. Now that this mission is complete, Theo reveals that he has only one mission left, so he initiates it by approaching Suha, who seems to be busy uploading the picture she just took on Instagram, and first asking her whether she is from the Republic of South Korea. After confirming that she is, he tells her that he will be needing her help specifically. On the other hand, the poison bees are happily pollinating the flowers while the lazy farmer Sejun is lazing around and meditating. He gets happy as he suddenly gets tons of notifications from the system board stating that his beekeeping skills are leveling up. He explains to us that the queen bee has started spawning again, and because of that, the bee population has begun to increase, making it even easier for him to level up his beekeeping skill. Because of the increase in level, the system has now allowed him to upgrade his beehive possessions from 1 to 2, which means more honey for everyone. With everything blooming, Sejun celebrates with the rabbits by treating them to agility carrots, which not only increase agility but also break fat and improve vision like the cherry tomato, which also means that it will become another reliable income source. So he starts harvesting more carrots, when suddenly the system announces that he has reached level 10 as a farmer, and assigns him an ascension job quest that will allow him to unlock new class traits. According to what Sejun has heard previously, normal hunters receive combat-related missions as part of their ascension quests, but since he is the only farmer in this tower, his quest is surely different from others. And as he accepts the quest, he gets tasked with expanding his farming area to 50 square meters, a relatively easy task. After completing the quest in the blink of an eye, Sejun jumps to level 11 and also acquires 10 tower coins as a reward. Additionally, he also acquires one job trait, which allows him to get experience points every time he creates 1 meter square of a crop field. As the quest is successfully done, everyone starts heading to their homes to take a good long break, when suddenly Mama and Papa Rabbit lock the door on the kids, leaving them in the open field with Sejun for no reason. Sejun doesn't understand why is this phenomenon happening again, and realizes that Mama and Papa Rabbit must have done so in order to help these children in their adult bodies to become independent. But Sejun also understands that it is too late for all of them to dig their own homes, so for tonight, he allows them to sleep with him and takes a good night rest. On the other side, the hunter group leader Kim Dong-shik gets upset over the fact that he couldn't attain a single cherry tomato for his daughter, and sulks alone. Suha approaches him along with Theo, who first confirms if the guy is the leader of the people who came from Korea. After confirming that, the sly cat proposes to make a contract with Dong-shik, leaving everyone wondering what the mastermind behind the scenes is up to now. Theo hands Dong-shik a contract letter that states that Dong-shik will have to send 50 million to the family of Park Sejun and tell them that Sejun is doing well, all in exchange for 50 tower coins and 200 magical cherry tomatoes. As Theo shows Dong-shik the tomatoes, he gets tears in his eyes as he now can give them to his daughter and can be called the best dad by her. So he of course unhesitantly accepts the deal, but he can't help but wonder who this Park Sejun even is, and why can't he go out of the tower to meet with his family? However, Theo can't just tell him that Sejun is stuck on the 9th floor, as it is a top secret, so he goes with the answer that he is just running errands for Sejun and doesn't know everything, which is not far from the truth. Theo also includes a lie saying that Sejun is from the 40th floor, making Dong-shik assume that since no one else has reached that floor yet, these magical tomatoes can probably be found there. Theo doesn't confirm his assumptions and only tells him that Sejun is a man full of secrets. Hearing all of this, Dong-shik gets agitated as he imagines Sejun as an overpowered solo hunter who doesn't belong to any guild and perhaps is the most talented man in the tower. But that is far from the truth, as the protagonist is just an NPC farmer. Being the leader of a guild, Dong-shik decides to be in touch with Theo so that he can get more leads on this supposed super talented hunter, hoping that one day he will be able to convince Sejun to join his guild. With these hopes up, Dong-shik accepts the contract and promises Theo to return in 10 days with the good news. Back at the cave in 99th floor, the rabbits shows that they have already built their own personal huts and are fully ready to live on their own. Sejun commends all of them for their hard work, but regrets the fact he himself doesn't have a house yet. In any case, he throws a housewarming party for the rabbits and raises a toast for the hard-working companions. He thanks everyone for their contribution to his farm, and judging the fact that the Mama Rabbit and Papa Rabbit are all touchy-touchy, he realizes more rabbits are soon to join his farm family. Like every other time, the system menu appears out of nowhere, notifying Sejun that the monthly seed store is now open, and this time, it offers him one out of strawberry, potato, and lettuce seeds. Of course, seeing the lettuce, Sejun gets cravings for eating burgers, But because he has no source of meat excluding the rabbits, he passes on the lettuce seeds and chooses to have potatoes, as they are the best source of carbohydrates. After almost getting crushed by a giant bag of potatoes, Sejun begins dreaming of steaming and boiling these potatoes to make pancakes out of them, and everyone gets super excited over his food enthusiasm. But he decides to rest for today, and encourages everyone to plant all of these potatoes the very next day. Meanwhile, Theo goes back to his home, the Central Merchants District, without informing Sejun, and finds himself negotiating with a shopkeeper for a mere frying pan. After successfully buying his first item without getting scammed, he gets proud of himself and thanks his personal tutor, Sejun, for teaching him how to hustle like a true Asian. While walking down the streets proudly, the cat runs into his good old scammer friend Scarum, who looks to be in the middle of scamming another poor cat like him. And since Theo doesn't want anyone else to get into the trouble has been in thanks to Scarum, he confronts the sly goblin, telling him to put a stop to his foolish antics. As he calls out Scarum first acts as if he is an old friend of Theo and offers him some nice food, acting like a nice guy. However, Theo knows that Scarum is surely up to no good again, so he tells Scarum to stop acting like they are close to each other and makes it clear to the other beginner merchant that Scarum here is a complete fraud. Scarum claims that he only offered Theo great items at an affordable price just because he pitied him, but that is obviously a lie, so Theo again tells the beginner merchant not to fall for it, and reveals to him that the item Scarum just gave him is just an ordinary tool from the outside world and doesn't have any magic inside it. Scarum, of course, tries to get out this situation, but Theo keeps accusing him and even calls the guards, saying that Scarum here is a fraud who is in the middle of deceiving a beginner merchant. As Scarum starts running away from the approaching guards, Theo gets relieved as he has successfully saved a fellow beginner merchant, and after making sure that he is alright, he takes his leave from there. But the beginner merchant reveals to us that he is not a merchant at all, but an undercover cop named Agent Zerath, who was in the middle of arresting Scarum for fraudulent activity. Zerath calls his subordinates and scolds them for not seeing this coming beforehand, telling them to send him 100 letters of apology as their punishment. To give context, Zerath and his police force has been lately receiving a number of reports about a fraudulent merchant, and after a long time, he was able to track down that fraud goblin Scarum. However, because of Theo's interference today, his chance of an on-the-spot arrest has failed, so he will have to revise his plan again and decides to look into Theo's files to find out how he is connected to Scarum. Sejun shows the rabbits the technique to cut the potatoes, and as they accordingly cut them into 4 equal slices, he instructs them to wet the soil and put the cut section down. With this technique, Sejun easily plants 400 potato seeds using only 100 potatoes. Of course, he is not a professional farmer, so most of his experience comes from watching YouTube. Now that he is done planting potatoes, he decides to dig some sweet potatoes. But before doing so, he reminds the rabbits that they will have to remove the sweet potato vines, as those vines will be used to make sweet potatoes again. The rabbits accordingly do all the work for the lazy protagonist, and once their work is done, they celebrate by doing a weird victory twerk dance. Sejun doesn't judge them at all because his living with rabbits is the weirdest thing of them all. Instead, he focuses on digging the potatoes when suddenly he comes across an E-grade sweet potato called the Pumpkin of the Sun, which is even rarer than the Blue Moon tomatoes. He also gains an achievement for spawning a new breed and becomes completely shocked to see how great his job-related skills are turning out to be. On the outside world, a man in black comes out of his car, revealing himself to be Dongshik, who also reveals himself to be just in front of Sejun's house to complete his part of the deal. Because Sejun was the inventor of this new breed of sweet potato, the system makes a new rule stating that no one else can cultivate the sweet potato without his permission. This means that even if Sejun sells it to someone else, no one will be able to grow it as he has the copyright to it. Since this sweet potato is a new variety, Sejun decides grow it even more instead of eating it and replants it once again. Then, he starts digging up the normal sweet potatoes and eats it with his team, after roasting it alongside some roasted fish. The tower manager begs for her share of the roasted sweet potatoes, and after getting them, she gulps them all down like the winged pig she is, and turns to the crystal ball to stalk our lazy protagonist, who looks to be in the middle of making something similar to French fries. But Sejun explains that what he is making is not French fries, but dried sweet potatoes, which are apparently even tastier than the roasted ones. On the other hand, Dongshik arrives at Sejun's place's front door, and gets welcomed by the overly excited and worried siblings and parents of Sejun, who assumed that their lost brother had returned. But much to their disappointment, that is not the case, and to explain everything to them, Dongshik first takes a seat. He then formally introduces himself as one of the top-tier hunters in this country and states that he has come here personally today to deliver an envelope on behalf of Sejun's request. He hands them the envelope, which makes Sejun's family think that perhaps Sejun has passed away and this is his final will. But Dongshik explains that this is not a will, but a check for a whopping 50 million won. He further explains that Sejun, for some reason, isn't able to come out of the tower because of a quest and only sends his regards. Now that the job is done, Dongshik asks Sejun's younger brother Sedol how Sejun went missing since he himself doesn't have much idea about this mysterious hunter. According to what Sedol says, Sejun has been missing for several months and is not even on the awakened hunters list, which makes them assume that he was not absorbed by the tower. Gaining all of this information, Dongshik becomes sure of the fact that Sejun is a solo player, who must be a genius because in these past 10 years, no one else have been to past floor 40 in a group, let alone doing it solo. With nothing else to gain, Dongshik takes his leave and immediately heads to meet with his loving daughter to give her the cherry tomatoes. The new day begins with Sejun planting more carrots using the technique of making the cut carrot tops grow roots, by drenching them into water and then planting them into the ground. The reason for him doing so is because the roots that have been eaten do not grow back, and when flowers grow in the upper part, the seeds are collected. Such complex processes make Sejun love farming even more, and even gives him the feeling of being rewarded with unexpected gains that build up over time. Speaking of rewards, the tower manager demands Sejun for the dried potatoes, and so Sejun goes to the drying point where he finds the potatoes to be all dried up and ready to eat. As he gives it a try, he gets bliss to the maximum level because of the savory taste of the dried potato. After having a mouthful, he sends a bunch of dried potatoes to the tower manager after packing all of them inside a gift package. The tower manager thanks Sejun for such a wholesome gift, and after receiving it, she wonders whether she should even eat something so cute. The queen bee approaches Sejun and gives him a corn pollen bundle, making him realize that there is no honey inside the corn crops, but only pollen. But since pollen is also a good substitute for honey, he gives it a try and claims that it tastes completely like a bittersweet candy. Theo makes his return and gives Sejun the good news that he has successfully accomplished all of his given missions, including conveying the message to Sejun's family. Sejun gets relieved hearing that his family now knows he is okay. He wonders what his family must be thinking that he is doing, but he knows for a fact that there's no chance they would think he is a tower farmer, stuck in a cave with rabbits, bees, and a cute cat. After thinking about it, Sejun remembers that his dad had a knack for farming, and believes that he has inherited his farming skills from his father. Sejun also remembers his mom who had always cooked delicious meals for him, and recollects his memories with his family. His companions come to comfort him, as they realize he must be feeling lonely, and makes him realize that he is not alone, but has a family here as well. Seljun becomes happy again seeing them all together, and moves back to the main topic, asking Theo how much he has earned this time. Theo explains that he has used 50 tower coins for the contract fee, and 14 coins for the errand guy, and still has 208 tower coins left. He also brings out the kitchen utensils that he brought back to his home district, explaining that he bought these also for Sejun. Sejun becomes delighted to see something modern for once, and gets even more amazed to see that the trusty cat has bought him a dagger as well. He looks at the stats of the dagger and finds it to be unappreciated, which, according to the system, means that it cannot be used recklessly for some reason. Of course, this is a fake message because the tower manager actually wants to see the dagger for herself, and as Sejun gives it to her in disappointment, she appraises it for him and assures him that it isn't an item that will cause him harm. After getting it back, Sejun appraises it and finds out that it is named equipment, which apparently makes it a very expensive item in the outside world, because named equipment is, for some reason, rare and precious. Learning all of this makes Sejun realize that Theo is really a talented little kitten, so he decides to make even better use of him. Anyway, he begins practicing with his dagger for now on the green onions, and thanks sales cat Theo for bringing such great items. Theo doesn't get satisfied with a mere thank you, so he brings out the seasonings that Suha gave him earlier, and gives them to Sejun to get more praise. Sejun, not believing what's before his eyes, picks up the pack of salt and tries it out, which makes him gasp for air and overreact even more after tasting the essence of pepper. After acting like seasonings are something from heaven, Sejun thanks Theo again and agrees to pet him for 24 hours. It is worth mentioning that Mr. Chonky Rabbit seems to already be using the salt on a carrot. Anyway, the next morning Sejun prepares a tasty barbecue with fish, onions, and salt, and invites his entire farm family for the feast of a lifetime. The normal rabbit finds the pepper to be spicy, but not the warrior rabbit, because he has more resistance to it. On the other hand, Theo shows his disinterest in mixing fish with other stuff and only demands pure grilled fish with no seasonings. Both parties agree to disagree and proceed to eat their own favorite meals. Afterwards, Sejun and the rabbits do their daily routine of nurturing and harvesting the cherry tomatoes, and while doing so, Sejun finds out that his dagger is not only a combat item, but also a handy farming tool because it has the attribute of increasing all skills by 5% when using it. So, Sejun thanks Theo once again for bringing such a great tool to him, and as a reward, he makes him also do the harvesting work. Theo does his part of the work quickly so that he can leave, and as he starts walking away, Sejun stops him and assigns him more work, telling him to stop by the place where he bought the kitchen utensils from and bring more items for him from there. With Theo gone, Sejun keeps harvesting cherry tomatoes to gain more experience when suddenly he realizes that the rank of these tomatoes has increased because of his farming level, meaning that the tomatoes have double attributes in them now, making them even more valuable. He realizes that maybe because he is now a D-ranked farmer, his crops have also become D-ranked. While he and the others are busy harvesting these new materials, the tower manager enters her treasury room, where she reveals to have a beautiful ice statue of hers put on a pedestal. But she breaks that valuable item, and replaces it with the plastic-wrapped sweet potato fries that Sejun gave her earlier, meaning that this mere fry is more valuable to her than the extremely costly ice statue. She shows herself to be completely obsessed with the human and stalks him again using the crystal ball, even though he is just minding his own business and peacefully taking a nap. She reveals that the place Sejun currently resides is completely infested with monsters, and she has been the one who has been protecting him all this time at night by scouting this area. But before she can go to the 99th floor again to do so, she sees that a baby monster Crimson Bear has approached Sejun, so she quickly wakes him up through the system and also asks the baby bear to go away. But the baby bear accidentally falls from the edge and lands safely on Sejun's hands, who becomes overloaded by its cuteness. Sejun instantly realizes that it's the baby of the same monster he saw during the blue moon a few months ago, and wonders how such a fiery monster's baby is this cute. The tower manager asks Sejun why he saved this monster, knowing that it is dangerous, and instructs him to quickly send it out of the cave as its mother is certainly nearby and looking for it. Sejun doesn't think it will be okay if he sends it away because it's just a baby, and believes that it would be better if the mother came here and picked it up herself. However, the tower manager disagrees with Sejun and informs him that the crimson giant mama bear is a gluttonous monster and will eat all the food in the cave. Sejun, of course, doesn't pay attention to the tower manager's warnings and accepts the baby bear as a member of his farm family because of its cuteness. He introduces the baby bear to everyone and specifically asks the queen bee to give it some honey, because bears naturally love honey. The tower manager doesn't like how things are going at all, and for Sejun's own good, she assigns a quest to him, stating that if he doesn't send the baby Crimson Bear out, he will starve to death. Even when this is a direct order, Sejun doesn't listen to her, as he doesn't think that such an innocent person can cause him any harm. So the tower manager takes the quest down and tells Sejun to do whatever he wants. In the midst of their argument, the baby bear falls asleep, so Sejun lets it sleep with him today and decides to send it back the next day. But unfortunately for him, the baby bear is also a gluttonous monster, and when he wakes up the next morning, he finds out that the baby bear has gulped down all of the items from the storage and has even grown double in size because of eating so much. Sejun realizes his mistake and regrets not listening to the tower manager, so he quickly apologizes to her and finally considers sending it away before it destroys his entire farm. But he has still yet to come up with a way to send it out, and because the most basic way to climb someone out of a high wall is to tie them up, he makes a rope using green onion leaves and ties the baby bear with it. Then, with the help of the rabbits and the bees, he pulls out the bear from the cave and sends it away, telling it to return to its mother. Because Sejun finally listened to the tower manager's commands, she sent him a job-related skill reward named Seed Gathering that increased the chance of obtaining better seeds when harvesting crops. A few days later, he once again returns his farm to its former glory. But unfortunately for him, the baby bear returns again, this time with its mother. Sejun gives up on his life, assuming that the mama bear has come here to eat him, so he gets on his knees and begs her not to eat him, saying he's not tasty and only eats boring tomatoes. However, the mama bear is not here to eat him, and the tower manager confirms that as well, saying that the mama bear is actually here because it wants more honey to feed its baby. According to the manager, the mama bear also promises to protect the surrounding area for Sejun in return for the honey, which is a great offer. So Sejun, of course, happily agrees on the deal, and gets on his paws to get outside the cave for the first time and see the actual world of this tower for the first time ever. As he looks around, he finds himself near a mountain area, and becomes totally amazed by the view of this place. In this distance, he sees a huge beam, which, according to the tower manager, is a waypoint that allows hunters from outside the tower to move between floors. This means that if Sejun manages to use the waypoint, he will be able to leave the 99th floor and get out of the tower. But to do so, he will have to go through the wilderness, and since it is impossible for him to walk all that way, he turns to Mama Bear and asks her if she can take him to that beam. In response, she says that she cannot do so as there are around 3,000 monsters that way, and because it is not her territory, she too will become a target for them. So that is not an option anymore. Mama Bear explains that its territory is only from the inside of the forest to the surrounding area of this place, and that is why most monsters don't come to this place. But if Sejun goes out of her territory, she will no longer be able to protect him. With that being said, Sejun discards his idea to escape momentarily and brings out a bottle of honey for the cub bear as per the deal. Sejun also offers the mama bear some, but she says she is fine, and thanks him for helping its cub grow so much in a single day. She also adds that there is nothing to eat in this environment, so she is grateful to Sejun for feeding its cub honey. This also means that the mama bear has been starving, and because she has now become Sejun's friend, he offers to cook some food for her. With the help of the rabbits, he quickly cooks her a tasty fish, tomato, and carrot stew, and tells her to feel free to have all of it. Mama becomes so happy about Sejun's generosity that she gives both him and the rabbits a huge bear hug, and thanks him once again. The tower manager, who has been watching everything, also makes her comment, saying that she only thought the bear would be dangerous because she herself knew that the bear was hungry, but she didn't expect that Sejun would be able to establish friendly relations with such a dangerous monster. Now that things have turned out to be this way, the tower manager can only hope that Sejun will increase his farm area and give her more food every day. On the other side of this story, at the Wandering Merchant Inspection Bureau headquarters, Agent Zerath looks up Theo's files and doesn't find anything out of the ordinary, much to his disappointment. Even in this little information on Theo, what Zerath doesn't understand is how Theo secured such a high number of sales, even though he clearly doesn't have any skill as a merchant. He finds it oddly suspicious, and decides to take this case seriously. A cute white puppy cop enters Zerath's office and informs him about a burglary incident on the 55th floor, at their landlord Grid house, along with reports of stolen goods entering the black market. According to Zerath, Grid is a vicious landlord who eats off the backs of peasants. So that makes him wonder why the law enforcement agency has to meddle in that landlord's matters. At that moment, another officer barges in with another report from Theo, which states that he has arrived on the 75th floor through the passageway of wandering merchants. So, Zerath quickly heads off to learn more about Theo and what he is up to. The next morning, Mama and Cub Bear come to visit Sejun once again at his cave, and just like last time, Sejun asks for her help so that he can go outside the cave. He gives the Mama Bear a good amount of food to eat, and sends her off on a patrol to the surrounding area so that he can farm on the outside in the meantime. Unfortunately, the land appears to not be very fertile, like it was inside the cave, which makes it difficult for crops to grow. But the baby bear comes up with a solution and mows down the entire area to make it fertile. Sejun thanks it by offering it some sweet potatoes, and notices how its height is now almost the same as his, which kind of creeps him out. However, even after the baby bear's help, the land is still kind of barren, so Sejun for now only plants sweet potatoes, which are the easiest to grow, and waits for the land to become more fertile so that he can plant cherry tomatoes in the future. While he is busy planting all of the sweet potatoes, the dumb baby bear digs all of them as if they were playing treasure and eats them, ruining all of their efforts. So, Sejun gives it a good scolding and teaches him what planting is, so that it doesn't make the same mistake again. Meanwhile, Theo goes to the usual auctioning place on the 38th floor and offers to auction 300 batches of magical cherry tomatoes for a total of 1,800 tomatoes. Even though this looks like a solid plan to gain more gold, because corporate god Michael isn't here this time, he gets less gold than last time and becomes disappointed in his salesman techniques. Dongshik approaches him and tells him to let Sejun know that he has talked with his family, so there is nothing to worry about. Theo asks him why he didn't participate in the auction this time, and in reply, Dongshik explains that he only stayed quiet because he wanted something else from the cat, specifically a picture. In exchange, Dongshik gives Theo a bag of red pepper powder, which Theo tastes, not knowing how spicy it is. After that, Theo upgrades his Wandering Cat bundle pack from the merchant house so that he can bring more cherry tomatoes in his backpack the next time. He becomes greedy for his own growth and starts dreaming of becoming a mid-class merchant soon, hoping that he will become superior to Sejun and make him kneel before him. On his way back, he runs into Zerath, who has disguised himself as a beginner merchant to trick Theo into spilling the beans. Zerath thanks Theo for his help last time and offers to repay him for saving him. However, the ginger cat doesn't accept the offer, claiming to be busy and heads off on his road again. This greatly shocks Zerath, so he keeps offering Theo more tempting food items, but still, Theo shows his disinterest in wasting time. So Zerath becomes quite desperate and gets on his knees, telling him to at least help him become a skilled merchant. He even flatters Theo by telling him that he is a great wandering merchant, which inflates the cat's ego, so he decides to teach him the ropes of trading. He first takes him to the smithy alley to buy the goods that Sejun wanted, and then he goes to many other places to buy stuff that Zerath thinks is unappraisable, and to be simply put, useless. Zerath also sees how untalented as a merchant Theo is, and realizes that the cat is truly pathetic, which doesn't explain why he has so many sales. But Theo actually shows to be quite commendable, as he shows to have the skill for negotiating and getting discounts. Zerath claps for him even though he is clearly annoyed, and he asks him what he even intends on buying here. Of course, Theo buys a bunch of junk, including a hat, and after showing Zerath his merchant technique, Theo tells him not to annoy him anymore. Zerath also stops following him, but he soon remembers that among the stolen goods from the landlord Grid's house, the hat is one of them, meaning that Theo actually has a knack for buying good items. Back at the cave, Sejun separates the seedlings from the carrot flowers, as he has to plant half of them in the cave and the other half on the upper ground. On the other hand, the rabbits gather fish because they want to have dinner now, so Sejun stops working and starts making fish soup for them. He also harvests some well-ripe cherry tomatoes, and that helps him increase his harvest level to level 4, which unlocks a new effect that allows the user to have a chance to increase the harvested crop level by 1 level. Sejun realizes that maybe if he levels up all his skills to level 4, new effects may be added to them just like in Harvest, but he doesn't put much thought into it for now, as he has to prepare dinner for his farm family and prepare the fish soup for Mama Rabbit, who reveals to be pregnant with Papa Rabbit. The baby bear comes there to join in on the breakfast just in time, so Sejun first heads outside with the help of a rock as a pulley, and explains that it was all thanks to the mama bear, who originally brought the giant boulder here, and thanks to her, he now has a manual elevator from the cave to the outside area. Sejun gives the cub bear some roasted sweet potatoes, and after eating all of them, the cub takes the last one and naively plants it down in the ground, thinking that it will sprout. Seeing this, Sejun and the rabbits laugh at the spectacle and explain it simply by saying that cooked stuff doesn't grow. While they are having a good laugh, the queen bee reveals that she has turned her beehive into a castle and is holding a suspicious-looking cocoon in her hands. The warrior bear comes up with a new idea to train his fighting skills and spars with the cub bear, who seems to be completely invulnerable to any damage whatsoever. In the meantime, Sejun eats some savory drinks when he notices that a poison bee is out on patrol. But not only that bee, but all of the bees, including the queen bee, come outside and hand Sejun the item that she was holding earlier. As Sejun appraises the item, he sees that it's a cocoon of the poison bee queen that can hatch into a poison bee after 10 days. And when it does, it will consider the first target it sees as its owner. Sejun realizes the only reason the queen bee gave this cocoon to him is because she herself is not powerful enough to control the entire beehive, as she is a new queen. So, if another queen rises, the bees of the beehives will have to split, weakening their total power. Sejun decides to raise this cocoon to be a wonderful queen poison bee, and hopes for the day when they will meet. Theo makes his return while singing Nya Nya, and as he almost reaches the cave, he gets shocked to see the cub bear, and seeing that Sejun's bag is in its mouth, he starts to think that maybe it has eaten Sejun as well. The dumb cat jumps on the cub bear to take revenge, but just as he is in mid-air, Sejun makes his entry and welcomes Theo back. Theo first confirms that Sejun is alright, and then asks him how and why the hell a crimson bear is just chilling around here. Sejun starts from the beginning to explain everything, and calms down the ginger cat. Anyway, Sejun himself gets annoyed by calling the bear cub by bear cub, so he gives it the rather pathetic name Kyung, showing that he has no sense in naming people. Kyung loves his name, so who are we to judge? Theo doesn't like the fact that another being is getting the attention of Sejun, so he quickly diverts his attention towards him, and tells him what missions he has accomplished up until now. For doing his job perfectly, Sejun treats Theo to some churu, and even pets him while doing so. Quang comes to have his share of the churu, which gets Theo mad, and as both of them get into an argument, Quang screams out for his mom, who comes jumping there in anger, and makes Theo realize that he has messed up badly. Seeing the gigantic crimson bear in full rage mode, Theo does what cats do the best, acting like a total P-word, and introducing himself to the mama bear while trembling in fear. Knowing that the mama bear is about to hurt him, Theo shows her his wandering trader badge, which disallows any monsters from hurting merchants. But mama bear doesn't care and roars loudly at the dumb cat, who this time completely loses it and apologizes to Kyung while crying like a baby. Sejun also explains to mama bear that it was just a small argument between these two, and promises her that nothing bad has happened, so mama bear finally calms down and leaves again to patrol the area. Sejun apologizes to Theo, even though he should be the one apologizing to him for being immature. But in any case, both parties make up with each other, become friends, and live happily ever after. While all of them are asleep, Mama and Papa Rabbit come out of the cave and put their right hands right into Theo's pouch. The Papa Bear brings out the hat that Theo has bought from his home district and puts it on, but seeing that it is too big for him, he then gives it to the sleeping Sejun, who is the rightful owner of it. While Sejun's farm family is sleeping in peace, Somewhere in another chaotic dimension, many dragons seem to have gathered around a powerful man named Kaiser, who was desperately trying to open the tower. The person named Anton Fratani tells the man to calm down, but the man explains that he cannot sit around when Aileen is all alone. Of course, Aileen is the tower manager, which means that this man and Anton are dragons as well, which also opens the doors for Aileen, the tower manager, to become a love interest of Sejun. According to Kaiser, it has been 10 years since the last seizure of Aileen, but even after getting the medicine, he hasn't been able to open the portal for some reason. Moreover, the emergency system of the tower apparently doesn't work either, which leaves no way for him to cross over inside. Anton tells him not to worry and assures him of his trust in the Fratani great dragons. For context, the tower manager Aileen's cabin is at the center of all the magic that supports the tower. Furthermore, dragons like Aileen take turns managing the tower and using this place in order to get stronger. But according to Anton, all the other dragons gave up on the tower because Aileen suddenly became ill. So instead, they started looking for a medicine to cure her illness and suffered many losses. But still, they couldn't fix her dragon heart. Now her body has become completely unstable, and even though it's worrying, Anton, who is Aileen's father, can't do a thing as they, for some reason, aren't able to enter the tower. But he hasn't lost hope yet, and believes that Aileen is still fighting her seizure strongly. He assumes that something good is happening with his daughter, since she hasn't used the emergency gates yet, and so he requests that the dragons of Fratani stand by until the tower opens again. Aileen, on the other hand, reveals herself to be all okay and totally busy eating cherry tomatoes while chilling in her library. Her dragon heart suddenly took a beat, which makes her wonder how this phenomenon happened, because, in the past 200 years, it hasn't beaten once. She realizes that maybe it is because she has been eating these healthy foods for such a long time that it has stopped her seizures and increased her mana as well. She starts to believe that the tomatoes will be able to heal her dragon heart one day as well, and she decides to protect tower farmer Sejun so that one day his tomatoes can heal her completely. She, being the 200-year-old creep, starts spying on Sejun again and sees that he has yet another unrated item, which brings out an evil giggle out of her. Sejun wakes up to the sound of system messages from Aileen bombarding his face and sees her message that asks him if he remembers her given warning, which states that unappreciated items being used recklessly can put him in big trouble. Sejun doesn't understand what she means until he finds the straw hat on top of his head and realizes Theo was the one who brought it for him. So he quickly appraises the item with the help of Aileen, and as he gives the hat to her, she uses her appraisal skill on the hat and realizes that the item is quite excellent this time. But she doesn't want to give it back for free, so she asks for crops full of blue moon energy in exchange for the appraised hat. Sejun agrees to the deal and thanks her for always helping him. Because both of them now share quite a friendly bond, Aileen shares her full name with him, telling him that it is a great honor for the ones who know her true name. Although Sejun doesn't care, he thanks Aileen for sharing her name, and Pinky promises her to give all of his crops full of the energy of the blue moon during the next blue moon. With their first promise being held, Aileen sends Sejun his hat back, which turns out to be an artifact. The system shows that this artifact is specifically made for farming, and has the unique skill of protecting Mother Earth. Not only that, this artifact is apparently one of the only 10 artifacts in the tower, making it an extremely rare and valuable item. Sejun eagerly wears it, and after the hat confirms that he is a farmer, the artifact's grade level increases to Sejun's farmer level, D, and also adds 2 more skills called Farmer's Body and Good Harvest. In the case of the first skill, Protection of Mother Earth, this skill grants protection to the farmer's all-owned farmland. Next, a Farmer's Body increases the wearer's stats by 3, because a farmer's body always has to be story. And lastly, a Good Harvest raises the probability of having a good harvest. Simply speaking, the skills of this straw hat are truly amazing, and Sejun also thinks the same, so he thanks Theo for having gold hands. He even kisses Theo's gold hands, and promises him that he will pet him for 1 whole week. Later at the cave, everyone gets tensed and silent as it is Mama Rabbit's delivery time. The sickle rabbit comes out holding 3 baby rabbits, and Papa Rabbit comes out with 3 more, bringing a total of 6 new members to this farm family. Theo realizes that he has become an uncle, so he gives his precious churu to these newborn rabbits, even though normally he shares them with no one. So, everyone should have a good laugh about it. Meanwhile, at the waypoint of floor 99, a mysterious beastman reveals to have set path here along with his army, ready to find his prey in the next blue moon. This beastman reveals himself to be this floor boss, the king of horses and cows, and is most definitely looking for the tower farmer for plot reasons. Soon after, Sejun's farm begins blooming with flowers and crops, and even his harvest increases by 50% because of the farmer hat artifact effects. Theo tries to be a responsible uncle and constantly keeps the newborn rabbits away from danger by always sticking by their side. Being the cool uncle, Theo goes out on a short adventure with the baby rabbits and gets the approval of the mama and papa rabbits as well. With everything going smoothly, the day of the blue moon arrives, when all of the monsters are forced to become enraged. So everyone, along with Theo, makes the necessary preparations to hide from the blue moon's light, and as it begins, a loud noise pierces through Sejun's ears, making him wonder what kind of monster is responsible for such a loud roar. He tries to put tomatoes in his ears as an earplug, but even that doesn't work. And as the noise comes closer, it becomes clear to him that these are the cries of cows, making him wonder what cows are doing here on the 99th floor. He quickly forgets about the noise as his attention diverts towards his crops, which are constantly affected by the blue moon. Hoping for a good harvest, he takes a nap, and the next day, he goes outside with Theo to check if the outside field is safe as well. Unsurprisingly, he discovers the entire surrounding area to be torn apart and completely destroyed, possibly by the cows. And judging by the huge footprints, he realizes that they must be extremely strong. But Sejun, as usual, finds something useful even in this disaster, as he realizes that because of all this digging and dirt piling, the mysterious cows have done him a huge favor, as the dirt pile has better soil than the usual barren soil. Thanks to them, Sejun finally believes that he can now turn this barren area into a bountiful field, and to make his dream a reality, he will first have to refill the holes made by the cows with this fertile dirt. But because forklifts do not exist in the tower, Sejun wonders how he should do so. Aileen sends him a message telling him to return to the cave quickly, as the outside area is dangerous since Mama and Kyung aren't there. Sejun also remembers that he has made a promise to Aileen, so he quickly returns to his base and harvests all of the blue moon crops, including the blue corn and blue tomatoes, and sends them to her. Aileen eats them all at once, hoping it will make her dragon heart pound again, but instead of working, it causes a side effect and makes her fall to the ground abruptly. Meanwhile, Sejun, who has no idea what is happening to the tower manager, cooks one of the blue moon corn by steaming it and decides to make corn silk tea as well. He shares the food with the rabbits as well, because they are the biggest contributors to this farm. Every one of them is enjoying this exquisite delicacy, and afterward they go back to the farm again to harvest more crops, repeating the boring cycle over and over again. This time, because of his increment in level, the corn gets attached to a new attribute that lets the consumer have better skin, which makes it an amazing product to sell. Mama Bear and Queng come to the cave after 3 whole days, so Sejun warmly welcomes them by giving them a bottle of fresh honey. At the same time, Theo takes his leave, as he needs to do more sales work to live up to his reputation. With him out of sight, Sejun decides to finally organize the destroyed field by the cows. Speaking of the cows, their king assembles all of them in front of the waypoint and scolds every single one of them for failing to bring any food to eat. The king wonders why there is no grass here in this land, as when he was here last time, the place was a green meadow full of high-quality grass. Apparently it was his own mistake because in the past, when he ordered his subordinates to scatter throughout the territory and eat grass during the blue moon to get stronger, they themselves destroyed all of the grass and turned the meadow into a completely barren land. The Cow King, or to be more exact, the Minotaur King, wonders how they are going to find grass now as the young Minotaurs are starving and need food to survive. A ray of hope flashes before him as a Minotaur reveals to have a sweet potato stuck on his horns, making him wonder where this soldier found such a delightful plant. Aileen regains consciousness and finds herself to have grown a lot taller than before, making her realize that it must be due to the effects of the blue moon affected food. According to Aileen's hypothesis, the cherry tomatoes from the blue moon possess over 10 times the magical power of ordinary magic cherry tomatoes, and because she ate all of them at once, it must have caused a chain reaction in her dragon heart and brought a change to her halted growth. Even though this was temporary, as her heart has stopped pounding again, she still doesn't lose hope and keeps believing in the little tower farmer's abilities to heal her completely. Speaking of the tower farmer, she finds him to be eating tasty food, but this time she fails to do anything about it as she has grown too large to use smaller objects to communicate. While she is struggling to move, the farm family is having a fun feast with all items made using corn, like steamed corn, roasted corn, burned corn, cooked corn, etc. Sejun especially tries out his spiced grilled gan with added chili powder, and after eating, he offers Aileen her share of the corn free of charge. He then feeds the baby rabbit some cooked corn as well, and after taking care of everything, he truly finds enjoyment and stops regretting getting lost in the tower originally. On the 38th floor, the hunters curse the wandering merchant Theo, as he has been taking longer than usual. They have been skipping many tower raids because of Theo, as those cherry tomatoes are sold for tons of money in the outside world. Assuming that Theo won't come even today, most of them decide to leave, except Suha, the cat enthusiast, who doesn't want to stay for the auction, but only wants to give Theo some churu. Theo, on the other hand, is on the 60th floor, currently using the Wandering Merchant secret passage, and as he makes his way to the 38th floor, a gang of wolf mercenaries reveals themselves to be on his trail, as they want to get the Straw Hat artifact for themselves. Zeroth sees the sudden danger coming, so he also follows Theo to protect him from these troublesome people.
On a sunny day, the bunnies and bears were fixing the fields on the tower's 99th floor that got messed up during the blue moon. Sejun saw that the land was tilted and decided to use peanut seedlings from his pouch. After harvesting corn in the morning and reaching level 6, Sejun got faster at planting peanut seeds by increasing his agility. The store got an update, and Sejun had a choice between cucumber, radish, or peanut seeds. He went for peanuts as they helped the soil. He bought 1,000 peanut seeds and earned mileage points, moving up from rookie to commoner tier. In the new tier, 4 seeds were randomly displayed, and he could buy as many as he wanted with 5 gold coins. The seed store also reached level 2. Sejun was excited about using the seed store and wondered how many seeds he could buy next time. He needed more seeds because the recently harvested corn didn't produce fruit again. With the help of the rabbits and Kyung, they cut down the stalks and leaves, covering the area where the peanuts were planted to prevent moisture from evaporating due to sunlight. After that, Sejun collected more corn seeds from a recent harvest, and his job proficiency slightly increased. Planning to soak them in water, the baby rabbits wanted some, but Sejun didn't give them any. He noticed the bunnies looking bored since the adults were working. Then he got an idea and pulled out something from his bag. He gave the baby rabbits their own bags filled with carrot bits to share with the working adults. Sejun told them to come back for a refill and then sent them off. The baby rabbits gave the adult rabbits their snacks, and watching them work, Sejun wondered if he could ask Theo to buy some clothes for the baby rabbits, imagining how adorable they would look. Meanwhile, Ox 3 strolls across the desolate land, searching for the palace where he gathered some plants during the blue moon. His captain instructed him to find out where these plants came from. Ox 3 can only vaguely remember it being somewhere near the border. His memories are fuzzy due to the effects of the blue moon. The captain, puzzled, couldn't recall any such plant within his territory. However, he acknowledged its delightful aroma and decided to taste it by chewing on one of the crops. The other oxen watched in anticipation, their mouths watering. The captain, thoroughly enjoying the flavor, began to describe its deliciousness while striking confident poses. He then directed Ox 3 to locate the place where he found the plant for the benefit of their Minotaur community. Ox 3 feels anxious, fearing the consequences of failure and possible punishment. Having reached the border where the forest met the wilderness, he worries about encountering the red-furred bear. Suddenly, a familiar scent reaches his nose. Behind a boulder, he discovers corn leaves neatly arranged in a field. Excitedly, he samples the leaves and praises their deliciousness. Despite not knowing the specific type of grass, Ox 3 continues collecting them, hopeful for the captain's approval. Meanwhile, Mama Bear felt something strange in her area. Kim wondered why his mom had made a growling sound. Mama Bear seemed really mad. On the other hand, Aileen enjoyed a relaxing bath at the spa now that she was grown up. Suddenly, she got a message from Mama Bear. Aileen was confused about why the Crimson Bear was bothering her. When she read Mama Bear's message, she was shocked by the news. Aileen woke up Sejun, who was peacefully sleeping. She told him that a new monster had shown up near the cave. Mama Bear then called Sejun, and he found out that the corn leaves were missing from the peanut field. He was puzzled and had a headache because the corn leaves were gone. On the 38th floor of the tower, Theo welcomed the humans and said he had come back for business. Sejun couldn't understand how the crops had disappeared without any noise. Mama Bear was convinced it was those corn troublemakers. Sejun wondered if it was the monster that had dug a pit during the blue moon. Luckily, only the leaves were taken and the field wasn't damaged. Sejun decided to use the blue tomato leaves instead. Mama Bear promised to expand her territory and patrol daily. Grateful, Sejun reminded her not to overwork. As Mama Bear left, Sejun felt relieved that no one had gotten hurt. He realized he needed the power to protect himself. Later, adult rabbits took care of the bee queen's cocoon and left it with Sejun. It was the day the bee queen was supposed to hatch. According to the system, the first person seen after hatching would be the owner. Sejun had almost 200 bees, and if the new bee queen hatched, it could form another force outside the cave to protect it. While waiting, Sejun got sleepy and planned to give the bee queen flowers from the tomato and potato plants. He dozed off, and the cocoon started shaking. Unbeknownst to Sejun, the cocoon shone brightly as a cute bee queen emerged, named the second-generation poison bee queen. While practicing flying, she accidentally fell on Sejun's chest. The bee queen was surprised but kept staring at Sejun until the system announced that she now regarded him as her owner. She smiled and noticed the flower Sejun was holding. All of a sudden, the first-generation poison bee queen burst out of the cave. She greeted the new bee queen and began to explain everything. They became fast friends and started flying around together. The second-generation bee queen expressed gratitude to her elder, then flew over to snuggle with Sejun's face. Afterward, it flew away, and Sejun woke up. He was surprised to find notifications congratulating him on successfully hatching the bee queen and improving his beekeeping skill. Looking around, he tried to find the new bee queen, but it was already gone. Meanwhile, Ox 3 reported to his captain, displaying the leaves he discovered at the border. The captain noted that it was a different type of plant and felt disappointed that there wasn't enough to share. Ox 3, appearing satisfied, apologized. The captain understood, acknowledging the Minotaur race's substantial appetite. Trying the leaves Ox 3 brought, the captain found them delicious and commended Ox 3 for a job well done, recognizing the potential prosperity the grasses could bring to their barren land. Curious about the forest area, the captain pondered if changes were occurring on the 99th floor upon finding a peculiar grass in an abandoned location. Despite wanting to personally investigate, he hesitated to leave the waypoint he was guarding, mindful of his limited time away as the floor boss. Deciding to delegate the task, the captain instructed Ox 3 to identify the exact source of the grass and determine who had cultivated it. However, when Ox 3 requested a break, citing fullness, the captain became angered and insisted he leave immediately. On the 38th floor, Theo, always a popular figure, gathered a crowd. He apologized for being late and shared that the magic cherry tomatoes he had were extra special this time. Even though everyone initially thought they were special, Theo insisted these were even more remarkable. Showing the D-grade magic cherry tomatoes, everyone was surprised. After checking, they discovered the tomatoes could now break down 20 grams of fat, boost mana by 0.2, and last for 60 days. Dongshik was amazed because he could now eat and save more than twice as much as before with the new cherry tomatoes. Theo presented the magic cherry tomatoes, and a bidding session started. He sold a lot and realized a profit of over 1,000 tower coins. Excitement filled him at the thought of restrictions being lifted once he became a veteran wandering merchant. Out of the blue, a woman approached him. Theo was beginning his other job, letting others touch his paw for rewards. However, he noticed only one person around and wondered where the others had gone. The woman explained that most had already descended the tower because Theo was running late. Disappointed, Theo questioned if his front paw was no longer lucky. The woman tried to cheer him up with churros, but Theo couldn't shake off the disappointment, pondering the change in his luck. At that moment, two more women recognized Theo and approached him, thinking he might be the well-known traveler who sells things. They wanted to take some photos, and Theo didn't understand what they meant. The women showed him how many people like Theo on Instagram. Theo felt surprised initially, but then realized it could be beneficial for him. He asked them to give him rewards if they wanted to take pictures. Later, Theo discovered that someone had made a fan account, causing people to go to the 38th floor to take pictures of him. The person behind it apologized for not telling him sooner, wondering if he was mad. Theo was frustrated but told her to take more pictures of him. Excitedly, he posed cutely, and she praised his cuteness. Encouraged, Theo told her to tell everyone to come to the 38th floor for more pictures, but they had to bring him rewards. After that, Theo felt tired from all the sudden attention. He took time to groom himself, thinking about getting rewards and maybe a promotion from Sejun. While laughing, he suddenly felt hot breath on his fur, making him mad. He found two wolves in front of him. The cat-like Theo was scared of the dog-like wolves. A third wolf showed up, more imposing, and Theo trembled in fear. The wolf threatened him, asking about a straw hat from the merchant district. Theo didn't understand. The wolf got angrier, warning of consequences if he didn't answer. Theo started crying in fear. Then, an acorn rolled between them. The wolf was puzzled. Smoke came from the acorn, and the wolves complained about the smell. While covering their noses, someone, Zerath, appeared behind Theo, grabbed his hand, and signaled him to be quiet. She pulled him away from the wolves. The leader spotted them escaping and told the others to follow. They had to drop to the ground because of the strong smell. Canines have sensitive noses. The wolf leader couldn't believe their mission failed. In another part of the forest, Theo and Zerath had stopped running to catch their breath. Theo was thankful to Zerath for saving him, but she said it was just repaying a favor. Despite that, Theo wanted to thank her and asked if she liked grilled fish. Zerath saw an opportunity and asked if she could join him, expressing a desire to learn from Theo. Theo agreed, and Zerath suggested a shortcut to the merchant district. However, Theo wanted to visit the merchant guild first to apply for a promotion to a mid-level merchant. Zerath was surprised, as Theo had only become a wandering merchant a few months ago. Theo asked how she knew about his time as an active merchant, making Zerath realize her mistake. She shouldn't reveal her identity as an agent of the Wandering Merchant Secret Inspection Bureau. Theo started becoming suspicious, and Zareth began to stumble over her words. Theo wondered if Scarum had told her about him, and Zareth went along with it, agreeing. While Theo cursed Scarum, Zareth felt relieved that Theo was assuming other reasons. Zareth then wondered how Theo had managed to gather 1,000 tower coins in such a short time, as a low-level merchant like her couldn't afford it. She thought it was impossible without special support and considered arresting him if he was involved in illegal activities. Theo simply told her that he had been selling cherry tomatoes, leaving Zareth confused. She asked if it was those round fruits she knew, and Theo confirmed it. Theo claimed he got sold out and promised to show them to Zareth next time. Since they were wasting time, Theo suggested moving already, but Zareth remained suspicious about amassing 1,000 tower coins just by selling cherry tomatoes. She still found Theo suspicious. Meanwhile, in the US, a businessman got hold of the newest D-grade magic cherry tomato. He was really impressed by its fresh effects and flavor. Later, he asked a woman named Jenny about planting the same cherry tomato on Earth. Jenny showed him a pot where the cherry tomato grew just like a regular one on Earth. He wondered if it failed since the tower's cherry tomato was considered a special item. Then he asked about the results of planting them inside the tower. Jenny mentioned that they had already planted 100 E-grade magic cherry tomatoes on the first floor, and 10 of them had successfully started growing, ready to be harvested soon. The man was impressed, and Jenny thanked the chairman for his support. She said they were working on increasing the germination rate to 50% soon, and the man was happy that things were going well. Jenny then asked about the budget, and the man confirmed that it had been approved by the board. They planned to hire awakened individuals to set up a farm and get rid of the monsters nearby. The man's dream of starting a farm business in the tower seemed possible now, all thanks to Sejun's magic cherry tomatoes. Theo had been promoted to a mid-level merchant, and the Merchant Guild quickly congratulated him. Zareth also offered her congratulations. Excitedly, Theo invited her to join him at the trading market. Zareth's mood shifted to seriousness when she realized they were headed to the trading market, where mid-level merchants showcased their abilities. It was a place for auctions where profits could soar or plummet in an instant. Zareth knew hesitation was not an option in this fierce battleground. Since it was different from their visit to the junk shop, Zareth wondered how Theo would navigate this new terrain. Theo led the way to a store, and Zareth observed the sign. It read Miscellaneous Goods. Inside, Theo selected 2 cooking utensils, a thread and needle set, and a saw. Zareth puzzled over why Theo wasn't buying items in bulk to resell on another floor. Theo reminded her that he specialized in selling cherry tomatoes. Disappointed that she wouldn't get to witness Theo's skills in action this time, Zareth watched as the store owner offered the items for 2.4 tower coins. Zareth suspected the items were actually cheaper and should cost less than 2 tower coins. Concerned that the store owner might be taking advantage of Theo, Zareth felt uneasy. However, Theo fought back by casually asking for a discount. Zareth was worried because the place had changed from the simple junk shop it used to be. The hyena played along and offered 2.2 tower coins. Zareth could see that the hyena was using an old technique of starting with a high price and then casually lowering it. The store owner was someone they shouldn't underestimate. Despite this, Theo kept pushing for a bigger discount. Flustered, the hyena claimed it was already the best price he could get anywhere else. Theo then decided to leave the store. Zareth wondered why he didn't negotiate more, and Theo explained that the hyena wouldn't give him a further discount. Thinking Theo was a pushover, the hyena sighed and offered 2 tower coins for the items. Theo boldly asked for 1.8 tower coins. In the end, the hyena gave up and agreed to Theo's deal. Zareth couldn't believe the store owner lost. It seemed like Theo had a predetermined victory from the start. Zareth, who had special education, imagined leading the negotiation like Theo did. She started believing that Theo managed to earn 1,000 tower coins with just cherry tomatoes, wondering if she was witnessing the moment of a genius merchant. However, Theo was simply following Sejun's advice to ask for a discount 3 times. The two had left the store, and Zareth said her goodbyes. Theo had planned to treat her to a meal, but Zareth was okay with it and thanked Theo for the lessons she had learned. Because of Theo, Zareth had a chance to reflect on her arrogance. Theo wondered what he had done exactly. Zareth assumed Theo was just being humble and warned him to be careful as he might encounter the wolves again. Zareth then left, and Theo found her to be a peculiar fox. He continued on his way to meet Sejun, looking forward to enjoying a nap on his lap. Later, in Zareth's office, she finished writing up her report. Someone entered to inform her that the director wanted to discuss the stolen goods from Grid. She agreed to meet him and handed over a report about Theo. Zareth instructed the secretary to exclude Theo from surveillance. The secretary was surprised to see that Theo was labeled as a genius in bargaining. Zareth mentioned it was the first time she had encountered a real merchant. Meanwhile, Sejun places the grasses again on the peanut field. He also feels glad that he can expand his field outside the cave by planting more corn and cherry tomatoes. Suddenly, he notices the watering can bunny having issues with its watering can. The can is supposed to have infinite water, but nothing is coming out. The black rabbit comes running in and tells Sejun something. Sejun wonders if something is wrong in the pond. He then goes back to the cave and discovers that the pond is full of crayfish. He wonders if they also came from the hole where the piranhas came from. He starts to question the ecosystem under the pond. He then imagines cooking a crayfish just like what he saw on social media. He instructs the black rabbit to catch some since they are delicious when cooked. The black rabbit then brings out its hammer. Sejun exclaims that they should not miss out on getting a source of protein. In the pond, Sejun and a crayfish stared at each other. A bunch of crayfish jumped out of the water, and Sejun quickly swiped at them, gaining experience points. Then the black rabbit took its turn. It used a hammer to knock out the remaining crayfish. Other rabbits gathered the fainted crayfish. When Sickle Bunny tried to chop a crayfish, his sickle didn't work. Sejun suggested softening them up by cooking. He wrapped each crayfish with green onion leaves and cooked them over a fire. The salty smell made everyone hungry. Later, Sejun checked if the crayfish were cooked. A feast was revealed as the onion leaf wraps were opened. Sejun unwrapped the remaining crayfish and started splitting the shells. He admired the shiny meat, and the rabbits were already excited to eat. Sejun shared the seafood with the rabbits, who enjoyed the new taste. He was delighted to have something delicious to eat. Then Sejun noticed Mama Rabbit trying to throw away the crayfish heads, but he stopped her. He explained that the organs could be used as a dipping sauce, insisting it was a delicacy that made him crave soju. He let the black rabbit taste it, though it was unsure. Eventually, it tried the sauce, and its expression showed how tasty it was. The rabbit continued to finish what was inside the shell. Sejun encouraged everyone to eat a lot since there was more available. At that moment, Kyung approached, lured in by the delicious smell of the food. Sejun told him to wait while he got ready to share some with Kyung. Kyung's eyes got big when he saw a bunch of grilled crayfish. As Sejun tried to show him the right way to eat them, Kyung casually bit into a whole crayfish. Sejun wondered if it tasted good and remembered that crayfish shells were also healthy. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the tower's second floor, a group of awakened individuals raided a village of skeletons. The helpless skeletons tried to run away, but they were ruthlessly murdered. The businessmen from earlier came to check how things were going with securing land for a big farm. It was clear that many mercenaries were sent, and they had already taken over half of the skeleton villages on the second floor. The man felt disappointed and wondered how long it would take to conquer everything. An awakened suggested it might take a few months because there weren't enough people. The man then showed a system window with debtors that could be used as labor. He ordered them to finish the task within a week. The man went to a nearby field where some scientists used to grow magic cherry tomatoes. One of them asked if he wanted to try one, and he gladly agreed, picking a cherry tomato. When he bit into it, he realized it wasn't on the list of registered items. Curious, he tasted it, but his face turned sour. He spat it out, surprising everyone. Upset, he wondered why it tasted like nothing. Others tried the tomatoes and found the same taste. The scientists were puzzled because they used the best supplements, yet the tomatoes were tasteless and of low quality for marketability. The man grabbed a tomato and crushed it, shocked to find no seeds in it. Meanwhile, Sejun slept peacefully in the cave as Ox 3 returned to the field outside. Ox 3 happily grazed on the fresh grass as if they were free samples in a market. In the skeleton village, the businessman scowled at a cherry tomato without seeds. Without seeds, it couldn't grow further, making him wonder if his past experiences held the key. A decade ago, he somehow found his way into the tower shortly after it appeared. Fortunately, he entered through vanishing, armed himself, and began an adventure. His younger self marveled at the vast, fertile land within the tower, with a perpetual sun providing continuous daylight and excellent soil quality. He dreamed of growing crops to dominate the global food market. Upon reaching a certain level, he left the tower and returned to his father's company, proposing the tower farming project. Gathering numerous seeds, he transported them to the tower. Unfortunately, none of the seeds sprouted. Despite investing heavily in various types of seedlings, not a single one grew inside the tower. Over time, news spread about the tower negatively affecting people's fertility, attributed to the body adapting to manna suddenly. The only solution was reaching a level beyond 10 as an awakened. This revelation shocked everyone, as it not only impacted human fertility, but also hindered plant growth, with no apparent way for them to level up. In the past, a businessman thought about changing his plans and growing crops inside a tower. But merchants didn't want to sell or share seeds because someone named Grid on the 55th floor controlled them. Back then, the businessman had only reached the 10th floor. After spending a lot of money on a project that didn't work, he faced criticism from his father and the company's board, who called him incompetent. His dream of starting the tower farming project quickly fell apart. Now looking back, the man was determined not to give up. He told his team to bring hunters to the 38th level right away. He also took out a lot of money and told them to buy all the magic cherry tomatoes they could find. Since the E-grade cherry tomatoes didn't work, he planned to use the new D-grade ones. He promised to get them at any cost. Meanwhile, Theo had headed towards Sejun's cave and noticed the spring onion leaves Sejun was cultivating along the way. He picked them up until he accidentally collided with Ox 3, who was munching on the leaves. Ox 3, a puzzled minotaur, was surprised to encounter a wandering merchant. Theo questioned where Ox 3 had found the leaves he was eating. Ox 3 argued that he had picked up what was lying on the ground. Theo disagreed, stating that Sejun wouldn't have left the leaves carelessly on the ground. He explained their usefulness as a food bowl, rope, and tissue. Theo couldn't believe Ox 3 had taken such valuable grass. Ox 3, a proud minotaur warrior, became angry at being accused of stealing. He declared he wouldn't harm a wandering merchant and insisted that he had found the leaves on the ground. Theo, still firm about the accusation, suggested checking with Sejun. Ox 3 reluctantly agreed to meet Sejun, assuming Sejun had discarded the grass. He anticipated receiving praise from the captain. Sejun was peacefully sleeping until Theo woke him by calling his name. Unsuccessful in waking Sejun, Theo dropped onto his abdomen and insisted it wasn't the time to nap. Sejun, confused, asked what was wrong, and Theo claimed to have caught a thief. Sejun, bewildered, emerged from the cave to face the formidable Ox 3. Intimidated by Ox 3's size, Sejun questioned if he was the real thief. Theo affirmed, presenting the spring onion leaves as evidence. Sejun recognized them as the ones he had spread in the field. Ox 3 argued that he only picked up what was on the ground, insisting there was no other explanation for the leaves to be there except for being discarded. As Sejun gazed at Ox 3, a minotaur, he pondered if this creature was one of those horned beings Mama Bear warned him about. He remembered the field in ruins after the blue moon, with corn leaves scattered just a few days prior. He assumed Theo had just captured Ox 3. Ox 3 then insisted he was an honorable warrior and wouldn't steal, but Theo countered, stating the leaves weren't discarded. It struck Sejun that minotaurs were essentially cows, triggering a realization. Theo urged Sejun to tell the truth, and to everyone's surprise, Ox 3 learned that the leaves weren't thrown away but strategically placed on the field to control soil moisture. Flustered, the minotaur apologized, but Sejun asserted that an apology wouldn't suffice for stealing. Boldly, Sejun requested 100 tower coins as compensation for the damage. Ox 3 was surprised to find out that the grass was too expensive. It dawned on him that stealing wasn't a good idea. Theo urged him to quickly pay up, but Ox 3 had nothing at all. Sejun then proposed that Ox 3 could settle his debt by working for him. He suggested paying 1 tower coin per day, and Ox 3 could use that to clear his dues. Ox 3 wondered if he would actually get paid for his work, and Sejun assured him, even offering lots of leaves, Ox 3's favorite food, since he claimed not to be a bad boss. Excitedly, Ox 3 agreed to the deal, and they shook hands to seal the agreement. Theo, on the other hand, was shocked by Sejun's approach and took notes on the idea of making someone work if they can't pay. Ox 3 left with a smile, and Sejun praised Theo for catching a thief and gaining a new worker. Theo questioned if he had done a good job, and Sejun mentioned that his Salascat status would be extended for another month. Dissatisfied, Theo asked for more, clinging to Sejun's leg. The day after, Sejun faced off against a bunch of crayfish once more, accompanied by the black rabbit. The rabbit took the lead, using its hammer to knock the crayfish out of the water. Sejun followed up with a final stab to finish them off, and the other rabbits gathered the catch. Sejun declared they had enough for the bear's share. Impressed with Black Rabbit's skills, Sejun complimented its improvement, Suddenly, the black rabbit started glowing, especially its hammer, which transformed, revealing a pointy side. This caught Sejun by surprise as he realized it was not a typical level up, but a second awakening. Everyone applauded the black rabbit, and Sejun left the crayfish hunting to it. Out of nowhere, Mama Bear appeared, and Sejun went outside to see what she wanted. Kyung pointed to a spot, and Sejun was astonished to find a beehive hanging on a tall, pointed boulder nearby. The second-generation bee queen emerged, excited to see Sejun. It flew towards him, surprising him since he hadn't seen it since it hatched from the cocoon. Sejun was relieved to see her and expressed concern that he might be imprinted as her master since she quickly disappeared from sight. Normal bees then buzzed in, and Sejun realized that the bee queen had gone to form her swarm. Sejun had introduced her to Kyung and requested him to guard the second bee queen's home for the honey he enjoyed. The bear and monster then got acquainted, much to Sejun and Mama Bear's delight. Shortly after, Ox 3 joined Sejun's workforce. As Sejun greeted him, Mama Bear became hostile upon seeing the infamous red bear. Ox 3, surprised, prepared for a confrontation. Despite Sejun's attempts to calm Mama Bear, she ignored him and pushed them aside. Theo emerged from the cave, complaining about the noise. Sejun, seeking help, grabbed Theo and explained the situation, asking for assistance in stopping the two massive monsters. Sejun then urged Mama Bear and Ox 3 to cease fighting and clarified that Ox 3 was there to work for him. Mama Bear said something, and Theo translated, conveying Mama Bear's request for Sejun to return to the cave as she couldn't tolerate the Minotaur invading their territory. Sejun tried to intervene with Ox 3, but the Minotaur believed that an honorable warrior should not avoid a battle. Sejun's head hurt a lot. Out of nowhere, Kyung asked for churros, and Theo wanted Sejun to scold the little bear. Aileen suddenly got in touch with Sejun, saying she was hungry. Sejun tried to explain what was going on, but she ignored him because of her hunger. Sejun couldn't believe that nobody was paying attention to him. Kyung kept bothering Sejun for some churros. Ox 3 loudly mooed, and Mama Bear growled. Theo then annoyed Sejun with more churros. The rabbits also began asking Sejun for something. Sejun reached his limit, his face turning red. He declared that he wouldn't give food to anyone who wouldn't listen to him. Everyone stopped, and the two big monsters became nervous. Kyung and the rabbits were shocked. Let's include Aileen in the mix too. Theo started crying while saying sorry. Everyone trembled as they looked at the angry Sejun. Sejun told everyone to sit down, and they all followed his instructions. Aileen did the same. Sejun then said that if the two huge monsters fought, it would harm the crops and everyone else. To ease the tension, he suggested having a meal and asking the rabbits for help. He told them to eat first. The black rabbit gathered more crayfish and piranha, while the sickle rabbit collected veggies. Other rabbits grilled corn. Sejun prepared a simple dish, and many dishes were served, surprising everyone. They sat down for a meal, and Sejun sent some food to Aileen. Ox 3 reached for corn but accidentally touched Mama Bear's paws. They glared at each other, and Sejun warned them. Sejun introduced Mama Bear and Kyung as the protectors of the fields and cave. Ox 3 introduced himself to Sejun and everyone for the first time. Sejun informed Mama Bear that Ox 3 would help with the fields and warned them not to fight, or they wouldn't get delicious food. The two imagined not being able to eat, and because of that, got along in the end. The power of friendship was built by hunger and food. Sejun liked what he was seeing, and Theo translated for Mama Bear to focus on their handshake. Ox 3 had wondered about the kind of work he would be doing. Sejun assured him it was something straightforward. They headed to a nearby barren land, and Sejun asked Ox 3 to turn over the soft soil, similar to what the Minotaurs did during the blue moon. He promised lunch as a reward. Ox 3 questioned if that was the only task, and he was pleasantly surprised to learn lunch was part of the deal. Sejun emphasized that he wasn't a harsh employer. Taking a sprinter's stance, Ox 3's horns transformed, and he began running while tilling the hard ground. He worked diligently, motivated by the prospect of delicious food. Sejun was pleased that they could now easily plow the land. He then directed the rabbits to plant spring onions, aiming to increase the yield. Increasing yield was simple. They just needed to harvest and cut moderately grown spring onions, leaving only the roots. Over time, the roots would split and grow, and they could replant these strong split roots. Afterward, Sejun successfully created a spring onion field spanning over 7,000 square feet, earning 200 experience points in the process. He was pleased to see the completion of his new field. Knowing that the tower spring onions grew faster than normal ones, he anticipated further expansion of the field in the near future. However, a new issue emerged as he observed Papa Rabbit, one of the watering can rabbits, vigorously smacking its watering can. Their next challenge revolved around the limitation of water usage for crop irrigation. At that moment, Papa Rabbit underwent a surprising transformation, with its watering can turning gold. Sejun was astonished to witness a second awakening, reminiscent of the Black Rabbit's evolution. Speculating that repeated use might have triggered this change, he inquired about the increased water capacity. Papa Rabbit proudly stated that it had doubled compared to the previous amount. Excited by this revelation, Sejun decided to expand his field. Meanwhile, the Minotaur boss pondered the whereabouts of Ox 3. Several days later, Sejun took the baby rabbits out of the cave for the first time. He introduced them to Kyung as their big brother. They approached Kyung, and he greeted them with a friendly lick. The little rabbits were initially surprised and backed away, but soon they hopped onto Kyung's belly. Sejun was happy that Kyung was looking out for the baby rabbits. Theo scoffed when he heard that Kyung was called the big brother and insisted that he was the uncle. He tried to get the baby rabbits to follow him on an adventure, but they ignored him and continued playing with Kyung. Theo felt sad that they had forgotten about their uncle. Sejun remarked on how quickly kids grow up, and Theo expressed his sadness since he had taken care of them in the cave. Sejun then picked up Theo and gave him some churu to calm him down. He reminded Theo that it was time to go down to the lower floors to trade. Theo hesitated, claiming it would be difficult for him to go. Sejun asked why, and Theo anxiously explained about the wolves searching for the straw hat. Theo confirmed that was the reason and found the situation troublesome. Sejun understood that the straw hat was an artifact with good effects but would be useless in the hands of a non-farmer. He wondered if there were other tower farmers on different floors. Sejun assured Theo not to worry, as he had an idea to solve his problem. Theo had been curious about something. Sejun then proposed hiring Ox 3 as his freelance mercenary. Theo really liked the idea. So what are freelance mercenaries? Well, just like wandering merchants, it's a job that was born in the tower. Through an agreement between the Freelance Mercenary Association and the Wandering Merchant Association, freelance mercenaries can use merchant passes by paying a fee. Also, people who aren't mercenaries can get access to these passes if they're hired temporarily. Sejun also wanted to descend the tower as a freelance mercenary, but he wasn't born inside the tower. Theo started to wonder if Ox 3, a monster from the 99th floor, would agree to be a freelance mercenary. Sejun then suggested tripling Ox 3's daily rate if he escorted Theo. Theo called Sejun a genius because he hadn't thought about it before. Sejun just laughed it off and offered more treats to our Salscat, who happily accepted them. Meanwhile, Ox 3 sneaked out of the Minotaur's territory, but someone spotted him, Ox 4, a female Minotaur. Nervously, Ox 3 downplayed the situation. Ox 4, noticing the shine on Ox 3's face, suspected he had been secretly eating something. She shook him vigorously, demanding to be taken along, threatening to expose his supposed mutiny plans to their boss. Eventually, Ox 3 gave in, asking her to keep it hush-hush. Soon after, Sejun was surprised to find both Ox 3 and Ox 4 in front of him. Wondering why Ox 3 brought a friend, Sejun was introduced to Ox 4. She expressed interest in working on the fields, and Ox 3 pleaded with Sejun to let her join, emphasizing the potential trouble he would face. Sejun, claiming they didn't urgently need help, eventually agreed after some consideration. Sejun explained that their wandering merchant was under threat from wolves, and Theo needed bodyguards, offering a daily rate of 3 tower coins. However, Ox 4 refused the payment, stating she couldn't eat tower coins. Sejun, surprised, then proposed 3 meals a day with snacks in between. Ox 4 quickly agreed. Ox 3, seeing the opportunity, also expressed his desire to go. Sejun, recognizing their hunger-driven motivation, agreed to ensure Theo's safety and promised to pack some food for their journey. Suddenly, Ox 4 hugged Ox 3 in gratitude, and he blushed, claiming happiness at being with her. Sejun, observing the scene, sensed something more going on between the two. Shortly after, Sejun had finished harvesting the spring onions in his field outside the cave. He wondered if the harvest would be sufficient. Theo pondered whether he should store everything in his cloth bag. Sejun was concerned that it might not all fit, but Theo reassured him. He spread his cloth in the air, and to Sejun's surprise, the bag managed to suck in all the spring onions. Theo proudly revealed that he had been promoted to a senior wandering merchant, which increased his bag's capacity. Sejun noticed that Theo's badge now had a different color. Sejun urged Theo to hurry and deliver the gifts to his family. Theo assured him and left with Ox 3 and 4. Sejun asked the Minotaurs to look after Theo and stood there, wondering if Theo might be eaten by the Minotaurs after consuming so many spring onions. Later in the merchant alley, wolves were still waiting for Theo, and they were running out of food. Elka, the leader, instructed Elko to eat, but Elko hesitated. Elka considered returning to the 85th floor, but Elko's suggestion angered him. Elka reminded Elko about their starving tribe members and the consequences of failing to steal the straw hat. No food from Grid. Elko apologized tearfully for his inappropriate suggestion. Elka sighed, gave Elko some food to regain strength, and suddenly felt something. The others were curious about what was happening. Elka had sensed Theo's presence and was determined to gather information about the straw hat, no matter what. Other folks in Merchant Alley marveled at the sight of Minotaurs from the 99th floor for the first time. They were curious about the wandering merchant who managed to hire them as freelance mercenaries. Suddenly, Theo proudly interrupted their conversation, claiming it was him who had hired the Minotaurs. Skeptical, the onlookers asked him not to fib since they hadn't heard of him before. Theo then called over the two Minotaurs, but they vanished from sight, leaving him perplexed about their whereabouts. Meanwhile, Ox 3 and Ox 4 stood in front of a stall owned by a smaller animal. The duo simply wanted to purchase cabbages, but the poor, cute animal misunderstood their intentions. Theo eventually found them and reminded them of their job. Ox 3 apologized, explaining they found everything interesting. Curious, Theo asked if it was their first time in the Passage Village, and Ox 3 confirmed it was their inaugural venture beyond the 99th floor. Ox 3 pondered why the place was named the Merchant Passage, assuming everyone born in the tower should have access, not just wandering merchants. Theo teasingly called him a country bumpkin for not being in the know. Spotting a stack of boxes, Theo climbed on top and decided to enlighten the Minotaurs about everything. A long time ago, the tower had passages that stretched like branches from the first floor up to the 99th floor. With many passages, it was unclear which were safe or dangerous. The first wandering merchant created the Wandering Merchant Association, organizing paths by pruning the dangerous ones and choosing the safe ones. The Free Mercenary Association became the tower's main force, and the Magic Tower followed suit. Everyone worked hard to manage the passages, providing resources and manpower. Despite being managed by the Wandering Merchant Association, the passages became known as the Merchant Passage. The Minotaurs were impressed by Theo's knowledge, not realizing he had simply read the first page of the beginner's guide. Theo explained that while most passages were open to everyone, there were paid passages for wandering merchants as shortcuts. He mentioned they were able to use these because he was a wandering merchant, claiming it would take longer through the regular passages. The Passage Village, where most paid passages were concentrated, was at the center. Theo suggested they take a paid passage to the 40th floor since they planned to go to the 38th floor. Before that, he recommended they grab a meal, and the two hungry bodyguards were delighted. As Theo led the two Minotaurs to his favorite restaurant, a wolf from earlier suddenly pounced on him, catching him off guard. Elka, glaring at Theo, recognized him, and our Saliscat noticed. Elka asked about the whereabouts of the straw hat, and Ox 3 swung a punch at him. Elka swiftly dodged and was surprised to see a Minotaur. Ox 3 questioned who the wolf was. Theo then exclaimed that Elka had been the one threatening him. As Ox 3 decided to deal with Elka, Elka's allies joined the fray and went after Ox 3. However, Ox 4 stepped in to protect him and sent the two wolves flying with her rapid punches. She was taken aback to see puppies snooping around. She instructed Ox 3 to guard Theo while she handled the fight. Worried in Ox 3's grasp, Theo fretted about Ox 4 facing all the wolves in a 1 versus 4 fight. Ox 3 asserted that such dogs were no match for them, hailing from the 99th floor. He also admitted that Ox 4 was stronger than him. Upon hearing Ox 3's reassuring words, Theo asked Ox 4 not to murder the wolves. Ox 4 said she wouldn't do that and waited for the wolves to recover. Elka then checked on Elko and Elki. Elki wondered what to do, and Elka said they couldn't retreat because it was their only chance to capture Theo. The three wolves prepared for the fight, and Elka signaled the other two to attack simultaneously. Ox 4 proudly stood there, waiting for the wolves to strike. Meanwhile, in the cave, the sickle rabbit was in charge of giving haircuts. He had just finished grooming Cart Rabbit's fur. Sejun admired the rabbit's grooming skills. It was Sejun's turn, and he asked the sickle rabbit to trim his annoyingly long hair. Suddenly, Kyung's breath startled the sickle rabbit, causing him to sneeze. He accidentally created a bald spot on Sejun's head, and both he and Kyung realized they had made a mistake. Back in Passage Village, the wolves launched a coordinated attack. Elka led the assault, and Ox 4 got ready to defend. However, Elka was just a distraction as the other wolves attacked from different directions. Elki bit Ox 4's arm, while Elka grabbed her horn and aimed for a bite at her neck. All the wolves sank their fangs into Ox 4's neck, arm, and leg. Despite their efforts, Elka could sense that their sharp teeth couldn't pierce Ox 4's tough skin. Ox 4 wondered if the wolves were surprised, then retaliated with a body blow to Elka. She grabbed Elki and tossed him aside, then kicked Elka like a soccer ball. Although Elka continued biting hard on Ox 4's neck, Ox 4 easily removed him and slammed him to the ground. She prepared for a final lethal blow, and Elka realized he had picked the wrong opponent. In a sudden moment of impending doom, Elka experienced a pre-death flashback. He remembered his grandfather, the previous chief, sharing a story. They belonged to the pure-blooded Silver Wolves tribe. When they passed away, they transformed into guardian spirits to protect the tribe. Their strength surpassed other tribes due to their skills as hunters and fighters, inheriting the protection and will of their ancestors. Elka's grandfather had advised the young Elka to behave with pride, ensuring they wouldn't tarnish the honor left by their ancestors. This way, they could seek answers in the future. The innocent Elka had agreed to live properly and uphold the tribe's honor. Shortly after, a severe drought hit Sudan, causing devastation for everyone. The tribes resorted to pillaging and murdering each other. Elka managed to escape the village during the chaos. Eventually, he became the chieftain, but his tribe members were upset because he had previously worked under someone named Grid. They couldn't believe Elka was tarnishing the honor of their ancestors. Elka, however, insisted that he had no choice and only wanted to secure the best future for their children. He couldn't abandon them, even if it meant working for someone like Grid. Elka told them to be quiet, claiming that their ancestors would understand his actions. He hoped his grandfather would also comprehend the difficult decisions he had to make. Fast forward to the present, Ox 4 had just thrown a punch, but it completely missed Elka. Theo observed that the wolves were now unconscious. Ox 4 pondered whether she should break their legs, but Theo deemed that too cruel. Instead, he suggested letting Sejun decide, and the Minotaurs carried the unconscious wolves away. Back in the cave, sunlight reflected on Sejun's bald spot. Kim and Sickle Rabbit were freaking out. Sejun worried if it was all over, but then he touched his bald spot. Unable to see it, he wished he had a mirror. Sickle Rabbit apologized, but Sejun reassured him, saying mistakes happen, especially since he was the only human around. He thought wearing a straw hat would fix it, but it didn't cure his sudden sadness. Mama Rabbit walked in, curious about the commotion. After Sickle Rabbit explained, Mama Rabbit got angry. Sejun insisted he was okay, but Mama Rabbit insisted on giving him a haircut and grabbed her scissors, planning a makeover. Meanwhile, Aileen relaxed, as usual, reading and snacking. She realized she was out of cherry tomatoes and imagined Sejun calling her a pig for asking for more food. Despite that, she contacted him for a refill. While doing so, she noticed something strange and wondered what had just happened. Sejun showed off his new haircut, courtesy of Mom Rabbit. Aileen was taken aback by his fresh and handsome look. Sejun, noticing her silence, waved at the system panel. Aileen, blushing and in full silent mode, couldn't help but shriek at Sejun's closer and more handsome appearance. Sejun, concerned, wondered if something was wrong, but Aileen told him to back off. She admitted she couldn't take her eyes off him and asked for more crayfish. Sejun, thinking it was about food, asked her to eat slowly. He explained that crayfish were decreasing and piranhas were nowhere to be found. Sejun had been eating vegetables lately and suggested Aileen do the same. He offered corn, cherry tomatoes, dry potatoes, and Aileen thanked him. When Aileen tried to say something more, Sejun got confused. She complimented his new haircut and disappeared, leaving Sejun surprised by her unexpected praise. Sejun continued working, while Aileen, speechless and blushing, wondered why her heart was racing. She considered the idea of being sick, but dismissed it, attributing her fast heartbeat to surprise at Sejun's new appearance. Looking at the corns, she remembered Sejun's concern for her health. Aileen searched her bookshelves and found a cookbook. Blushing like someone in love, she decided to cook for Sejun. Meanwhile, Theo had just reached the 38th floor, and customers immediately surrounded him. He took out more of the famous cherry tomatoes than usual, and everyone started bidding tower coins. The scene continued as Theo closed deals. He had 2,000 cherry tomatoes left when someone approached and offered 1,600 tower coins for the remaining batch. Without any objections, Theo sold everything in an instant. Afterwards, people began to complain about a company monopolizing the cherry tomatoes. Dong-shik expressed concern, thinking that ordinary hunters like them would be at a disadvantage. However, he reassured himself, knowing he was directly acquainted with Theo. Just then, the recent buyer noticed that the cultivator's name was now displayed on the cherry tomatoes description. Upon further investigation, they discovered that the cultivator was a Korean named Park Sejun. Dong-shik grabbed one of the cherry tomatoes and read its description, shocked to find out that Sejun was a tower farmer. The recent buyer quickly ordered the others to mobilize their hunters from the US and search for Sejun to recruit him to their side. The hunter felt proud to have found valuable information for the vice chairman. Dong-shik was worried because he might lose a valuable talent like Sejun. Additionally, Sejun's family was in danger. Outside the tower, Sejun's magical cherry tomatoes were more valuable than jewels. There was a risk that Sejun could be blackmailed if his family was in jeopardy. Dong-shik knew that Sejun couldn't leave the tower due to a quest and only received news from the outside through Theo. He assumed Sejun was unaware of this sudden problem. Theo then approached Dong-shik, and the hunter quickly grabbed him. Dong-shik was puzzled about what was happening. He questioned Theo about the revelation regarding the cultivator, especially since Sejun's name was censored before. Theo admitted that he had been promoted, and being in the lower tier was to protect the cultivators. Dong-shik expressed concern, revealing that he had unintentionally put Sejun's family in danger. He explained that the magical cherry tomatoes were causing a commotion outside the tower. Initially, it was okay since Sejun's name was not revealed on the tomatoes description. However, now that they knew Sejun's identity, everyone would try to monopolize his produce and even target his family. Theo realized that his promotion had complicated things for Sejun and pondered on what he should do. Dong-shik assured him that he and the Phoenix Guild would do their best to protect Sejun's family, and Theo expressed his gratitude. Dong-shik stood up to leave and inform the other members, but Theo asked him a favor before leaving. He brought out baskets full of corn and carrots along with 200 magic cherry tomatoes as payment for the delivery. Dong-shik was surprised to see agility carrots and stamina corns. He worried that the world might find out about them, and Theo wondered if it would be dangerous. Dong-shik assured him not to worry and asked Theo to tell Sejun to be reassured. After that, Theo left, and Dong-shik decided to inform his master about Sejun. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the passageways on the 38th floor, Ox 3 and 4 were snacking on spring onion leaves while the wolves struggled in their binds. Elka called the Minotaurs simple bastards for working under a wandering merchant. Ox 4 wondered if she could punch Elka once, but Ox 3 claimed she would destroy the wolf. Theo came running and told the Minotaurs to leave quickly. Ox 3 asked about the urgency, and Theo promised to explain on the way. The Minotaurs then carried the tied-up wolves. Theo asked them to wait as he noticed a nearby street vendor. He bought a necklace, and the vendor offered 2 tower coins. However, the vendor got scared upon seeing the Minotaurs behind Theo, who was asking for a discount. Soon after, Dong-shik shivered in his coat as a man raided Sejun's background. They didn't know exactly where he was, but they knew he was the cultivator of the famous magic cherry tomatoes. The man, Han Taejun, was intrigued by Sejun being a tower farmer. Taejun, once the guild master of the Phoenix Guild and now a member of the Korea Awakened Association, found out about Sejun's connection to the unique crops. Dong-shik worried about Taejun and wondered if he was okay. Taejun showed his well-being by bursting into flames, with his hair and beard turning into fire. He was upset that Dong-shik had kept a valuable talent hidden, which could have secretly surpassed the 40th floor. Dong-shik asked him to calm down, revealing that he had unofficially reached the 52nd floor. Annoyed, Taejun argued it was different and suspected Dong-shik of hiding more. Dong-shik insisted it was as per the report, highlighting that the role of a tower farmer didn't exist before. Taejun gave up and put out his flames. Dong-shik noticed the curse of the flames still spreading. Taejun dismissed it and asked about Dong-shik's true purpose. Dong-shik requested Taejun's support for the Awakened Association to protect Sejun's family now that Sejun was exposed to the world. Taejun revealed he had already formed a security team to prevent other countries from taking Sejun, as several had inquired. As a token of gratitude, Dong-shik gave Taejun a basket of magic cherry tomatoes, assuming they would be helpful. The intrigued man took one and declared it delicious. Shortly after, Sejun's family found themselves surprised by the appearance of corn, carrots, and cherry tomatoes. The entire family was puzzled, and Sejun's brother identified the cherry tomatoes as the ones renowned for aiding in weight loss. He was impressed that his brother had cultivated all of them. Dongshik then informed them that they were under threat, and the Korea Awakened Association would ensure their protection. He urged them to get ready to relocate. Sejun's parents were anxious since they hadn't finished paying for their house lease. Dongshik reassured them, mentioning that they had already arranged a house in Hanamdong. Sejun's brother got excited, recognizing it as a neighborhood where many famous people lived. Dongshik mentioned that he too resided in the same neighborhood with his family. Sejun's brother heard about a famous girl group living nearby. Dongshik inquired if Sejun's brother liked girl groups and knew about LJSN. Sejun's brother affirmed that everyone knew the group, only to realize something was amiss. Dongshik showed his phone wallpaper featuring his daughter, Sarah, the leader and main vocal of the famous girl group. Sejun's brother was thrilled, realizing Dongshik was Sarah's father all along. Sejun's mother sighed, finding it hard to believe that their dutiful son was toiling as a farmer inside the tower. She wondered if someone was looking after Sejun. Meanwhile, Aileen, who cared for Sejun, was seen cooking with peculiar ingredients. After adding the final seasoning, the pot emitted a bright shine, signaling the completion of Aileen's cooking. On another note, Sejun began harvesting spring onion leaves with the hope that they would become a valuable item. Unfortunately, nothing seemed to appear. Black Rabbit provided a hint, and Sejun pulled out a spring onion along with its roots. A status window appeared, labeling it as a detoxifying green onion. Several system windows popped up, indicating that Sejun had leveled up his job. The new spring onion could detoxify poisons of grade C+ and lower. Sejun was pleased that his assumptions were accurate. Curious, he tasted the green onion, finding it to be the same as usual. He wondered if it could work for those who consumed alcohol, considering its liver detoxification properties. At that moment, Cart Rabbit approached to let them know it was time to eat. However, the pond in the cave had run out of piranhas and crawfish. Sejun decided to give up meat for a while. Out of the blue, Aileen messaged him, saying she had a gift to celebrate Sejun's 200th day in the tower. Sejun couldn't believe how quickly time had flown and was curious about the present. Aileen set up a quest, asking for a single cherry tomato in exchange for her gift. Sejun handed one over, and Aileen gave him health soup. Suddenly, a cauldron appeared, but instead of health soup, it turned out to be hell soup. It could permanently boost all stats by 3, but it was also poisoned. Sejun wondered if Aileen really intended for it to be eaten. Aileen mentioned she was tired and decided to take a nap. She giggled, hoping Sejun would eat everything, and drifted off to sleep. Sejun called out to her, but there was no response. Even the rabbits hopped away in fear, and the poison bees avoided the hell soup. Sejun couldn't believe he had been left alone. It seemed like Aileen had unintentionally created a weapon of mass destruction. Who allowed her to cook? Sejun was debating whether to take a risk. Black Rabbit reminded him about the green onion with detoxifying effects. The rabbits brought more of it to ensure Sejun's safety. He ate some, gaining poison resistance for an hour. When he tried the soup, he spat it out, accidentally hitting Cart Rabbit and First Bee Queen. Sejun got scolded as he vomited. Despite his complaints, the system was already detoxifying him. Sejun called Aileen a brat for attempting to harm him. Sejun surprised everyone by deciding to brave it all at once. Wanting to see everything, he discovered a blobfish in the cauldron's bottom part. Freaking out, he accidentally knocked the cauldron into the pond, mixing the soup with the water. To his surprise, his status window showed a +3 stat boost and unexpected experience points. Many piranhas and crayfish were murdered, and shockingly, an electric eel's demise granted him 5,000 EXP. Sejun was shocked. Feeling guilty for poisoning the pond, Sejun was scolded by the rabbits. They were fine getting water from watering can rabbit, but Sejun was more concerned about the pond's hole. Wondering about the ecosystem under the pond, he declined Black Rabbit's suggestion to swim inside, fearing the poison. He appreciated the thought but didn't want to endanger Black Rabbit and decided to wait for the poison to dilute. Sejun cheered everyone up, reminding them they still had food. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor's waypoint, the Minotaur King was pondering the whereabouts of Ox 3. Noticing that Ox 4 had also not returned, he grew concerned. Another Minotaur suggested the possibility of encounters with either the Crimson Bear or the Poison Bees. The Minotaur King expressed worry that Ox 3 might have faced trouble, but he remained confident that Ox 4 wouldn't easily succumb. Taking action, he ordered all oxes from 1 to 100 to gather at the waypoint and decided to personally search for the missing minotaurs. Shortly after, Sejun and his companions completed the harvesting of green onions. A system window appeared, blessing the fields with a good harvest for the upcoming week. The field illuminated, and the freshly cut green onions began regrowing. Sejun then sought assistance from Sickle Rabbit for another round of harvesting. Aileen inquired about Sejun finishing the soup, expressing gratitude for the increased stats. Sejun, unable to give a clear answer about the taste, left Aileen disheartened, thinking her soup didn't fare well. Sejun reassured her, claiming he had enjoyed everything, even stating that the soup was exceptional. Despite Aileen's offer to cook another pot, Sejun declined, expressing concern for her fatigue. Aileen, thinking Sejun was worried about her, gladly agreed, and Sejun was appreciative. As Sejun finally relaxed, the ground suddenly trembled. Perplexed, he questioned the cause, and the Minotaur King appeared angrier than usual, roared at them. Sejun and the others were startled by a loud roar. Sejun questioned if the Minotaur in front of them differed from Ox 3 and 4. Aileen then confirmed it was the Minotaur King, the boss of the 99th floor. She was puzzled about how the boss had left the waypoint it was supposed to protect. Sejun realized he needed to defeat the Minotaur in front of him to leave the tower. He wondered why the boss had come over, and Aileen suggested talking to him, citing a rule that the boss should not leave the waypoint. Aileen tried using the tower manager's rights to summon the Minotaur King, but the system rejected her order, leaving her shocked. Aileen then informed Sejun that talking to the Minotaur King was impossible. Sejun pondered whether they should just face the incoming charge of the Minotaur King. Mama Bear stood up to protect everyone, but Sejun exclaimed it was impossible for her to defeat the boss of the 99th floor. The Minotaur King then leaped high, holding his axe, and roared again. Sejun accepted his impending demise, while Aileen worried for him. However, the Minotaur King had dropped his axe and snacked on the nearby green onions instead. He mooed in excitement, and the others were disappointed that the tension suddenly disappeared. They only saw a huge bull who loved green onions. Just then, the Minotaur King lifted a bundle of green onions and ran away like a customer not paying for their meal at a restaurant. Aileen said the Minotaur King was on his way back to the waypoint. Sejun said he got scared and thanked Mama Bear for trying to protect them. It was sad to see the field ruined. Sejun and the rabbits then started cleaning up the mess. Aileen was glad that her tower farmer was safe but felt sorry that the field got messed up. Sejun told her not to worry since he was glad that everyone was okay. He then decided to pay the Minotaur King a visit. Seeing Aileen confused, Sejun reminded her how Minotaurs place their warrior honor above anything else. Aileen realized what Sejun was planning to do. Sejun wondered how much he would make the Dine and Dasher pay for the damages. Afterward, Sejun cooked some food for everyone as he planned to organize things before the Minotaur King returned. Just then, the baby rabbits started throwing a fit since there was no meat. He told them to behave and pointed out that even their older brother Kyung was not complaining. He was able to convince them, and Mama Rabbit and Papa Rabbit fed the well-behaved kids. Sejun had praised Kyung for being well-behaved, but he couldn't help but wonder why Kyung wasn't growing as quickly as before. Concerned, Sejun thought Kyung might be sick. Just as he pondered this, Theo's voice caught his attention. Theo and the Minotaurs had returned, carrying someone with them. Sejun was surprised and asked what was happening. Theo explained that the newcomers were from the Silver Wolf tribe and were targeting him. He sought Sejun's advice on what to do with them. Sejun, curious if the wolves were asleep, learned from Ox 4 that she had knocked them out. Theo then noticed the chaotic state of the field. Sejun admitted that the Minotaur King had paid a visit, causing panic among Ox 3 and Ox 4. Sejun urged them to set aside worries for later and focus on eating. The Minotaurs left to grab a meal. As Theo attempted to share something with Sejun, Elka sneaked up on them, but Kyung quickly intervened, protecting Sejun. Sejun felt relieved to have Kyung by his side. Elka retreated a bit, cursing at Kyung. Theo then realized that his straw hat was missing. Elki and Elki joined them, and Elka thanked them for finding the straw hat. Theo couldn't believe the world seemed unconscious, just waiting for the right moment to snatch away the hat. Elka then told Elki and Elko to leave, but Mama Bear stood in their way. Elka felt scared, and Mama Bear warned them with a loud roar. In just a minute, Elka surrendered. Sejun got his hat back intact. He then thought about what to do with the angry monsters surrounding the poor puppies. Kyung suggested eating the wolves, but Sejun offered some money instead, with the help of the second Bee Queen. Sejun tried to calm down Mama Bear and the Minotaurs. Elka wondered why these monsters were obediently listening to Sejun. Elke remembered hearing Theo call Sejun chairman and wondered if he was someone important on the 99th floor. Elke exclaimed that Sejun was the Black Dragon, as stronger monsters were following his lead. It was hard for him to believe that the Black Dragon was real, an entity ruling the 99th floor. Seeing Sejun appear weak before them, Elke wondered if he was just making their guard down. He assumed they were being tested, and this might be the answer their ancestor was telling them. Sejun then asked them why they were chasing after Theo and the Straw Hat. Elke then protested and apologized for offending the Black Dragon. Both Sejun and Aileen were surprised. Aileen laughed out loud and told Sejun that he could pretend to be the Great Black Dragon. She even gave him a quest to show the wolves the greatness of the Great Black Dragon. Aileen cheered for him, saying it would be beneficial for Sejun. Sejun just realized that Aileen was a real dragon and not some winged pig. He remembered Aileen being called the tower manager. Theo then wondered what was wrong. Since Aileen gave her permission, Sejun started acting like the Black Dragon, disguising himself as a human. His Chunibyu level went up as he exclaimed that he was the Black Dragon. Everyone fell silent, and Aileen cringed and felt embarrassed. The Minotaurs wondered if it was true. Theo asked Sejun to stop the creepy act, but he was bribed with a stick of churro and started playing the role of the Black Dragon's subordinate. After Theo scolded them, Elke begged to spare his tribe, putting his life on the line. Sejun had declared that he would forgive them, but only if they handed over 10,000 gold coins. The wolves were surprised, exchanging glances. Theo felt pleased to learn his own value, and Sejun expressed how precious Theo was to him. He then requested Theo to fetch a contract. Elke, however, mentioned they didn't have the requested amount. Theo suggested they repay by working for Sejun, but Elke reminded Elke of their contract with Grid. Elke apologized again, explaining their commitment to Grid, who owned the land on the 85th floor. Their current task was to retrieve a stolen Straw Hat, but now it was in the possession of the Great Black Dragon. Elke confessed they would fail, jeopardizing their tribe's food supply. Aileen got angry at their refusal of the Great Black Dragon's contract, and Sejun asked for an explanation. Elke revealed their tribe on the 85th floor was facing a prolonged drought, and to sustain themselves, they worked for Grid. However, their current mission was at risk, and if they worked for Sejun, their tribe would face starvation. Elke pleaded for forgiveness, offering their lives. Sejun inquired about the place they were in, and Elke noticed fields suitable for cultivating crops. Sejun decided to modify the contract, adding that they would work for 10,000 tower coins and receive food for their tribe during their service under him. Elke and the others celebrated, realizing they could escape Grid's control. Elke expressed gratitude to Sejun and vowed to do their best, tearfully thanking him. The Minotaurs were pleased, but Aileen silently observed, smiling as she considered the Black Dragon's upbringing complete. Elke signed the contract, and Sejun appointed Theo as their overseer. Theo facilitated introductions between the Minotaurs and wolves. Sejun contemplated the existence of potential future threats, deciding to have the wolves guard Theo while descending and the Minotaurs tend to the fields. When Theo asked Sejun for fish to share with the wolves, he discovered there were none left in the pond. Sejun assured him he was trying to find a solution, and Theo threatened to stop working unless there were fish. Sejun noted the diluted poison and Black Rabbit's detoxification with green onion, preparing to explore new hunting grounds. The Black Rabbit wielded his war hammer, and with a single swing, he smashed the small entrance, shattering the huge boulder into pieces. Now in front of Sejun, there stood a large entrance. As Sejun observed, he praised the Black Rabbit for his strength and asked if he could enter the hole and explore it. The Black Rabbit eagerly tried to enter the cave but quickly retreated, unable to see anything in the darkness. He explained that it was too dark inside for him to venture in and explore. Upon hearing this, Sejun found himself in a dilemma. Despite securing the entrance, they couldn't explore further because it was too risky to dive into pitch darkness underwater. The Black Rabbit agreed with Sejun's concern, so Sejun turned to Theo and asked if he had any item that could help the Black Rabbit see in the dark. Theo, who was occupied playing with baby rabbits, immediately began rummaging through his bag. He admitted he didn't have such an item but offered to find one if Sejun directed him to do so. As Theo emptied his bag, tower coins, pouches, and a strange purple necklace fell out. Sejun noticed the necklace and, intrigued, picked it up. Upon checking its status window, he learned it was an unappraised item with a scratched jewel. Sejun decided to seek help from the tower manager, just like they did with the Straw Hat. Aileen agreed to assist, and after receiving a basket of cherry tomatoes from San, began appraising the necklace. After a while, the rusty, scratched necklace transformed into a beautiful golden one. Sejun was astonished by the transformation, and the system informed him that it was the Necklace of Light, a rank C item. When worn, it emitted a bright light, illuminating the surroundings. The higher the user's level, the brighter the light it emits. Sejun couldn't believe his luck in finding the exact item they needed. Even the Black Rabbit was excited, knowing he could now embark on an underwater adventure. Curious, Theo asked if the item was helpful, expressing his desire to remain as Sales Cat Theo for a little longer. Sejun, holding Theo's paw, realized Theo indeed had a knack for finding rare and valuable items. Thus, Sejun officially appointed Theo as Sales Cat Theo forever, responsible for distributing the crops. Theo, initially confused, was overjoyed at the promotion. Sejun explained that Theo's ability to find rare items earned him the title, making him an invaluable member of the team. Theo couldn't believe he had been promoted to the position of Sales Cat. He thought about how he would always be Sales Cat Theo and could enjoy the benefits forever. But this wasn't the end of his surprises. Sejun was so happy with Theo's performance that he promoted him to the position of temporary president just for the day. He was thrilled with how Theo had secured the light necklace. Theo was overjoyed and started dancing, raising his hand in celebration. Taking advantage of his newfound authority as president, Theo commanded the Black Rabbit to use the necklace to fetch a lot of delicious fish from the pond. The Black Rabbit, showing respect, saluted and agreed to do so after a while. Soon we saw Sejun wearing the necklace. As soon as he put it on, the necklace emitted a soft light that amazed Sejun. He realized that the mana level of the user affected the brightness of the light. He then asked the Black Rabbit to try the necklace. When the Black Rabbit wore it, the light became so bright that it almost blinded Sejun. Despite feeling frustrated and a bit jealous, Sejun was relieved that at least the problem of seeing in the dark would be solved. Later, Sejun made a rope out of onion leaves and tied it around the Black Rabbit. He instructed him to be safe and not to do anything reckless, holding the rope tightly. Sejun explained that if the Black Rabbit couldn't breathe underwater or encountered any danger, he should pull the rope twice, and Sejun would come to help. The Black Rabbit eagerly agreed. Before diving into the pond, Sejun reminded him to take his dagger and pouch. He explained that the hammer would be difficult to swing underwater and that if the Black Rabbit found anything, he could store it in the pouch. With the dagger in the pouch, the Black Rabbit was fully prepared to dive. Sejun wished him well once again, reminding him to be careful. The Black Rabbit gave a warm thumbs up, assuring Sejun that he would take care. The Black Rabbit took a deep breath and plunged into the pond. He swam hurriedly through the hole. After swimming for a while, he finally spotted a bright light at the tunnel's end. Hastily, he sped up, gripping the tunnel's rock and dashing towards the exit. Eventually, he reached it. In the deeper area, he was amazed. Before him lay an entire underwater world, deep and mysterious. It felt like floating in a galaxy, surrounded by thousands of fish and strange sea creatures. He even spotted a giant whale with a gem on its head. But then he noticed something troubling. Near the exit, all the fish and sea monsters lay dead. He realized it was because of the poisonous soup Sejun accidentally dropped in the pond. Determined, he got to work. He took out Sejun's dagger, approached a large fish, and swiftly began butchering it. As he cut into the fish's stomach, he discovered something strange. A golden light emanated from within, followed by a mysterious golden liquid. Curious, he retrieved the liquid, thinking of impressing Sejun with it. He then tied the big fish with an onion rope. Unaware, the scent of blood attracted something ominous. Startled, he turned to see a large shark charging towards him, its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. The Black Rabbit narrowly dodged the shark's attack, but the shark's true target was the fish. It took a big bite, creating a massive wave that knocked the Black Rabbit back. The rope tied around him tightened, making it hard to breathe. Thankfully, the shark left after its meal, but the Black Rabbit was left unconscious, sinking into the ocean's darkness. Despite his fading strength, he managed to signal for help by pulling the rope twice. Outside, Sejun and the others sprang into action. With Sejun leading, they pulled with all their might. Finally, after much effort, they brought the Black Rabbit to safety. To Sejun's dismay, the Black Rabbit remained unconscious. Panic set in as Sejun gently cradled him, pleading for him to wake up. Despite their efforts, the Black Rabbit showed no signs of stirring, leaving everyone worried and anxious, from the smallest bee to the stoutest rabbit. Sejun's cries echoed, desperate for his friend to come back to consciousness. Sejun panicked as he yelled at the Black Rabbit to wake up next to him. Worried, Theo asked what they should do now. Papa and Mom Rabbits also rushed to the scene to check on their son. Sejun gave his straw hat to the queen bee to hold for a second while all the rabbits anxiously watched him. The mother rabbit was already crying, while the chunky rabbit tried to stop his younger siblings from seeing the scene. Sejun went with the classic mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, which honestly made him look like a rabbit molester. However, before he could do anything, the black rabbit suddenly spat out the water in his belly at Sejun and woke up. Everyone was overjoyed that the black rabbit was awake, and his parents hugged him in relief. Meanwhile, Sejun spat out the salty water that got into his mouth because of the rabbit fountain. He then turned to his friend and asked him if he was fine, and the black rabbit said something angrily. Sejun understood and told him to stop complaining, but the black rabbit didn't seem too happy. Meanwhile, Aileen watched everything through her magic crystal and fangirled over Sejun as always. He complained that he almost sacrificed his first kiss to save the black rabbit, who was being ungrateful, but then he put back his hat on and said it was a relief that he was fine. He then asked him why the water was so salty, and Aileen answered the question. She told Sejun that apparently, the black rabbit was in the Sea of Dimensions. He was curious about this new term, and Aileen explained that the Sea of Dimensions is something that is in between the floors of the tower. She explained that there are many dangerous and scary underwater monsters there, which is why one can only rely on the passageways to safely move through the floors. However, sometimes there are water holes on some floors that can lead to the Sea of Dimensions, and this pond is one such hole. Aileen then explained that there are different types of aquatic creatures in the Sea of Dimensions, and among them, quite a few are very tasty as well. Sejun finally understood why sea creatures were popping out of a freshwater pond. He then turned to the black rabbit and asked him if there were any edible-looking fish in the sea. The black rabbit searched inside his pouch to give Sejun what he found. He presented to him the insides of the giant electric eel. Sejun held it, wondering what was special about it. The information window for the item opened up, which told him that these were the insides of an electric eel that had lived for 1,000 years, and they shone with the power of electricity. Upon consuming this, the user would be able to gain the skills of rain and thunder. However, there were conditions to its usage too. Only the person who defeated the giant electric eel could use it. Sejun was given credit for murdering the eel. Also, he needed to have mana above 10 to consume this great item. Sejun was shocked to read this and asked his rabbit friend if he really found a giant electric eel. He proudly explained how big it was. On the other hand, Theo only had one question. Is the eel delicious? To give him an answer, the black rabbit pulled out the green onion rope, and the head of the giant electric eel he tied to it earlier came out of the water. As the eel head emerged from the pond with a great splash, Sejun and everyone else were equally amazed to see the sight. Not only that, a lot of piranha and crayfish also jumped out of the water and started swimming in the pond again. Sejun was really happy to see this, and he thought that they were all lured here by the oily scent of the electric eel head. He lifted the black rabbit high in the air, praising him for bringing back their source of protein. Other rabbits also congratulated him. Sejun then ordered the rabbits to get the fire going because they were going to have a meaty feast. Soon after, Sejun started cooking a variety of dishes for the feast. While the stew was boiling in the cave, he received shocking news outside. He had just learned that his family was in danger, and he couldn't believe it. Theo revealed that Kim Dongshik had told him about Sejun's family being in danger and promised to protect them. Sejun complained that his cherry tomatoes had become more popular on Earth than he had ever imagined. Sejun had never thought that his family would be in danger because of his success, and he was worried about them. He then asked Theo to find out some detailed information about how Dongshik was protecting his family the next time he went down to the 38th floor. Sejun then thought about returning the favor to Dongshik. Theo told him that Dongshik liked cherry tomatoes, so that could be a good repayment. Sejun said that it was perfect and that along with the cherry tomatoes, he would gift him other crops too. With that, Theo got on his lap and asked him to feed him some churro as his sales cap privilege. Sejun decided to give him 2 churros instead because of his good work. As he was taking them out of his pocket, the insides of the electric eel fell out. Sejun claimed that he had forgotten all about it while he was catching fish. He then said that he could even get a skill upon consuming it. Theo didn't really care much about the skill, but he still asked for formality. Sejun replied that the information window said it was a skill called Rain and Thunder, which must be electric. Theo was shocked to hear this and exclaimed that it was like static electricity. He jumped backward and got into a high alert position while telling Sejun that he hated static because it made his fur stiff and crinkly. Sejun just laughed and teased the cat, saying that he already liked it. He then said that after coming into the tower, he had only learned farming skills, but this would be the first time he would learn another type of skill. He laughed, saying that he finally felt like an adventurer now. Theo was quick to give him a reality check and said that he had barely gotten out of the cave. He then asked Sejun why he was not eating the insides in that case, because the sooner he got a skill, the better it would be for him. Sejun sadly told him that he couldn't eat it right now because he lacked the mana for it. He cried as he showed that his current mana was only 8.05, and he needed a minimum mana of 10 to gain a skill from the insides of the electric eel. Theo suddenly burst out laughing and said that Sejun didn't have mana. He called him weak and pathetic as he rolled on the floor holding his belly. Sejun was furious at this and asked him how high his mana was. Theo just turned his butt toward him as he declared that he wouldn't reveal that number. Sejun had a way of finding out, and he put the necklace of light around Theo's neck sneakily to judge his mana by the amount of light it radiated. Well, the light was too bright, and Sejun was immediately on his knees as he realized that after a rabbit, he got defeated by a cat too. On the other hand, Theo had some newfound confidence and declared that he would protect Sejun from now on. Quang also saw the necklace glowing, and he approached Sejun to try it out too, but he didn't want to be any more depressed and pathetic than he already was, so he didn't let him try it. Meanwhile, the Minotaur couple was enjoying the green onion leaves, and the wolves were enjoying the fish. Elka thanked the cart rabbit for delivering the food while the rest of the adult rabbits were busy eating. Sejun approached the wolves and asked them if the food was to their liking. They immediately fell to their knees, still calling him the mighty black dragon because Sejun never told them the truth. He told them to stop being so formal and enjoy their food. The wolves said that the food he was sharing with them was really delicious, and it showed how immeasurable his grace was. All two of them were busy praising and flattering him. Sejun noticed that their leader, Elka, didn't look so good. He understood that Elka was thinking about his tribe members on the 85th floor. The wolf leader told Sejun that he was right and apologized for worrying even after receiving his word. Sejun told him not to worry about anything because he would be able to meet his tribe members soon. He knew that the blue moon was coming up in a few days, so the wolves would have to go back home to the 85th floor. Sejun promised to give them a lot of fish for their tribe members to eat, and Elka once again fell to his knees to thank him. Sejun declared that it was time to plant and harvest the crops that had been delayed and left that to his trusted sales cat. Theo took charge and led the wolves to their new job. After that, Sejun went to the Minotaur and told them that they should get ready too because there was somewhere they must go tomorrow. He wanted both of them to guide him there. Ox number 3 asked Sejun where they were going, and he acted smug for a while before declaring that they were going to collect a debt from the Minotaur King. This came as the biggest shock for the Minotaur couple. Near the waypoint of the 99th floor, the Minotaur were having a feast of the green onion leaves their king stole. They exclaimed that it had been too long since they ate such tasty grass and screamed in joy. But their leader sat on his throne with his hand to his face. The Minotaur King knew that he messed up big time, and he was depressed because of it. He had just gone to the territory border to look for Ox number 3 and Ox number 4. He saw the giant crimson bear and some other creatures there too. But he got too excited after seeing the heap of tasty grass and forgot his mission. So while everyone watched him dumbfounded, he made a fool of himself by eating the grass like a true glutton. The Minotaur King felt that he should be disqualified as a leader and a warrior for doing something so shameful. However, he also gained something very important from this trip. He thought that given the neatly planted grass, the place was certainly a field, and he wondered if the beings who were with the giant crimson bear raised them. He could only remember a hazy vision of them and thought that there was one face there that he recognized. Suddenly, it clicked on him, and he recognized the father farmer rabbit. He thought that the rabbit must be the owner of the field. The Minotaur King had no idea what the white farmer rabbit was doing with the crimson bear, but he found it interesting as he munched the green onion leaves. The Minotaur King thought to himself that he shouldn't steal the belongings of small monsters. The blue moon was coming soon, and then the time allowed for him to leave the waypoint would be reset. As the one protecting the entrance to the 99th floor, he was only allowed to be away from the waypoint for just 1 hour. The Minotaur King knew that it was a short time, but he planned to use it to visit the field again and pay the price of the grass he took from the white farmer rabbits. He was excited that this was his chance to negotiate for more good quality grass too. However, the realization hit him immediately. He had nothing to pay them with. Behind him, a giant crystal gleamed as if it would serve a purpose in the future. On Sejun's farm, Everyone got back to work. The mother rabbit and sickle rabbit harvested the green onion stems while the baby rabbits carried them away. The father rabbit watered plants with his golden watering can, and Sejun worked with magical cherry tomatoes. He told the sickle rabbit and the queen bee that since he was leaving the cave for a while, he wanted to harvest as much as possible before leaving. Feeling hot and sweaty, he asked the queen bee to hold his hat for a while, and she happily obliged. Continuing to harvest tomatoes with his dagger, Sejun suddenly received a system message. It said he had harvested 9 well-ripened cherry tomatoes at once, gaining more job experience and leveling up from grade D to grade C as a tower farmer. Sejun couldn't believe it, realizing he hadn't noticed his job grade was close to leveling up. The system informed him that as his job grade increased, his job characteristics improved. This time, his closeness with nature improved, awakening one of his hidden talents, Friend of Nature. Sejun was shocked that he could now communicate with animals and plants, and wondered if the system was telling the truth. When he called out to the father rabbit, who was harvesting crops, and the father rabbit responded, Sejun fell to the ground in shock. After recovering, he confirmed with the father rabbit that he understood him. The sickle rabbit, witnessing this, called Sejun uncle, and he embraced her, asking her to call him uncle again. Realizing Sejun could understand them, the animals gathered around him in excitement. The mother rabbit questioned the father rabbit if Sejun had eaten something strange, but he assured her he hadn't. Sejun addressed all the animals, acknowledging their frustration with the communication barrier and expressing his joy that it was now gone. The queen bee nervously approached Sejun, asking if he could understand her too. Sejun reassured her, and she happily hugged him, followed by her army of kids. Sejun then decided to share the good news with those outside the cave and was given a hat by the father rabbit. As he put it on, he received another system message, indicating that the artifact he had resonated with his job advancement, and his straw hat had also been upgraded. Sejun discovered that the limitations of the straw hat had been released, and all its skills, including protection of Mother Earth and wishing for a good harvest, had leveled up. He also gained a new skill, Growth Promoter Level 1, which boosted the growth rate of crops for a week without side effects. Excited by this new skill, Sejun exclaimed about its awesome effect. He had an idea of how to utilize it and ventured outside the cave. Sejun planted some sprouts of a special crop he hadn't harvested before, the sweet potato sun pumpkin. Placing the sprouts into the ground, he gained some job experience and skill proficiency, leveling up his sowing skill to level 3, which decreased the chances of the sweet potatoes rotting. Using his growth promoter skill on the plants, a golden light enveloped them, and the system informed him of an increased growth rate for the sweet potatoes for a week. Sejun was pleased with the timing of planting the sweet potato sun pumpkin outside the cave, thanks to his new skill. He anticipated that the growth promoter skill would help the plants take root quickly and stabilize them. Since space was limited on his outdoor farm, he planted them near the green onions, thinking it should be fine. Luckily, the green onions nearby suddenly glowed, and the sweet potato sun pumpkin plants began vibrating. In an instant, they grew significantly, surprising Sejun. He wondered if this was solely the effect of the growth promoter skill, but the system corrected him. The skill wishing for a good harvest had been activated on the green onion field, boosting the yield of the sweet potatoes by 50% until its effect ended. Thankful for this unexpected bonus, Sejun exclaimed about harvesting the sweet potatoes even faster. However, his attention was quickly diverted by Koing's scream. Turning around, he saw the baby crimson bear ready to pounce on him. Koing, the bear cub, called Sejun Dad as he leaped onto him. Sejun could only scream in horror as they fell to the ground. The bear cub, still calling him Dad, asked if what the rabbit said was true, and if Sejun could understand him now. Sejun was still processing this when Koing's mom expressed her surprise that Sejun could really hear them. She thanked Sejun for caring for her and her son, leaving Sejun with no choice but to accept Koing as his own. As Koing expressed his hunger for honey, green onions, sweet potatoes, and fish, Sejun promised to prepare something special for him. Heading to the potato field, Sejun discovered strength potatoes growing on a single plant. These nutritious and delicious potatoes, graded C due to Sejun's grade reaching C, had the remarkable ability to break down 30 grams of fat in the body and increase strength by 0.5 for 10 minutes. Sejun steamed the potatoes in a large container and announced it was time to eat. Meanwhile, the rabbits had prepared other food items like roasted fish and corn. Everyone gathered happily to eat, and Sejun felt that this day was worth documenting in his diary of adventures in the tower. He believed that only good things awaited him from now on. Watching him through the crystal ball, the tower manager Aileen smiled as she enjoyed her steamed potatoes. Everyone gathered outside the cave as the bear cub, Koing, threw a tantrum, crying that he wanted to stay beside his dad. His mom tried to calm him down while Sejun ignored him and asked Theo about his bundle. Theo confirmed that he had packed it full of green onion plants with the help of the wolf employees. Turning to the bear cub, Sejun asked if he would continue acting childishly. With tears in his eyes, Koing replied that his dad had told him to stay behind and protect his sister, the queen bee. Sejun persuaded Koing to calm down, promising to return from his journey soon. Touching foreheads with Koing, Sejun assured him of his trust in his dad. Elka, the leader of the wolves, called Sejun and offered to escort him. Sejun rode on Elka's back with the black rabbit and Theo. Sejun informed the Minotaur couple, Ox number 3 and Ox number 4, that it was time to depart for the waypoint where the Minotaur King resided. They began their journey, with Koing waving them goodbye. Thanks to Elka's fast sprinting speed, they quickly covered the vast distance between Sejun's field and the Minotaur territory. Sejun praised Elka's speed, but Theo and the black rabbit covered their eyes due to the strong dust. Spotting a dark and eerie patch of hills, Sejun asked what it was. Ox number 3 explained that it was where the jerks lived, though that wasn't much of an explanation. Ox number 4 provided more details, explaining that even on the 99th floor, there were many territories. The dark forest ahead belonged to the corrupt beings of the west. Sejun was curious, but was warned not to go near the place. Ox number 4 stressed the danger and urged him to stay away. Sejun decided to ask Aileen for more details later. They took the long way to avoid the dark patch, but suddenly, a ball of mud hit Sejun in the face, knocking him off his ride. Theo was the first to react, followed by Ox number 3 and Elka, who were shocked that someone had dared to hit the great black dragon. Sejun got up and assured everyone that he was okay as he wiped the mud from his face. After glancing at the mud on his hands, he looked ahead and spotted a herd of Minotaur munching on mud. Sejun realized they were eating mud because there was nothing else to eat in that place. He also understood that this scarcity of food was why they went berserk at the sight of anything green. As Sejun sat on the ground, the black rabbit joined him and invited Theo to join them. However, Theo acted like a spoiled brat and refused to come down because he didn't want to step in the mud. Ox number 4 took charge and demanded to know who threw food at their guests. A Minotaur with blonde hair approached them and questioned why they had been away for so long in such a friendly manner. He then noticed the guests and demanded Ox number 3 hand over any toys they had brought. This earned him a punch from Ox number 4, who declared they had no time to waste and must go see the Minotaur King immediately. A Minotaur rushed to inform the king that the Minotaur couple had returned with some unfamiliar guests. Before the king could inquire further, Ox number 3 and Ox number 4 appeared before him, announcing they had brought guests from the Red Fur territory. This made the other Minotaur anxious. The Minotaur King was relieved they had come to him and welcomed the white farmer rabbits, mistaking them for allies of the Red Fur. However, he was surprised to see that the only white thing among them was Sejun's t-shirt. He questioned Sejun's identity, as he had never encountered humans before. Despite the misunderstanding, the king commended Sejun for coming all the way there. Leaning on his throne, he mentioned tasting the grass they farmed a few days ago and acknowledged Sejun's struggle to survive on the 99th floor with his weak powers. The king promised to help Sejun if he faced any injustice under the Mama Bear's rule, showing concern for weaker monsters like him. He then granted Sejun and his group permission to speak freely. Sejun clarified some misunderstandings. He told the Minotaur King that he didn't work for the Mama Bear, but rather she and her baby helped him. Secondly, he wasn't there to seek protection from unfair treatment, but to voice a complaint. Sejun approached the Minotaur King and explained that 3 days prior, something had been taken from his farm. With a confident smirk, he warned the king that unless he wanted to be seen as a thief, he needed to make things right by compensating him. However, the Minotaur King reacted harshly to Sejun's accusation, angrily challenging him to repeat his words. He crushed a rock underfoot in his fury, questioning how someone as lowly as Sejun could dare to accuse him, the mighty ruler of the 99th floor, of theft. Sejun stood his ground, barely keeping his hat from flying off in the face of the Minotaur King's intimidating roar. Despite this, he pressed on, asking what else the king could be if not a thief. Even Theo chimed in to support Sejun's stance. This confrontation caused the other Minotaur to begin doubting their king's innocence. They pondered if their leader had indeed stolen the grass they had consumed 3 days earlier. Seeing his followers question him, the Minotaur King quickly changed his tune, claiming there had been a misunderstanding. He explained that, as the guardian of the waypoint, he was limited in his actions away from his post. He admitted to taking the grass in haste but assured Sejun that he intended to repay him. Though still uneasy, the Minotaur King laughed off the situation and asked Sejun what he desired as compensation. Sejun surprised the king by requesting the use of the waypoint. The Minotaur King, taken aback, agreed to grant Sejun's wish. Excited at the prospect of leaving the tower, Sejun eagerly approached the waypoint platform. However, as he reached out to touch the floating crystal, a system message appeared before him. It informed Sejun that the waypoint on the 99th floor had been saved, but since he had never been to another floor, there was no other waypoint stored in his data. Shocked and dismayed, Sejun realized he couldn't move to another floor. The Minotaur King speculated that Sejun, being an outsider to the tower, hadn't registered himself on the waypoints of each floor as required. With his hopes of escape shattered, Sejun sank to his knees in despair, realizing he was trapped in the tower. Sejun sat on his knees before the waypoint, feeling like everything he cherished had been snatched away by some divine force. Theo, worried, tried to comfort him, but Sejun quickly shook off his depression, at least outwardly. He sighed, admitting that ever since he learned this place was on the 99th floor, he had a deep-down feeling he couldn't escape. Confirming this fact now made him a bit sad. The Minotaur King loomed behind him, seeming to have other thoughts. He apologized for Sejun's depressing situation but declared their deal fulfilled. Sejun, lacking the energy to fight back, acknowledged this, standing and telling the Minotaur King he was no longer indebted. The Minotaur King, unwilling to take chances, urged Sejun to leave, but Sejun interrupted, suggesting an offer instead. Furious, the Minotaur King couldn't believe Sejun, a mere mortal, would dare to make such a proposal. Unfazed, Sejun instructed Theo to open his bundle, revealing a cascade of freshly harvested green onion leaves. The Minotaur, including the king, were amazed and drooling at the sight of the familiar tasty grass. Sejun explained it was a gesture of goodwill, aiming to foster better relations with their neighbors on the 99th floor. The Minotaur King, entranced by the offer, was too focused on the gift to hear anything else. Sejun then revealed his true intention. Expanding his fields required more manpower. If they collaborated, everyone could enjoy this delicious grass 3 times a day. With a wink, Sejun proposed a deal. Meanwhile, outside Sejun's cave, the baby cub awaited his father's return, transforming into a chunky bundle of sadness. Spotting Sejun's arrival thrilled Kuang, who rushed to his side, declaring his dad was back. The queen bee and her offspring followed suit. Kuang snuggled with Sejun, proudly claiming he'd been well behaved, not even crying as he licked his human dad. The father rabbit arrived and noticed Sejun's quick return. He asked if the negotiations went well, to which Sejun replied affirmatively. Then Sejun signaled to someone in the distance, prompting a group of Minotaur to appear, stunning the parent rabbits. The Minotaur, having understood their job from Sejun, knew they were there to dig the ground. Seeing the shocked rabbits, Sejun explained that the Minotaur were there to help plow the field. He revealed that he struck a deal with the Minotaur King for permission to use the entire wasteland on the 99th floor. The eager Minotaur asked where to start. Meanwhile, Kuang cheered for them, amazed by their muscles. He approached the Minotaur, complimenting their strength. Impressed by Kuang's bravery, the Minotaur were eager to follow him and start working. Sejun admired Kuang's cuteness as he watched him go, then decided it was time to prepare food for the Minotaur workers. While the farmer rabbits were eager to join him, Theo lazily slept on the wolf, dreaming about churros. At the Minotaur stronghold, they held a rock-paper-scissors tournament to decide who would work in Sejun's field for the next day. 10 winners were chosen, and Ox number 3 acted as their coordinator, promising to take them to Sejun Field the next day. The Minotaur King watched his cheerful minions, hoping their help would turn the wasteland into grassland again, believing in Sejun's plan. The next day, the poison bees got to work early, filling glass bottles with honey. Sejun was amazed by the amount they produced. He gave Kuang a bottle of honey, cautioning him to eat it sparingly. Then he asked the mama bear if she was going deep into the forest, knowing the blue moon was approaching. Sejun said that in that case he would pack them a lot of food along with some extra bottles of honey. Kuang got excited to hear it. Just then, Elka nervously told Sejun that the wolves must also go down to their home to face the blue moon. Sejun told him not to worry about anything because he had prepared a meal for them too. Behind him was a literal mountain of crayfish and panas among other food items. Sejun remarked that the Black Rabbit had made many trips to the Sea of Dimensions to hunt enough seafood for them. The wolves freaked out on seeing a large amount of food, and they bowed down to thank the Black Rabbit, who told them that it was no big deal. Then Sejun started wondering how the wolves would carry this much food. Elka told him that they also had their simple assisting bundles that could carry a lot of things, even though they couldn't be compared to a merchant's bundle. The three wolves threw their assisting bundles in the air, and the food got sucked into them completely. With that, they prepared to take off and told Sejun that they would meet him again after the blue moon ended. Kwani and his mom also joined them as they were going in the same direction. Sejun waved them goodbye with the Black Rabbit by his side. He thought that since everything else was sorted, he should also start preparing for the blue moon. He looked a bit tense, and Aileen quickly wondered if Sejun was worried for his fields again. Sejun admitted that he was a bit uneasy since the blue moon was approaching, and Aileen asked him if she could tell him to trust in her already. She asked him if he didn't see her step in and subdue the monsters during the blue moon for him, and he replied that she did. Whenever the blue moon appeared, the monsters went berserk. A month ago, during the last blue moon, Sejun often thought about it when Ox number 3 ruined his outside field. Everyone tried to minimize the damage their actions caused by going away from the fields or staying hidden. That worked for the fields inside the cave, but the fields outside were still defenseless, and they held the vast majority of his green onion crops. Sejun shared these concerns of his with Aileen, and she told him that she would protect the field. He didn't understand just how she was going to protect the field, but he was now sure that the black dragon he saw during the first blue moon was Aileen. He told her that he believed in her, and the great black dragon was happy to receive praise from Sejun. She told Sejun to believe in her and plant a lot of crops. With that, she started stretching to begin her preparations for the blue moon. Aileen opened the doors of her cabin and climbed up a huge staircase to reach the top of her tower. On the top floor, there were huge magic stones that looked exactly like the waypoint. It was a dragon home, which was a black tower situated on a floating island high above the clouds of the 99th floor, which was even more vast than previously revealed. Aileen took in the refreshing breeze because it had been a long time since she left her room. With that, she began her preparations. Aileen used her authority as the tower manager and activated the system, starting the magic circle, and with multiple system windows open in front of her, she declared that it was finally her turn to step in. All the preparations to withstand the blue moon were completed. The rabbits were tucked away safely in their snug homes to shield them from the effects of the blue moon. Sejun created a secure spot among the rocks to protect a tiny flame. He felt content with his handiwork, remarking that safeguarding the embers was all that mattered to keep the fire burning. Suddenly, he heard a cry and turned around to find Theo cuddling the young baby rabbits, tears streaming down his face. He expressed surprise that the adorable yellow babies were now growing up. While touched by this, Sejun was less pleased with Theo's reaction. He instructed the cat merchant to stay hidden, anticipating the unpredictable timing of the blue moon. Theo reluctantly complied but was reluctant to leave the rabbit babies. He entrusted Sejun with their care and urged him to alert him if anything happened. Sejun reassured him and handed Theo a special item for safekeeping, a cocoon from the queen bee. Theo was surprised by this gift. Sejun explained that the queen bee had left it for him before sealing her hive, signaling the growth of more beehives. Despite the increase, moments like these posed challenges. Theo promised to safeguard the cocoon in his soft fur. As the sky darkened, Sejun realized the blue moon had arrived. The cave soon echoed with the cries and roars of the baby rabbits, transforming into ferocious creatures under the blue light. Sejun, though familiar with the sight, couldn't help but feel unsettled. Suddenly, he heard a roar from outside the cave, alarming him. He wondered why monsters were present when they shouldn't be. Despite wanting to see if Aileen had arrived to handle the situation, he was met with murderous rabbits staring at him. Confused by their aggression, he remembered that they should have turned into normal adults swiftly. Ignoring his attempts to reason, they lunged at him. Terrified, Sejun screamed for help, but relief washed over him as the black dragon, Aileen, soared overhead. The rabbits froze in fear, allowing Sejun to breathe a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, outside the cave, a bizarre and eerie tree monster known as the branch ant appeared in Sejun's field, driven mad by the blue moon. However, upon spotting the mighty black dragon, it fled in terror. However, the black dragon in the sky wasn't Aileen, but just a hologram. The real Aileen was in her tower, controlling the hologram using her dragon technology. She laughed while asking anyone who might listen what they thought of her performance. This illusionary magic tool was created for her by her grandfather. It was especially helpful during the blue moon when Aileen couldn't leave the administrator area but still wanted to keep the monsters in check. On top of that, Aileen tweaked the hologram a bit to make it look like her adult version. She could remotely control the hologram over the entire 99th floor. However, it was only effective if it was as high as the clouds and would disappear if it got closer to the ground. Aileen then giggled to herself, thinking that Sejun would believe that was what she really looked like. She was pleased with that and decided to fly the holographic dragon a bit more before the blue moon ended. Back in the cave, Sejun was really impressed that the monsters had quieted down since Aileen appeared. Suddenly, he noticed a bright light coming from the murderous-looking rabbits, and they instantly transformed into fuzzy bundles of cuteness. Seeing the rabbits turn into proper adults was a relief to Sejun. He hugged them, telling them how glad he was to see them as adults, but the rabbits he'd hugged told him to loosen his grip. The other rabbits called him uncle and asked him what happened. Sejun would answer their question, but then he saw the blue moonlight hitting his crops, and a whole bunch of them sparkled after absorbing it. He was happy and said they should harvest the blue moon crop soon. Afterward, he steamed some regular sweet potatoes and blue sweet potatoes side by side. He laid them out on a giant platter along with some blue cherry tomatoes. Well, some of the blue sweet potatoes were not the normal kind, but actually the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes, and there were also some strength potatoes in the mix. Sejun counted them all and said they harvested 13 blue cherry tomatoes, 3 blue potatoes, and 7 blue sweet potatoes this time. That seemed less than the number of glowing plants. Sejun thanked Aileen for helping him out and presented a bowl of blue moon crops to her. He told her that the potatoes and sweet potatoes were hot, so she had to cool them down before eating. Aileen thanked him and also told Sejun to leave all the issues of the blue moon to her in the future as well. With that, Aileen received Sejun's offering. As she lay in her comfy bed, she covered her wings with pillows and even had a cloth over her eyes because she was tired from operating the hologram. However, she thought it was worth it because she got some blue moon crops. Even though the sweet potatoes were comparable to a peanut in her hand, she thought she should try out the remedy to cure her dragon heart. She ate 1 sweet potato and 1 pumpkin and found that her heart was really beating normally, unlike the last time when it was abrupt. This time, Aileen could feel a stable flow of mana. Suddenly, she got a system message in front of her. Aileen wondered what the meaning of the message was. As she read it, it said that the achievement of reproducing the forgotten dish, honey sweet potatoes, had been accomplished. Aileen realized that this could only mean one thing, and she looked into her magic orb to find Sejun pouring a generous amount of honey on a blue potato. She was not happy that he was doing this. Aileen complained about how dare he give her only potatoes while he was creating a delicious dish for himself. However, she suddenly got another system message telling her that she could award the one who accomplished the forgotten dish achievement with a special job skill. Aileen laughed to herself, thinking that she would give Sejun something perfect for his tower occupation. Back at the cave, Sejun's special dish was finally finished. Besides the taste being boosted by the energy of the blue moon, this dish could also permanently increase the mana of whoever ate it by 0.3 points. Sejun thought that potatoes with honey were just as tasty as potatoes with salt, and he was eager to try it. The rabbits also seemed interested in the dish. Sejun offered to share the blue moon crops with them, but one of the responsible rabbits stepped in. He reminded the others of what their dad had said. They were supposed to give all the blue moon crops to Sejun because he was weak. Sejun felt deeply hurt by this comment and apologized to the rabbits for his weakness. They encouraged him to eat the blue potatoes while they settled for the normal ones and sweet potatoes. Sejun accepted their offer and took a bite of the honey potato. He found the taste wonderful and felt like he could get addicted to it. Suddenly, a system window popped up, informing him that his mana had been permanently increased by 3 points. Another system window appeared, notifying him that he had achieved the reproduction of the forgotten dish, honey potatoes. Sejun couldn't believe he had an achievement for simply putting honey on a steamed potato. Aileen messaged him, confirming his achievement and giving him a new quest to treat the tower manager to the honey potato. The reward was a job skill, and as always, the penalty for refusing was the disappointment of the tower manager. Sejun was still amazed by everything that was happening, but was curious about the job skill, so he accepted the quest. He asked Aileen if he could use a normal potato instead, and she agreed. Sejun poured honey over a bowl of normal potatoes and completed his quest. As a reward, he acquired the cooking skill, which slightly improved the taste and effectiveness of dishes made using ingredients grown in the tower. Sejun was shocked to learn he had cooking skills, and another screen popped up displaying the list of registered recipes, which only contained the honey potato. Sejun couldn't believe he had cooking skills now and wondered if he should become a chef as a side job after being a farmer. But first, he decided to make more honey potatoes for everyone. He asked the rabbits for help, and they eagerly agreed. With this, Sejun found an event worth mentioning in his diary of getting lost in the tower today. The 8th blue moon passed by peacefully. In the western part of the 99th floor, there was a place called the Dark Forest, where strange creatures lived. Among the eerie trees, a lonely branch creature was quietly making its way. This was the same tree monster that had approached Sejun's farm earlier, but got scared off by Aileen. It moved cautiously through the woods. However, it accidentally tripped over a root sticking out of the ground and fell. But this was no ordinary root. A giant, menacing wooden claw emerged and captured the confused branch ant. It struggled and cried out for freedom, but it was helpless against the creature's grip. Then suddenly, the giant claw smashed the branch ant to the ground, crushing it completely. The attacker was a huge tree monster known as the Corrupted Ant, the same one the Minotaur had cryptically warned Sejun about earlier. It resembled a dead, dry tree with multiple red eyes in its hollow cavity. As the blue moon faded away and the sun returned to the sky, the Corrupted Ant fled deeper into the forest, avoiding the light. It was not alone, as there were many other corrupted ants in the forest, each as menacing as the last. Meanwhile, Sejun was peacefully enjoying lunch and tea with his rabbit friends. He didn't notice a small sapling growing under the burnt green onion leaves nearby. What could it be? Only time will tell. On another part of the floor, Elka and his 2 subordinates had returned to their tribe on the 75th floor. Everyone was happy, with a pile of food in front of them. Elka distributed the food, even giving a fish to a baby wolf who thanked him. However, when another wolf asked if he was leaving right away, Elka explained that he had to go since the blue moon was over. Turns out, the second wolf was Elka's wife, who asked him to stay a bit longer so their kids could see him when they woke up. Elka, now serving the great black dragon, couldn't waste time and promised to return soon. With that, he left for the 99th floor with his trusted minions. At the same time, in the passageway village, someone was running for their life from pursuers. Onlookers watched with curiosity as 3 gray rabbits fled, one lagging behind. As they were cornered, a jackal mercenary caught up to them, striking one into the air while his partner blocked the path of the others. Terrified, the rabbits gasped as they found themselves trapped. Their screams reached the sensitive ears of Elka as he turned around to see where they were coming from. His underlings asked if they shouldn't leave, but Elka's attention was drawn elsewhere. Meanwhile, a jackal mercenary had caught a rabbit by its throat, calling it a slave and demanding to know where it was trying to escape. Another rabbit lay beneath his foot as he mocked their attempt to outrun them, suggesting they'd have rabbit meat for dinner. He chuckled, saying their boss wouldn't notice if one rabbit went missing. As the jackal prepared to devour the rabbit, a heady punch slammed into his head, forcing his mouth shut. Elka's blow sent the jackal crashing to the ground, and the wolf chieftain caught the rabbit. The other jackal, recognizing Elka as Grid's subordinate, nervously asked why they were being attacked. He claimed they were chasing runaway slaves and warned Elka of their landlord's displeasure if he found out. Elka dismissed their threats, threatening to bite off the jackal's throat with his sharp fangs. Terrified, the jackal abandoned the rabbits and retreated with his injured partner. Elka's subordinates arrived. Concerned by his actions, he apologized, admitting he couldn't resist. Deciding to take the rabbits along to avoid their capture by the jackals, Elka reasoned they could be useful to the great black dragon, whom he believed to be Sejun on the 99th floor. Meanwhile, Sejun gathered everyone for a big announcement. He proudly declared that after consuming the blue moon crops, his mana had finally reached 10. However, his excitement was met with a weak response, and Theo, in a confrontational mood, questioned the significance of such a rookie achievement. Ignoring Theo's interruption, Sejun announced his ability to extract a new skill from the eel's innards. Unfazed by Sejun's outburst, Theo expressed his desire to sleep, prompting Sejun to urge him to witness his new skill. Sejun then indulged in the delicious taste of the eel's innards, reminiscent of orange soda. After he finished eating, a system window popped up in front of him, informing him that he had learned the skill Rain and Thunder at level 1. However, due to a lack of sufficient mana to use the skill properly, it remained locked. The 2 sub-skills, Make It Rain and Throw Thunder, were sealed for safety reasons. Currently, Sejun could only create dark clouds with his mana, and if the conditions were right, there was a low chance of rain. Sejun panicked at the system's message, questioning how it could be rain and thunder if both aspects were sealed. Despite his confusion, he decided to explore the abilities available to him. Using his power, he managed to create clouds, but they were disappointingly small, only covering a limited area. While Sejun felt disheartened by his lackluster performance, Kwang was impressed and applauded. Sejun, feeling down, expended 1/3 of his total mana to try again, but the result remained minuscule. Theo patted Sejun, reminding him that he was still the chairman despite being weak. Kwang approached Sejun, complimenting his magic and assuring him that it would improve over time. Moved by Kwang's encouragement, Sejun was brought to tears and embraced the bear cub, expressing gratitude. Meanwhile, Theo continued to tease Sejun, lying on his lap and joking about the sun's interference. Just as Sejun was trying to cope with the mixed emotions, Elka and his crew returned, accompanied by 3 shivering rabbits. Sejun inquired about the newcomers, noticing their injuries and distress. The rabbits pleaded with Sejun not to harm them, revealing their connection to the other rabbits present. Sejun was puzzled by their emotional reunion and asked for an explanation. Before Elka could respond, the mother and father rabbits arrived, shocked to see the gray rabbits alive. Their emotional reunion left Sejun wondering about their connection and eager to learn more. Soon after, Sejun and his friends watched as the gray rabbits chomped down their food, looking surprised. The rabbits were eating like they hadn't had a meal in ages, which was pretty close to the truth. One rabbit got too excited with its carrots and ended up choking. The mother rabbit quickly offered water, while Sejun advised the gray rabbits to slow down and enjoy their meal since the food wasn't going anywhere. Grateful, the gray rabbit gulped down water and called Sejun the Great Black Dragon, a term it learned from the wolves. Sejun simply asked to be called by his name, explaining that the title was too long to mention and they were all family, so there was no need for formalities. Elka got flustered but eventually agreed. As Sejun looked at the gray rabbits, Theo jumped onto his lap, demanding treats. Each of the gray rabbits had unique skills. One was an artist, another a woodworker, and the third an architect. Impressed, Sejun wanted to hear their story. They confirmed they had fled from an exploitative farm, with Elka rescuing them. The revelation that they had come from the 55th floor shocked everyone, especially the father rabbit, who started asking about the kingdom they came from, especially the royal family and monsters. Confused, Sejun asked the father rabbit to calm down and explain some things. The father rabbit's mood darkened as he recounted the history of the Red Ribbon Kingdom, their once peaceful home. Thanks to hardworking farmer rabbits, they had abundant crops and a rich culture with artists and professionals. But decades ago, tragedy struck when monstrous hornet-like creatures attacked, destroying everything. Only one brave black rabbit tried to defend them but tragically failed. The kingdom fell into ruins, leaving behind a sorrowful tale. As the father rabbit finished his grim story, he mentioned that the monsters had appeared out of nowhere, leaving everyone devastated. During the chaos of destruction, the king, queen, and princess vanished, leaving the people without leaders. They scattered, trying to flee the place while dodging monsters. The rabbit couple was lucky enough to escape. Sejun found it odd to see rabbits on the 99th floor since it didn't seem like their habitat. The father rabbit explained that bug-type monsters had taken over the 55th floor, and they never expected survivors there. The gray rabbit added that their family and others who couldn't escape were awaiting certain doom. Suddenly, the monsters disappeared, and someone awaited them in the wasteland that used to be their kingdom. Elka interrupted and furiously mentioned Grid, the greedy wild boar landlord who had taken control of the 55th floor and enslaved the rabbits. The rabbits were now forced to work on a farm instead of their usual activities. Unable to bear it anymore, the rabbits cried out in despair. Sejun comforted them and suggested they rest. He asked the black rabbit to guide them to a cave and offer them a place to sleep. After they left, Sejun recalled that Grid was the one who hired the wolves to search for the Straw Hat. Elka confirmed Grid's influence in the tower's food distribution, making Sejun nervous. Elka reassured him that Grid wouldn't reach the 99th floor because no mercenaries would escort him there, as most were afraid of stronger monsters. Sejun felt relieved, knowing Grid wouldn't chase after the rabbits for now. Meanwhile, on the 55th floor, what used to be the palace of the Red Ribbon Kingdom that has transformed into Grid's castle. Seated on his throne, Grid, the greedy pig, scolded 2 jackal mercenaries, challenging them to repeat their words. Terrified, the jackals confessed that the silver wolf, Elka, had betrayed them and taken the rabbits they were after. One jackal even showed his wound to Grid. Grid's assistant chimed in, casting doubt on Elka's trustworthiness from the start, but Grid dismissed Elka's betrayal, predicting that Elka would come begging for help once food in the tower ran out. Grid asked his assistant about their preparations, and the pig assured him that they were controlling food distribution despite some complaints from the Tower and Merchants Association. Grid laughed, envisioning taking over the entire tower, not just one kingdom or floor, but the entire tower, relishing in his power-hungry ambition. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Sejun woke up from a peaceful sleep and moved over Theo, who wanted to sleep more, to the side. Sejun headed to the pond to freshen up and was amazed to find a wooden wash basin fed by a green onion pipe and a ladle. He speculated that the gray rabbits might have built and created them. While washing his hair, Theo called out to Sejun, leading him to another part of the cave where the mother rabbit was cooking over a stone stove with the help of her children. Sejun marveled at the rabbit's creation, a safe and efficient stove, along with a dining table and utensils. Theo proudly showed Sejun a bowl made by the rabbits, complete with Theo's paw print, and informed him of the rabbits' gratitude for sheltering them. Sejun then discovered the 3 rabbits talking to the sickle rabbit, thanking her for looking out for them. He then called them over, and the 3 rabbits formally thanked Sejun and offered their skills to repay the debt. Sejun was touched and offered the rabbits a job, though they didn't quite understand what he meant. Another day arrived in Sejun's cave, and he formally introduced the gray rabbits as Pimik, Pirik, and Pivik. The white rabbits warmly welcomed them. Sejun was glad to have craftsman rabbits, as their farming would surely improve. The gray rabbits promised to help as much as they could. Sejun then asked them to build houses for the first-generation rabbits that had just grown into adults and for themselves as well. He also remembered that the second-generation rabbits would need to be independent soon. He worried that the gray rabbits might overwork building houses. However, the gray rabbits told him not to worry since they were experts. Theo joined the conversation and asked for a mobile house, but Sejun reminded him that he already had his bundle. The gray rabbits offered to build a cat tower for him. The gray rabbits then noticed Sejun's belongings and wondered if he had a house. Sejun explained that he only slept on the green onion leaves. The gray rabbits then offered to build him a house, which they could make outside the cave as long as they had the materials. Sejun exclaimed how much he wanted his own house as he realized that he needed to spend more time outside the cave because of the fields. Since his strong friends were outside too, he felt safe. Sejun then asked if the gray rabbits needed anything. They said they needed mud or fine sand to create bricks. Sejun then remembered a place where they could get the materials. Sejun and the gang went to the Minotaur's territory. The gray rabbit exclaimed that the soil with fine leaves was great material for making bricks. The Minotaur King asked what it was all about since the mud was basically their food. Sejun then offered a new deal. In exchange for making bricks from the mud, they would get green onions. The Minotaur King easily agreed and immediately ordered his minions to stop eating the mud. Sejun was glad that they would be busy for a while. The days continued as the monsters helped develop the 99th floor. Quanning and Mama Bear uprooted trees. The Minotaurs plowed the land with their horns. The rabbits tended to the fields and watered the existing crops. Elka was also teaching Koing how to fight, and the bear cub liked it. Sejun rewarded him with honey and praised him. Since Elka looked interested in the honey, Sejun also offered a bottle to him. Sejun then harvested the crops in a field and brightly shining potatoes were uprooted. His job experience points and proficiency in harvesting increased. He continued leveling until he received a bonus stat. Sejun celebrated as he harvested many sweet sun pumpkin potatoes. As the sun was getting hot, he used his skill to create dark clouds. Since the gray rabbits were working hard on the houses, Sejun realized they also needed to set up a sturdy warehouse because they harvested a lot. Sejun called out to Theo and asked when he would go down the floors. Theo said he was already planning to go down since he had packed a lot of cherry tomatoes. Sejun asked him to try selling detoxifying green onions next time, thinking hunters might need them. He mentioned that he had already divided the plants and harvested a lot. Theo agreed to sell 100 detoxifying green onions for now. Although Theo doubted the green onions would sell, he chose to trust Sejun. As a cat, he didn't like the smell of green onions. Sejun asked him to return soon. Theo got distracted and grabbed potatoes along with the green onion leaves. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor of the tower, a green frog was resting when it got hit by something. A lizard man appeared and licked his lips, happy to have caught something. As he checked his prey, a huge insect jumped on the dead green frog to take a bite. The lizardman grabbed the insect and ate it like a crunchy snack. However, he then noticed more insects hiding in the shadows of the trees. The insects made a strange sound and started flying around. They attacked the lizard men like waves crashing on a person at the beach. A few seconds later, the insects dispersed, leaving only the lizardman's bow and arrow on the ground. The insects then flew away to find their next prey. Aileen had been sleeping soundly until her alarm rang. She complained about how the alert system was ruining her beauty sleep. She then checked the system and a flood of notifications appeared in front of her. 5.3 million red locusts had infiltrated the 67th floor of the tower. Aileen was shocked to see that red locusts had invaded from the outside of the tower. It had been 100 years since red locusts last infiltrated the tower, and during that time, it was her grandfather who had solved the issue and stopped the destruction of the 55th floor. Aileen activated the manager authority and connected to external communications. However, she couldn't connect with her current abilities. Just then, the system notified her that 0.01% of the 67th floor had already been destroyed. Within seconds, the percentage kept increasing. Anxious, Aileen wondered what she should do in this situation. Meanwhile, the eel that the black rabbit had hunted was processed, and Sejun cooked it over the stone grill. Sejun looked happy, and Theo was already salivating. The sickle rabbit then came over with the cut-up potatoes and sweet potatoes. Sejun warned the rabbits not to get too close to the eel because the oil could splatter and be dangerous. The black rabbit asked what Sejun was making. Sejun said he was making something tastier than honey potatoes. He wondered if they knew what candied potatoes were. Sejun then fried the potatoes in the eel oil he had saved. He fried them until they turned crispy and brown on the outside. He then added honey and stirred them until they simmered. The final product was the candied sweet potato. The recipe was recorded in the system, and Sejun achieved an accomplishment. Due to the new recipe, Sejun's cooking proficiency increased. Everyone was in awe seeing the glistening candied potatoes. Theo then requested that his fish be fried the same way. Sejun then fried a piranha in the same eel oil. Despite cooking the fried piranha, the system didn't acknowledge it as a new recipe. He started to wonder what the standards were. Excited, Sejun decided to proceed with the candied potatoes since finding new recipes was fun. Soon after, Sejun went outside and called the others. Their meal was made up of roasted eel, fried piranha, and candied sweet potatoes and potatoes. The Minotaur started to appreciate eating after working hard. The wolves also enjoyed the food quietly. When everyone finished eating, Theo lay down on Sejun's lap. Sejun reminded him about going down the floors. Theo then got up and called the wolves. He noticed some leftover food, and Sejun said it was for Aileen. However, he was worried because she hadn't answered when he called her earlier. Theo assumed Aileen was just sleeping. Sejun would feel better if that were the case. He hoped nothing was wrong. Meanwhile, Aileen kept working on her tower system but kept getting errors. Even though her dragon heart had finally healed, she still couldn't control the tower system with her power. She felt useless and didn't know what to do. She just grieved in front of the windows showing system errors and the destruction progress on the 67th floor. At the headquarters of the Merchant Passageway Central Management, a meeting was in progress. Mason from the Wandering Merchant Association's Fox Tribe, Hannibal from the Free Mercenaries Tiger Tribe, and Iona from the Magician Association's Hamster Tribe were attending. The other attendees were surprised to see the leader of the Magician Association because the top 7 magic towers rarely appeared in public. Seeing these top leaders gathered in one place, everyone wondered what was happening. Mason began the meeting by mentioning the appearance of the red locusts, which had already taken over 2/3 of the 6th floor. The lizardmen were desperately defending the waypoint, but the situation was difficult. Hannibal worried that the wandering merchant passageways might be infiltrated by the red locusts. Mason reminded him that the red locusts were intruders from outside the tower and couldn't use the passageways. However, if the red locusts captured the waypoint, they would invade the other floors. Hannibal assumed that the 68th and 69th floors would be next. Everyone present then realized that the floors they were on contained one of the 5 major granaries of the tower. They all exclaimed that this was not a problem that the lizardmen could handle alone. Mason expected that a great famine would occur again, but the others didn't understand what Mason meant. Iona then spoke up, mentioning the destruction of the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 5th floor. Currently, the granaries were spread across several floors, but at that time, the Red Ribbon Kingdom was the largest food supplier of the tower. Due to a massive red locust invasion, the kingdom was destroyed, and the wild boar they knew took over the place for himself. Mason asked Iona to calm down, saying that Greed, the wild boar they knew, was a good man because he rebuilt the granary of the ruined kingdom. Iona reminded him that Greed exploited the rabbit tribe and kept shutting down all food distribution lines to the rest of the tower. Hannibal got mad and exclaimed that Iona was going too far. Mason tried to calm down the tiger. Everyone then remembered that the great black dragon was supposed to protect them. Iona sighed and stepped out of her seat. She mentioned that the same red locust infiltration had happened 200 years ago and even several thousand years ago. Each time, the great black dragon had quickly destroyed the red locusts. However, during the last incident, the great black dragon did not act quickly for unknown reasons. The situation was only resolved after more than half of the kingdom's citizens had been wiped out. All the granaries were destroyed, causing a great food shortage throughout the tower, and there were still places where the effects had not yet healed. Since a few days had already passed, Iona assumed that the great black dragon would not act quickly this time either. She suggested that they should handle the situation themselves until the great black dragon appeared, otherwise their tower would collapse. As the representative of the magic towers, she announced that they would dispatch 200 war mages. She then asked what the other leaders would do. Meanwhile, Elka and the others stopped by the Wolves' tribe settlement. Thea reminded Elka that they didn't have much time to waste. At that moment, some kids approached him and asked if Theo was the Black Dragon. Theo exclaimed that he was the most important underling of the Black Dragon. The kids were impressed by his title, and Theo enjoyed their admiration. Feeling happy, he shared some food with them. While Theo rummaged through his magic bundle, he noticed something and pulled out a sweet pumpkin potato. He was shocked to find one in his bundle. Elka wondered what was wrong, and Theo, surprised, claimed it was nothing at all and rode Elka. Elka then told Theo to hold tight since he would be going at high speed. As they traveled, Theo realized he was in big trouble and thought about destroying the evidence. Theo told Elka to hurry to the 38th floor of the tower. Back on the 99th floor, Sejun panicked as he dug through the green onion leaves, searching for something. He was looking for the sweet sun pumpkin potato that he had planned to plant later. He assumed Theo had moved it and felt relieved, thinking the shoots had been transplanted to another location during harvesting. Still, he decided to scold Theo later. Just then, the seed store opened, and Sejun checked what it was selling. Since his store grade was still ordinary, the store showed 4 random seeds: flame bean seeds, carrot seeds, strawberry seeds, and Chinonyang pepper seeds. Sejun wondered what a flame bean seed was, as one seed cost 5 tower coins. He had enough money for it, but realized the risk was high since buying it would mean missing the chance to buy the other seeds, which offered more seeds. After some thinking, Sejun decided not to take the risk and chose everything except the flame bean seeds since they had more mouths to feed. He used 5 tower coins to buy 3 types of seeds, which increased his store mileage. When the store closed, Sejun received the bags of seeds. He was excited to eat strawberries and Chinonyang peppers. He then told Papa Rabbit that he got more carrot seeds. The rabbit was surprised, and the two got excited about planting them and expanding their fields further. Meanwhile, in Gangnam, South Korea, a familiar old man was enjoying the good weather. It had been a while since Han Taejin went outside of the refrigerator. His student, Seyuk, reminded him not to let his guard down, or the curse might come back. Taejin praised his student's skill in ruining his mood. He then remembered that they would have a deal with Sejun again and wondered if Dongshik was on the 37th floor of the tower. Seyuk reported that Dongshik was having trouble defeating the boss on the 38th floor, the deadly tarantula, which was sitting in its nest next to the waypoint. The poisonous gas from the tarantulas was hard to neutralize even with healing magic, and the conquest seemed impossible without an antidote made from the boss monster's blood. Additionally, they were having problems finding an alchemist who could prepare the antidote. Taejin saw that they were not making any progress. He then remembered that Seyuk was guarding Sejun's family for Dongshik and asked if there was anything to report. Seyuk said that the family's movements had been steady since they moved to Hanamdon. Because they wanted to live a normal life again, there were only a few escorts and monitors. However, a foreign group recently tried to contact Sejun through his brother Settle, but Settle handled it without much trouble. Taejin then found this amusing and laughed out loud, but his intense laughter made his bad condition worse. He said he was fine and took a cherry tomato from his pocket. It was the first time Seyuk had seen it, and Taejin explained that it helped him deal with the curse of the flame. He realized how useful it could be for people in the future. He believed Sejun was a talent that the Republic of Korea couldn't afford to lose. He then left, reminding Seyuk to tell Dongshik to bring Sejun to his office whenever he came out of the tower. Worried, Seyuk hoped that there was something that could fully free his master from the curse. He knew that Dongshik would find a way no matter what. On the other hand, Dongshik had been struggling against the numerous poisonous spiders on the 37th floor. As he instructed his team to retreat, a team member shouted that something was attacking Dongshik from above. Dongshik was too late to react, but a woman pushed him aside and blocked the spider's attack with her sword. She struggled a bit and fended off the spider's sharp legs. She then pulled out a short sword and stabbed the spider's head. The spider finally died and fell to the ground. Everyone then panicked as Suva, the woman who saved Dongshik, came in contact with the poison. Everyone tried using healing magic, but it could only stop the poison's progress temporarily, and it would soon start spreading again. Dongshik also realized that they didn't have any antidotes left and it would take too long to get more from the alchemist. Suddenly, the cat that would save the day finally arrived. Theo wondered why Dongshik was in the area since they had planned to meet in the usual trading spot. Dongshik apologized, saying he had forgotten it was trading day. Theo then noticed Sua and wondered why she was sleeping. He wanted to wake her up and have her take his photos as usual. Dongshik explained that Sua was poisoned, but despite looking passed out, Sua was instinctively petting her favorite Saliscat Theo. Dongshik claimed Suha might lose her life and asked if Theo knew any place that sold antidotes. Theo said there were no alchemists nearby, but then he suddenly remembered something. He rummaged through his bundle and brought out some green onions, introducing them as the detoxifying green onions. Dongshik checked the green onions' description and discovered that they had detoxifying effects for poisons of grade D and lower, and their effect could be stacked up to 10 times within an hour. He realized that they could detoxify the spider's poison and made Sua eat one. As soon as Sua munched on the green onion, the poison scar on her face disappeared. She felt better and lighter than before, and Theo was relieved. She thanked her favorite cat, Theo, for saving her life. However, Theo asked for 5 towers at a discounted price. In the end, Theo proved to be a thorough merchant. Dongshik asked where the detox green onion came from, and Theo explained that it was a new crop he was selling. Dongshik was shocked that it came at the right time for the deadly tarantula's poison, which was graded E+. He smiled, realizing that conquering the boss monster was now doable. He couldn't help but call Theo the best golden cat around. Dongshik excitedly asked Theo how many units he had, and Theo claimed he had 100 units. Dongshik then asked to buy all of them. However, someone told him to wait. The Royal Knights and Wizard Guild appeared, complaining that the Phoenix Guild was violating their business ethics. Dongshik was surprised to see them and assumed they had followed his team while fighting the boss monster. A representative from the intruding guild scolded Theo for giving preferential treatment to the Phoenix Guild. Dongshik couldn't believe their actions, thinking that people would only seek out Theo since the produce came from Sejun. He worried about Theo's reputation as a merchant because many witnesses had arrived, and Theo would have to listen to their complaints. Theo decided to hold an auction, as he usually did, and those who had complained agreed. To start, Theo brought out batches of grade C cherry tomatoes, totaling 6,000 units. Everyone was surprised by the new grade of the cherry tomatoes. They had already been amazed by the detox green onions, but the new grade of cherry tomatoes was even more astonishing. The bidding began, starting at 350 tower coins and quickly increasing by hundreds. Seeing his teammates bidding, Dongshik reminded them about the green onions needed for their mission. The auction continued, and Theo kept collecting tower coins. After selling all the cherry tomatoes, he proceeded to sell the detoxifying green onions in batches of 10 units. Dongshik immediately placed a bid, and the representative from the Royal Knights did the same. Dongshik quickly outbid the amount, and Theo counted down until no one bid further. It was a bit pricey, but Dongshik couldn't afford to lose. As the next batch started, the Royal Knights immediately bid a high price, and Theo sold it to them. Another batch started, and Dongshik got outbid again, with Theo selling the green onions to the Royal Knights. The Royal Knights continued bidding high prices, making Theo happy as a businessman, and he started dancing around. Sua didn't miss the chance to take photos. In the end, Dongshik managed to secure only 10 green onions. The Royal Knights and the Wizards Guild mocked him, claiming they would go up first. Dongshik's team members apologized for getting distracted by the cherry tomatoes. Dongshik told them not to worry since life goes on. Sua then informed Dongshik that Theo wanted to talk to him. Theo and Dongshik went to a separate area, where Dongshik shared that Sejun's family was already living in Hanamdong. Theo took notes as Dongshik assured him that Sejun's family was under the protection of the Korean Association since Sejun was a much-needed talent for the country. Theo then recalled that Sejun had some rewards for Dongshik and rummaged through his bundle. He brought out 200 units of cherry tomatoes and 50 units of detoxifying green onions. Dongshik was surprised to see more of the crucial green onions. Theo shared that Sejun had planned to sell crops to Dongshik at a cheaper price as a reward for protecting his family, but it was their trade secret. Dongshik claimed it had been a fair deal between them and was assured that the previous situation would not happen again. Dongshik also reminded himself that the matter with Sejun's family was top secret. Theo then claimed he had another secret item that he could exclusively sell to Dongshik. Like a crooked salesperson, Theo asked if Dongshik was interested. Theo's sudden change in behavior confused Dongshik. Meanwhile, the Minotaurs and Grey Rabbits were working together to build Sejun's brick house. Sejun was surprised to see the progress despite it being only a few days since they had started constructing. The Grey Rabbits claimed it was all thanks to the Minotaurs' hard work. However, Pimik said it might take time for them to finish the interior since it would be just the three siblings working on it. He also wanted to know how Sejun wanted the room structure to look. Sejun walked inside the house and Koing followed. As Sejun started discussing, a cracking sound was heard nearby. They then discovered Koing forcing his way inside the house. Sejun told him he was not allowed to come in because he was big and the house might collapse. Koing claimed he was not a bad bear who would destroy his dad's house. Sejun anxiously hugged him and told Koing to eat some honey somewhere first. Koing was left alone with the queen bee and said he also wanted to go inside Sejun's house. He cried as he realized he was too big and wouldn't be able to sleep with Sejun. Suddenly, his tears, which fell on his paws, shone brightly. Sejun was still busy discussing things with the Grey Rabbits. Koing suddenly called out to him and tackled Sejun with full force. They crashed into a nearby stack of green onions. Confused, Sejun asked what had happened. When he opened his eyes, he discovered Koing in a smaller form. Koing announced that he had somehow gotten smaller. Surprised by the sudden event, Sejun asks what happened when he sees that Koing has shrunk to the size he was when they first met. Then, Sejun notices that Koing has changed into a crimson giant honey bear. Sejun thinks that Koing has evolved and shrunk to the size of a cub. When Sejun wonders if Koing can't grow bigger anymore, the bear cub holds his breath and tries something. Koing then grows bigger, almost as big as the Minotaurs. A Minotaur explains that Koing's desire to stay small was stopping his growth, which sometimes happens to young monsters who are afraid of becoming adults. Sejun is confused by this explanation. Koing then turns smaller again and runs to Sejun for a hug. He asks if he can go inside the house now and get hugged like Theo and Black Rabbit. Sejun suddenly feels a pang in his heart and hugs Koing tightly. Realizing that Koing wants to be loved, Sejun apologizes for misunderstanding things. He then offers Koing a tour of the house and decides to set up a bed for Koing. Koing asks to go inside the cave too. However, Sejun worries that the crops inside might be eaten by the hungry bear cub. He looks anxiously at Black Rabbit, who shakes his head, signaling it wouldn't be okay. Meanwhile, Dongshik is shocked to see a new kind of crop. Theo introduces it as the sweet sun pumpkin potato. Dongshik checks its description and sees that it can break down 200 grams of body fat, increase flame resistance for 5 hours, and provide cold resistance for 24 hours. Dongshik is surprised. Why is he so shocked? Let's recap the story of Han Tae-jun, a living legend of South Korea. He is the first to break through the 52nd floor and fight the flaming wild boar guarding the waypoint. After 3 days and nights of fierce battle, the fight ends in a draw. Both sides retreat, and Tae-jun is critically wounded and cursed with the Curse of Flames, which continuously burns his surroundings. To slow the curse, he needs to keep infusing magic or lowering his body temperature. Everyone expects him to retire, but Tae-jun can't let go of his attachment to the tower. Dongshik realizes a new crop can help his master's curse and even defeat the flaming wild boar. He believes the legend will return to the tower. Additionally, he obtains detoxifying onion greens and thanks Theo for providing what he needs. Theo is fine with this since it helps cover up his mistake, believing his crime is perfectly hidden. Soon after, Dongshik regroups with his team members who are preparing to go down. He shows them what he got from Theo, and everyone is surprised. Dongshik says they should take the opportunity and mark the waypoint before leaving the tower. They look at each other and each takes a bite of the detoxifying green onions. Dongshik's team then begins fighting the boss monster. On the 75th floor, in the merchant market, Theo and his loyal bodyguards walk through the streets. Elka can see that Theo is in a good mood. Theo says recent sales were good and offers to treat the wolves to something tasty. As they discuss what to eat, Theo notices something and feels like he has psychic powers. He sees a ring at a random stall and tries to buy it. but someone else also reaches for it. It's Iona. Theo asks who she is and insists he got the ring first. Iona sees that Theo is only a mid-class merchant and says he doesn't need the ring. Theo insists he got it first and tells Iona to go away, calling her a midget. Iona feels offended by his rude words. Elka asks what's wrong and suddenly freaks out when he sees Iona. He can't believe the archmage of destruction, Iona, is standing in front of them. He realizes his mistake after noticing the staff. It is the legendary artifact called the Staff of Calamity. This staff can level entire mountains with one wave and turn rivers into seas with another. Elka wonders why someone like Iona is in the merchant market. Iona then asks Theo if he knows who she is. She tells him to take back his words and actions towards her because she's in a bad mood and tired. She decides to take Theo's life as an apology. Elka rushes to defend Theo and tells Iona that Theo is the Black Dragon's direct subordinate. Iona is surprised by this and calms down. Elka introduces himself and his tribe. Iona warns that impersonating the Black Dragon is a serious crime with the death penalty. Elka swears on his tribe's name that he is not lying. Theo also confirms that he is really the Black Dragon's subordinate. Iona then asks them to prove what they are saying by taking her to the Black Dragon. However, Theo doesn't want to do it for free. His arrogant words make Elka worried, and he curses at Theo in his mind, fearing that Iona will get mad again. Theo introduced himself not only as the Black Dragon's subordinate, but also as a wandering merchant. He told Iona to pay the price for meeting the Black Dragon. Elka thought they were in trouble. However, Iona suddenly smiled and laughed out loud. She saw how confident Theo was, noticing his unwavering eyes in front of her. She asked what Theo wanted as payment. Theo then claimed he was looking for something to gift the Black Dragon. Iona realized Theo was buying the ring for the Black Dragon and decided to pay for it. She asked Theo if he needed anything else since she would pay for all of them. This was Iona's only chance to meet the Black Dragon personally. Meanwhile, Theo thought he had found an easy target. Later, in a store, Theo went on a bulk buying spree, getting bottles and even accessory hats. He asked Elka and the others if they needed anything since it was for free, but Elka anxiously refused. Iona asked if Theo was really buying all these items for the Black Dragon. Theo claimed the Black Dragon needed a lot of things. He liked a hat, so he chose to buy it. Iona then started to doubt Theo. Just then, Theo called her out and gave her a hat he thought suited her. Iona felt a bit touched and said that not all magicians wore pointed hats. Just when she thought Theo was being considerate, the rude cat asked her to pay. The total was 20 tower coins for everything, and Iona paid without hesitation. However, Theo asked for a discount on their purchase. He couldn't believe Iona was just going to buy everything without trying to get a lower price. The store owner then offered everything for 18 tower coins. Theo started to haggle more, and the price dropped to 17 tower coins. Theo then asked for an even bigger discount. Soon after, we saw the wolves carrying what Theo and Iona bought. Theo thanked Iona, who was fine with it since it was for the Black Dragon. Iona was confused because Theo only bought small items when she thought he would ask for something more important. She was also surprised that Theo kept bargaining for lower prices earlier. Iona then asked where the Black Dragon was. Theo claimed the Black Dragon was on the 99th floor. Iona was confused and wondered why it would be on the 99th floor since that was where the admin space connected all parts of the tower. Theo exclaimed that Iona would understand once they got there. Iona then found everything suspicious. Back on the 38th floor, the boss monster was beaten and fell in front of the Phoenix Guild members that Dongshik was leading. They all celebrated because they had succeeded in conquering the 38th floor of the tower. Dongshik smiled as he looked at the waypoint crystal and told his team to move on to the 39th floor. The system then confirmed their waypoint registration and they moved to the 39th floor. Meanwhile, in Gaggle's Tower Farming Project's HQ, the chairman learned that the Phoenix Guild had conquered the 38th floor with the help of a new crop, detox green onions. The chairman was mad because they couldn't even germinate a cherry tomato in the tower using the power of money, and now another type of crop had appeared. He was worried that the company's board members were getting dissatisfied since they were not making any progress at all. Just then, someone barged into the room and told the chairman to come out. A weird plant, letting out a shrieking sound, had grown in their fields. The chairman assumed it was the cherry tomato they had planted. The assistant claimed it might have mutated due to the growth promoter. The chairman scolded her for leaving it and not discarding it as he had ordered. He exclaimed that it was not a plant anymore, but a living monster. He then cut off the plant monster, and suddenly, a system window appeared. The plant monster was called Contaminated Cherry Tomato, and gave him experience points. The assistant could only assume that the tower's power had made the plant mutate, and instead of water and nutrients, it fed on bugs and small animals. She thanked the mutated plant since she was able to level up easily without danger, and personally witnessed the results of her research. She also claimed the mutated plants could reproduce on their own, and just then, another plant monster started budding. The assistant claimed it was an unexpected discovery, and if things went well, the hierarchy in the tower would change. The chairman fully realized they had a chance. He ordered his assistant to get rid of all the plants and replace them with the contaminated cherry tomatoes. If they couldn't grow the magic cherry tomatoes, they would grow something else. Their new goal was to create an EXP points farm. Meanwhile, Sejun was watching a queen bee's cocoon on its third day. He encouraged it to do its best as the cocoon moved. Seconds later, the cocoon opened, and the third queen bee finally appeared. The system announced that Sejun was now the owner. Sejun called out the third queen bee and greeted her along with the first and second queen bees. The queen bee felt touched by the welcome, and her elder sisters helped her get used to flying. Sejun went back to the shade to relax. Just when he thought of resting, a blank substance suddenly splattered on his face. Kwang then called him over and exclaimed that something new had appeared in the pond. There, he held a squid looking proud. A new source of nutrients and ingredients had finally appeared. Sejun discovered the other rabbits covered in squid ink and laughed at them for turning black. He wasn't being racist. For some reason, Mama Rabbit was also wiping Black Rabbit's face. Sejun then checked the pond and was surprised to see many squids. Kwang shared that Black Rabbit had found them by chance and didn't know what they were. Sejun realized his friends didn't know what a squid was and claimed they were extremely delicious. He immediately prepared one, sliced it into rings, and fried them using eel oil to make his own stir-fried squid. System windows appeared, registering the food as a new recipe. Sejun continued cooking more, whole grilled squid and squid sashimi. Black Rabbit and Kwang drooled over these new dishes. As a Korean, Sejun missed the taste of spicy squid and started craving rice as he ate. The others also enjoyed the chewy and tasty squid meat. Black Rabbit decided to look for more delicious things in the Sea of Dimensions. Kwang wanted to go with him, but Sejun asked if he knew how to dive. Kwang admitted he didn't, so Sejun decided to teach him after their meal. Meanwhile, Theo and the wolves were on their way back to the 99th floor. Before entering the passageways, Elka stopped because he noticed something in the distance. An employee standing in front of the high-speed passageway shouted that the route was closed. Theo asked what was happening, but Elka didn't know why the passageway's manager was controlling the traffic. After asking around, Elka found out that red locusts had appeared on the 69th floor of the tower, and this news shocked him. Theo wondered what they were. Iona then explained that the red locusts were pests known as the Shadow of Destruction and the start of a disaster. She further explained that they were creatures created to eat and destroy anything in their path, including the homes of those living in the tower. She said that the Magic Tower and Mercenary Alliance were currently controlling the passageways to fight the red locusts. She also mentioned that she was supposed to join the alliance, but meeting the Black Dragon was more important. She then asked Theo and the others to quickly move to the light-speed passageway. Theo got worried because the light-speed passageways were only meant for high-class merchants, and he was just a middle-class wandering merchant. Iona assured him that they would be fine because she was with them. She then brought out a gold badge from her cape, and Theo was shocked because it was something only grand wandering merchants could receive. It was a symbol of power that allowed unlimited use of all shortcut routes. Theo then expressed his desire to get along with Iona, but Iona refused. Meanwhile, back on the 99th floor, Sejun continued harvesting green onions and sighed as he looked over his vast fields. He couldn't believe how quickly they had grown. They kept separating and planting them, and he hadn't noticed that the fields had expanded by 6,600 square meters, turning them into a forest. He could hear the sound of cutting green onions but couldn't see the others. Just then, he heard the Scythe Rabbit shriek, and Sejun went to check on her. He discovered her along with Scissors Rabbit, struggling to cut a strange green onion. Sejun claimed that should be impossible and went to grab the green onion. However, he felt pain upon touching it and realized he was cut. Seeing that the green onion was hard like iron, he uprooted it. System windows appeared, naming the crop as the top blade green onion. Sejun achieved the creation of a new crop variety in the tower, and the tower granted him exclusive cultivation rights for new crop varieties. It was then established that no one else could cultivate the top blade green onion without Sejun's permission. The top blade green onion was a mutant green onion that metallized its leaves to protect itself, which decreased its taste and nutritional value. Sejun was shocked by this new development but disappointed that there were no effects when the new crop was consumed. Noticing it was metallized, he swung the tub blade green onion and chopped many green onions. Realizing its usefulness, Sejun decided to plant a lot of them. Suddenly, Aileen contacted Sejun. Sejun expressed his worry since Aileen had not been answering her calls. Crying, Aileen asked for some counseling. Sejun worriedly asked what was wrong. Tears then flooded from the system window, and Sejun was taken aback. Soon after, Sejun, along with his friends, learned that red locusts had invaded the 67th floor of the tower. Mama Rabbit started feeling traumatized, hearing that the disaster was back. Papa Rabbit asked her to calm down since she was pregnant. Sejun then recalled that the red locusts were the beings that had annihilated the Rabbit Kingdom in the past, and Aileen confirmed it. He then asked what they were like in detail. Aileen then explained that one of them was not really threatening, but as they ate of everything, the colony would evolve as their numbers increased. If not stopped, the whole 67th floor might be wiped out, and all living beings would perish. She claimed the red locusts were also targeting the waypoints to get to the other floors, and assumed that the 99th floor would also be in danger in the future. Sejun then started thinking of something after hearing the descriptions of the pests. Aileen shared that she was being prevented from taking any action on the 69th floor and apologized for feeling useless. She then asked for Sejun's help with this matter. Sejun reassured her, saying she shouldn't worry because he would do anything he could to help. He reminded her that he was a tower farmer and that the tower had become his home too. He claimed that everyone would drop anything at once if it was for the sake of the tower. The Black Rabbit told Aileen to trust in them, the tower's residents. Seeing everyone eager to help, Aileen couldn't help but feel glad that she had them. However, Sejun didn't really know how to solve the issue since he couldn't get down the tower. Just then, Theo finally returned, and Sejun noticed that they had a guest. Iona greeted Sejun and asked if he was the Black Dragon. Sejun just stood there, looking confused as he saw a talking hamster in front of him. Sejun had asked who the hamster was, and Theo explained that she was someone who had wanted to meet the Black Dragon. Iona then introduced herself as the chief of the Magic Association. Aileen then informed Sejun that Iona might have come to resolve the issue with the red locusts on the 67th floor. She assumed that Iona was one of the very high-ranking monsters in the tower, and asked Sejun to listen to what Iona had to say. Sejun then decided to listen to Iona, but wanted to treat her as a guest first. Sejun served some drinks for Iona and sat across from her at the table. He then asked what had brought Iona to the 99th floor. Iona claimed she had an earnest request to make. Sejun asked if it was about the red locust swarm. Iona was flustered and immediately asked why the Great Black Dragon hadn't done anything despite knowing about the disaster. Anxiously, Sejun simply explained that certain circumstances had come up. Theo and Koing had asked for food, and Sejun scolded them for being rude in front of a guest. Iona wondered if Sejun had truly been the Black Dragon, but the atmosphere was so relaxed. Apart from Sejun's black hair, Iona couldn't see any signs that he was the Black Dragon. To her, Sejun seemed more like a person who had recently found himself in the tower, and she didn't sense any power emanating from him. However, no other living being in the tower could match the Black Dragon's energy, and faint traces of strong magic were only barely detectable from certain items like Sejun's hat and sickle. Unsure of the situation, Iona pondered Sejun's identity. As she sipped the drink offered to her, she was amazed by the intense surge of energy and mana she felt from the red, thick liquid that was surprisingly sweet and delicious. Sejun looked proud as he explained that it was made from magic cherry tomato juice mixed with honey. Intrigued, Iona asked to see the magic cherry tomatoes. Papa Rabbit then brought out a bowl of them. Iona remembered that Papa Rabbit hailed from the Red Ribbon Kingdom on the 55th floor. Confirming Sejun's hospitality, Papa Rabbit mentioned that Sejun had taken them in. Examining the cherry tomato in her hand, Iona remarked that she had never seen anything like it before and inquired if there were more. Sejun happily shared that they also had sweet potatoes, carrots, and peanuts. Iona, resembling a hamster in her excitement, couldn't contain herself. Iona looked around and saw Theo acting like a good uncle for Koing, giving him some churros. She also noticed the minotaurs, silver wolves, and gray rabbits happily interacting with each other. Iona then realized that Sejun had been taking care of monsters who had nowhere to go while working on solving the food crisis and researching items. She assumed that the weak Black Dragon energy she had felt from Sejun was only his consideration toward the weaker monsters. She couldn't believe the Black Dragon had sacrificed and lowered himself for the sake of the tower. Sejun then tried to continue the discussion about the red locusts, but Iona apologized first, as she had misunderstood the deep grace and wisdom of the Black Dragon. She claimed she had committed a great sin and prostrated herself before Sejun, who looked confused. Sejun then put the top blade green onion on the table and said it could help solve the problem. Looking at the green onion in front of her, Iona appeared confused. Sejun then mentioned a story he had read about Eskimos hunting wolves. Allegedly, they could capture even fierce wolves using a single blood-stained knife. The Eskimos would freeze the knife with blood multiple times and bury it upside down in the snow. Hungry wolves, attracted by the scent of blood, would lick the knife. Over time, the blade would cut their tongues, causing them to bleed. However, due to the cold numbing their tongues, the wolves didn't realize they were dying from blood loss. Sejun claimed he had read this in a book. Theo felt worried and scared, warning Elka not to try such tactics. Elka assured him he wouldn't act like a wolf in that way. Iona found the story intriguing. She speculated that the red locusts wouldn't distinguish between normal and tough blade green onions and would rush blindly towards them. Once the red locusts tasted the normal green onions, they would seek out others and inadvertently rush towards the tough blade green onion, cutting themselves to death. Iona realized they could defend the waypoint using this strategy. She was impressed to see the Great Black Dragon devising new weapons to combat the red locusts and solve the tower's food shortage. Sejun chuckled as he realized he was being misunderstood, but he still wanted to test his theory, having recently harvested the tough blade green onion. Iona assured him it wouldn't be a problem, as she had a few red locusts with her. Opening her dimensional storage, she pulled out her staff and some red locusts. The locusts were unconscious and enveloped in a thick fog-like magic. Iona was lucky to have captured them for experimentation. Sejun asked Iona to wait a moment and stood up. He planted the top blade green onion he had nearby, along with a regular one. Sejun then asked Iona to release the red locusts. She dispelled her magic, and the locusts woke up. They immediately noticed the green onions nearby and flew towards them. They ate the ordinary green onion first, then targeted the top blade green onion. The locusts were effortlessly sliced in half, like butter. Sejun exclaimed that it was a success. Suddenly, a system window appeared and congratulated Sejun for destroying pests with crops. He then received a new job trait. He can now gain EXP points when catching or destroying pests. This new farmer trait shocked Sejun, who had only been planting the whole time to gain EXP points. He was happy about the new trait. Meanwhile, Dongshik reported back to his master, Taejun, who was chilling in his cold room. Aside from the successful raid on the 38th floor of the tower, Taejun knew Dongshik came for another good piece of news. Dongshik then brought out the potato he received from Theo. Dongshik claimed everyone had been waiting for the return of the legend and asked him to return to the tower. Taejun smirked with confidence and his curse of flames was neutralized for 5 hours. Soon after, in the 6th floor, the huge swarm of red locusts were being fended off by the lizardmen tribe. However, the lizardmen were too outnumbered. They still tried their best to push back the red locusts, since the waypoint was just behind them. Just then, someone told them to stand back. Iona appeared while chanting a huge fire-based spell. With one swing of her staff of destruction, the huge ball of fire crashed on the swarm of red locusts. A huge part of the swarm was burned into nothing. Iona then exclaimed that she bought enough time and brought out the tough blade green onion. She instructed the lizardmen to evenly plant them in the front of the enemy. Despite looking confused, the lizardmen moved per Iona's instructions. They then hurriedly planted the green onions. As they saw the swarm of red locusts fly toward them, the lizardmen hurriedly ran away. The red locusts tried to eat the green onions, but got sliced into pieces instead. The lizardmen can see how the red locusts were dying off one by one as they flew past the green onions. Everyone questioned Iona about the strange green onions she brought. Iona claimed they were a gift from the Great Black Dragon. This confused the warriors. Then, Iona loudly declared that they no longer needed to fear the invaders. She instructed them to focus only on attacking the red locusts that managed to get past the green onions. Her words boosted the warriors' confidence, and they fought once more for their beloved home, the tower, and for the Great Black Dragon. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, Sejun received numerous notifications about defeating pests and gaining EXP points. He noticed issues with the top blade green onion and checked on Kong's progress. Quang successfully separated the onion leaves and proudly split the top blade green onion in two. Initially worried about how to grow more tough blade green onions due to the difficulty, Sejun was relieved that Quang proved to be capable. A few days ago, Sejun made a deal with Iona to build a defense line against the red locusts using tough blade green onions. In a flashback, Sejun knelt and asked Iona to bring the tough blade green onions with her. Iona thanked him but expressed concern that the new crop might be exploited if not monitored closely. She suggested that Theo, who worked directly under the Black Dragon, handle the crop's transport. Sejun agreed, and Theo agreed to assist. Iona also noted it would be difficult for her to return to the 99th floor to get more tough blade green onions, so she planned to use the Wandering Merchant Association for transportation, under Theo's name. Suddenly, Sejun heard a crunching sound and discovered Kung snacking on both the tough blade green onions and red locusts. Sejun was too late. Koing had eaten everything because they tasted good. Elka wondered if he could eat some of the remaining red locusts. It was then that Sejun realized monsters found red locusts tasty. Back in the present, Elka had been assigned to carry the tough blade green onions up to the 67th floor. Loading everything onto his back, Sejun cautioned him to be careful, especially with the red locusts. On the battlefield's front lines, the lizardmen were feasting on the deceased red locusts as a food source. With many red locusts dead, the amount supplied far exceeded what was being consumed, and everyone struggled to manage it. If left alone, the dead red locusts would have been eaten by their own kind. Therefore, the Silver Wolf tribe was tasked with transporting the remains of the red locusts up to the 99th floor to be managed and used as food. Additionally, they planned to sell more than a certain amount to generate profits and use the funds to rebuild the drought-stricken 85th floor. Sejun arranged for the Silver Wolf tribe to receive a portion of the revenue they generated as commission, ensuring they had a profitable route alongside the tough blade green onion. Later, Sejun scolded Theo the intern for not fanning properly. Feeling upset, Theo asked to be promoted back to his previous Salascat position. Sejun reminded him that taking the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes and selling them was a serious mistake. Though he was relieved to still have some shoots to plant, he feared losing a new crop forever. Feeling apologetic, Theo promised not to repeat his mistake. However, Theo was pleased to have sold the new crop to Dongshik, a trustworthy hunter who keeps secrets. He felt Dongshik genuinely needed the sweet sun pumpkin potatoes and proudly built more trust in the process. He believed he had done a great job. As punishment for Theo's haughtiness, Sejun added more punishment time for the mascot cat. Theo asked Sejun to take it easy. Sejun then claimed his shoulders hurt and Theo quickly offered a massage. Worried, Theo asked Sejun to take care of his body and started massaging his shoulders. Sejun decided to tease Theo more. Suddenly, more system windows appeared, showing the defeat of more red locusts and EXP points. Sejun assumed that there was another wave of attack. Just then, Sejun reached level 20, and he finally got a new farmer quest, to harvest 1,000 crops. Sejun celebrated, and he couldn't believe he leveled up that easily just by using his crops as pest-murdering machines. The new quest was not difficult for him and decided to take action immediately. Theo then scolded Sejun and told him to properly take a seat since he was still massaging him. Theo even gave him a face massage, but Sejun was feeling uncomfortable by the paw attacks. In another area of the 99th floor, a tree-like monster was writhing in pain until someone red stomped on it. It was Mama Bear who obliterated the tree monsters. She looked angry for some reason. She wondered why the tree monsters from the west area were invading her territory. She decided to strengthen her patrols. She then noticed the sun setting and decided to go back. As she dragged a dead tree monster, she wondered what was Koing doing. She hoped that Sejun would make something delicious for dinner. In the admin space, Aileen was panting. She just finished eating something and then drank a juice in a hurry. She was glad that eating something spicy relieves her stress. In front of her was a mountain of plates. She was depressed for the past few days, and eating like this made it more delicious. Sejun was glad that Aileen enjoyed her meal and promised to send sweet sun pumpkin potato next time. Aileen was happy to hear that. While walking with the rabbits in the field, Sejun got more notifications about the destroyed pests and EXP points gained. Seeing more attacks coming, Sejun worriedly wondered if the red locust numbers were not decreasing at all. Aileen had mentioned that the increase in red locust numbers had been steady lately, rising only by single digits per hour. Sejun felt relieved to hear this, as it made leveling up easier for him. He hoped his efforts would be beneficial for the 67th floor of the tower. Aileen then checked the red locust's eradication contributions, finding Sejun ranked first among those who had assisted on the 67th floor. Although Aileen couldn't observe the situation there directly due to insufficient mana, she could make predictions based on the contribution list. She assured Sejun that the tough blade green onions had played a significant role in the eradication, emphasizing that her words weren't empty. Aileen also mentioned that Sejun would receive rewards from the tower based on his contributions and encouraged him to persevere a bit longer. Sejun was surprised to learn there were rewards for eliminating invaders, wondering if it was akin to a quest with rewards. Curious about the type of rewards, Sejun asked, but Aileen kept it a secret, only hinting that higher contributions led to better rewards. Determined, Sejun resolved to work even harder for them. Sejun then continued harvesting his crops and pulled out an agility carrot. Surprisingly, it was grade C and boosts the consumer's speed and eyesight. Sejun was happy to see an improved crop and immediately rewarded the rabbits. In that way, they can be more productive for the day's job. Theo, who just woke up, told Sejun that he would go down the floors. Sejun assumed that he would meet Elka and the wolves. Theo confirmed that and claimed he would also help in collecting the red locusts murdered on the battlefield. Sejun told him to take care and asked if he correctly fetched the correct crops this time. Theo exclaimed he would not make the same mistakes again. Just then, Pibik appeared and reported that Shun's house was complete. Sejun and the others were in awe as they stood in front of the newly built house. Sejun then scanned the structure of the house up to the kitchen and was glad that they were all just like how he requested. A heated floor was also installed and everyone lay down on it to relieve their fatigue. Theo, who was supposed to leave, started to relax on the heated floor. However, Sejun didn't entirely explain to the gray rabbits about the structure of the heated floor. Pibik claims there was another species in the tower that had their houses built that way and they had experience in building some. Sejun was fascinated that there were other tower residents who use heated floors and cauldrons. Koing then discovered a small door and asked what it was. Sejun and Theo checked on it and discovered Sai the rabbit being intimate with another gray rabbit. He scolded Sejun and Theo for not knocking. Sejun ran away while covering Koing's eyes. Sejun felt tired after running away and felt sad that his own house was being used like that by others. Just then, Mama Bear arrived and Koing was happy to see her. Sejun claimed Mama Bear has been patrolling a lot for the past few days. Mama Bear shared that the area has been a little of a mess lately. She then put down the dead tree monster that she was dragging along and confused Sejun and the others. Mama Bear assumed it would be useful to Sejun and brought it over. Sejun anxiously thanked her and noticed how old-looking the tree was. Since Mama Bear was back, Theo asked if she would go to the forest and asked to take him with her. Mama Bear then offered to go with him so she wouldn't also be lonely on the way. As the two leave, Sejun asks them to take care. Sejun then wondered what to do with the old tree. He wondered if they could make furniture out of it. The gray rabbit confirmed that it was of high quality. Pibik then decided to trim it first using his axe. Sejun hoped he could make a bed out of the tree. However, the tree monster was still alive and ensnared Pibik with its violent branch. Sejun and the others were also surprised. Sejun then tried to save Pibik, but Kyung ran forward and grew bigger to leap toward the tree monster. With a frontal assault from Kyung, the tree monster was stunned and released Pibik from its grip. It then changed its target to Kyung and wrapped its branches around him. Kyung then let out his animalistic rage and tore off the tree monster's branches using his bites and claw attacks. As the two monsters roared at each other, Sejun was getting anxious and asked Aileen what he should do. Aileen claimed she was asking why a corrupted ant was in the area. Sejun explained he didn't know why it woke up and asked Aileen for any way to eliminate it. Aileen then hurriedly looked for the monster's traits in a book and told Sejun to eliminate the carnivorous fruit in the tree. As Kyung resisted against the tree monster's branches, Sejun instructed him to get smaller. Kyung did what he was asked to do and Sejun charged toward the tree monster. He then stabbed through the gaps of the monster and hit the insides. The tree monster let out some creepy words as Sejun pulled out a stabbed fruit from the tree monster. The dead monster fell to the ground and Sejun couldn't help but wonder what the monster meant by its words about everything in this place. Sejun then looked toward the forest as Kyung asked for his attention. A lot of tree monsters appeared from the thick forest. Sejun couldn't help but swear as intruders finally appeared in his area. These smaller tree monsters were called Corrupted Ents Small Branch Scouts. The corrupted branch monsters began flooding into Sejun's area. Koing, sensing the danger, made himself larger in preparation for the battle. Sejun quickly told the others to summon Black Rabbit and anyone else capable of fighting. Without waiting, Koing charged alone, leaping toward the branch monsters. The creatures stood still, watching as Koing slammed into the ground, sending a shockwave. Without hesitation, Koing began slashing at them with his claws. Sejun joined the fray, swinging his dagger furiously, demanding to know where these monsters had come from. Soon, the other rabbits who could fight joined in, leaping into the battle. Sejun urged them to stop the branch monsters to protect the fields. Black Rabbit proudly declared himself a warrior as he pulled out his hammer, excited to finally show off his skills. He swiftly eliminated the monsters, and Sejun praised him for his efforts. But as Black Rabbit basked in his success, a branch monster attempted a sneak attack. Fortunately, it was sliced apart by Sickle Rabbit, who made a superhero landing and warned Black Rabbit not to get distracted since the battlefield was still dangerous. The rest of the first-generation rabbits arrived to support the fight, and the 3 poison bee queens, along with their swarms, also joined in, helping to drive back the corrupted branch monsters. The group fought valiantly together, each contributing their strength to protect their home. Sejun continued fighting off the monsters with the help of the rabbits. He urged them to hold on just a little longer since they had already taken down most of the enemies. Suddenly, Black Rabbit warned Sejun to watch his back. A massive tree branch slammed into the ground behind him. Bigger and more terrifying monsters emerged, much larger than the ones they had faced so far. The huge monsters let out an eerie shriek, paralyzing Sejun with fear. Realizing they were outmatched, Sejun and the rabbits had no choice but to retreat. Just then, Kwang came rushing in to save them, stopping a monster that was as large as he was. He warned the creature not to mess with his dad. Sejun quickly realized they couldn't fight these new monsters without help, but Mama Bear had gone with Theo to the passageway, and it would take too long to call for backup from the Minotaurs. As Sejun struggled with what to do next, another massive branch monster snuck up behind him. In that moment of danger, the Minotaur King appeared, swiftly chopping down the monster with his axe. Sejun stood frozen, stunned to see the Minotaur King. The king asked if Sejun was alright and announced that everyone had come to help. On the battlefield, the Minotaurs engaged the larger branch monsters. A commotion then broke out behind the enemy lines. Mama Bear had returned, furious, and began tearing the monsters apart with her bare hands. The Minotaur King could clearly see Mama Bear was enraged, making the battlefield even more chaotic as they all fought together. Sejun, curious about how help had arrived just in time, asked how they knew to come. Aileen explained that she had called for backup. She had already confirmed that the Ents were heading towards Sejun's place, so she alerted the Minotaur King and Mama Bear. Aileen reminded Sejun to always trust her. Feeling relieved, Sejun was grateful for her quick thinking. With everyone gathered like a team of Avengers, Sejun declared that he would reward them all with delicious food once the battle was over. The Minotaurs, Mama Bear, Kwang, and the rabbits were thrilled by the promise. Energized by the thought of a feast, Sejun led the charge against the branch monsters, and the group shouted in unison that they were fighting for the sake of food. Meanwhile, on the 67th floor in the lizard's dense forest, the ground was littered with dead red locusts. Theo, surveying the area, asked the wolves why the forest was no longer as dense as he'd heard it should be. Elka explained that the once thick forest had been ravaged and left barren by the invading red locusts, leaving destruction in their wake. Theo observed the wolves helping clean up after the battle, and reminded them that their job was only to carry out the dead red locusts. The wolves explained that the lizardmen had asked for extra hands due to their ongoing battle. Theo asked if they were getting paid for their efforts, but Elka confirmed they weren't. Annoyed, Theo scolded them for being pushovers. Elka, confused, asked where the angry cat was heading. Theo instructed Elka to follow him, claiming he was going to secure them some money for their work. A short while later, they arrived at the battlefield's main camp, where a lizardman guard appeared confused by Theo's presence. Theo demanded the guard step aside because he needed to speak with the leader. When the guard tried to block him, Theo confidently invoked Iona's name. The guard, unconvinced, stated that even Iona was too busy to meet with strangers. Without hesitation, Theo boldly declared that he and Iona had a very important relationship. His words caused everyone nearby to freeze, including Elka, who began to worry. He couldn't believe the audacity of this bratty cat and wondered what kind of trouble Theo was stirring up now. Elka, feeling worried, asked Theo what he was talking about. Theo wondered why Elka was getting startled. His thoughts went like this: he was Sejun's follower. Iona bowed her head to Sejun, making her Sejun's follower too, so both of them were Sejun's subordinates. Because of that, they had an important connection. Proudly, Theo announced that he had a close relationship with Iona. Just then, the tent's entrance opened, and Iona stepped out. She scolded Theo for saying things that could cause misunderstandings. Soon after, the people inside the tent were surprised when Theo entered. Iona explained they were having an important meeting to prepare for the next Red Locust's attack. She asked why Theo was there and wondered if it had to do with the payment for the tough green onion blades. Theo said he was there about something related to the wolves. He complained that the wolves were the ones cleaning the messy ruins, even though the original contract only included collecting the bodies of the dead Red Locusts. He said it was an unfair and burdensome task. Iona said she didn't know anything about it since she had been on the battlefield. She then asked Toro, the head of the lizardmen, about it. Toro stammered, explaining that the lizardmen had been on the battlefield too, and since only the young and elderly lizardmen were left to clean the reclaimed areas, they had asked for help. Theo argued that they should be properly compensated for the extra heavy work. Toro asked how much that would be. Theo snapped, scolding them for giving orders to his subordinates without his approval. He demanded 1 coin per wolf, amounting to 100 tower coins. Toro became angry, accusing Theo of being corrupt. Iona stepped in, reminding Toro that Theo was a direct subordinate of the Black Dragon. She also mentioned how the Great Black Dragon's help had allowed them to reclaim the 67th floor, and how they had received the top blade green onions from him. Theo made it clear that it was also thanks to his efforts that the place hadn't fallen into complete ruin, and he asked for the payment. A lizardman asked Toro to calm down. In the end, Toro agreed to pay for the wolves' labor. Soon after, Theo left with a bundle of tower coins. He offered it to Elka, but the wolf representative refused, saying they were Theo's subordinates and had already made enough money from selling the Red Locust parts. Theo felt proud and said that offending him was the same as offending the Great Black Dragon. He told Elka to be confident and accept the money, warning them not to be pushovers. Elka reluctantly agreed. Theo then thanked Iona for supporting them. Iona apologized for not being aware of the situation since she had been leading on the front lines. Theo then instructed Elka to head to the 99th floor while he would go to the 38th floor himself. Iona recalled how the proud lizardmen were known for never giving away what belonged to them. Because of this event, rumors about a wandering cat merchant using the name of the Great Black Dragon would soon spread. It might be bad for Theo, but it wouldn't matter since the Great Black Dragon himself held many authorities under his name. She believed nothing could surpass that. Knowing how corrupt the tower had become, and understanding that food was a power that could control the tower, she couldn't allow irrational figures like greed to monopolize it. She assumed many authorities would start watching Theo closely. Theo then said goodbye and promised to visit again. He wished her good health, and Iona asked him to take care. Iona reflected on how rumors often gave birth to more rumors. Theo's story would likely be blown out of proportion, making him seem like a well-known wandering merchant. Meanwhile, Sejun leveled up to level 22, gaining a bonus stat. He had only been taking a short break and had fallen asleep without realizing he had leveled up. The battle with the invading branch monsters was over, and everyone was helping clean up. Seeing the pile of monster remains, Sejun worried they would have to clean up a huge amount of lumber. With the help of Mama Bear, Koing, and the Minotaurs, the battle had ended quickly. Sejun had leveled up thanks to Koing, letting him finish off the monsters Koing had already knocked out. Koing wanted Sejun to grow stronger quickly, and Sejun thanked him for that. At that moment, they were planning to build fences using the corpses of the branch monsters to prepare for another attack. Sejun wondered if there were more monsters like these corrupted Ents lurking in the ominous western forest. While snacking on the monsters, Mama Bear explained that these monsters had occasionally entered her territory before, but recently they had been moving more frequently. And she hadn't expected them to come this deep. Sejun, noticing how much Mama Bear was enjoying the meal, wondered if the Ents were delicious. Mama Bear apologized for not doing a better job patrolling. Sejun reassured her, saying it was fine since she was already burdened with so many responsibilities. As the number of poison bees had been increasing, Sejun decided to ask the second and third poison queen bees to assist Mama Bear. Mama Bear was grateful for the help. However, Sejun was still curious about why the corrupted Ents were coming to his area. He couldn't shake off what the dying corrupted Ents had said about his place having everything. Aileen then explained that the corrupted Ents were like viruses. No matter how many they murdered, their numbers kept increasing and they would reappear. Their goal was to corrupt any powerful tree they found. This was why all the strong trees on the 99th floor had been contaminated by the corrupted Ents. Reading from her book, Aileen shared that these monsters usually remained dormant if there wasn't a target to corrupt. She found it odd that the corrupted Ents were so active this time and asked Sejun if he had any idea why. Sejun could only think of the cherry tomatoes and corn plants. Suddenly, his stomach growled, reminding him that they hadn't eaten yet after the exhausting battle. Kwang also mentioned that he was getting hungry. Sejun decided it was time for a meal and immediately started cooking some piranhas. The other rabbits helped him in the kitchen while Kwang watched. After the food was ready, Kwang helped carry it out of the kitchen. The Minotaurs also pitched in by preparing their own meals and creating a bonfire to grill fish. Everyone gathered in the field as the food was being prepared. They all enjoyed the delicious meal, even the Minotaur King, who sat down and tried some carrot juice. His eyes lit up from the juice's delicious taste. Aileen also ate her meal while watching everyone through her crystal ball. Sejun then noticed Mama Bear looking disappointed because there wasn't enough food. He told her to check who was approaching. Soon after, Elka arrived, pulling a cart full of dead red locusts. Mama Bear was happy and continued eating her meal. Just then, Sejun heard Rabbit squeak. He asked what was wrong and saw Papa Rabbit and some of the first-generation rabbits surrounding Mama Rabbit. Trembling in pain, Mama Rabbit said she could feel the babies coming. Sejun panicked, realizing it was too late to return to the cave. He decided to take her into his house and asked someone to bring something soft for her. Everyone else was panicking too, but Sejun told them to stay calm. Soon enough, with many aunts and uncles around, the third group of baby rabbits was safely born. Sejun gently cradled them, letting them sleep peacefully on his straw hat. Meanwhile, on the 52nd floor's Red Flame Mountain, a flaming boar monster stood against a familiar old man. The boar was surprised to see Han Taejun alive and well after being cursed. Taejun thanked the boar for the vacation the curse gave him, but noticed that the boar was still living well, even with just one eye. Taejun joked about how much the boar had eaten, saying he could smell the barbecue from far away, and laughed loudly. This angered the boar, causing his flames to grow stronger. The boar attacked Taejun with all his strength, but Taejun calmly said the attack wouldn't work anymore. He revealed that he had a sweet sun pumpkin potato that could cancel out the flames. Taking a bite of the root crop, Taejun completely nullified the boar's flame curse. The boar was shocked, asking how Taejun had done it, but Taejun didn't answer. Instead, he rushed toward the boar, who tried to defend himself by creating a wall of flames. Taejun didn't hesitate to dive straight into the fire, disappearing inside it. The boar laughed, thinking Taejun would be roasted alive, but Taejun emerged unharmed and punched through the flames. He reminded the boar that his fire no longer affected him. Shocked, the boar watched as Taejun quickly closed the distance and grabbed him like a toy. The boar then decided to use physical strength to crush Taejun instead. Taejun noticed how the boar had forgotten something important since their last fight. Suddenly, Taejun lit up, and a magic circle appeared, changing the surroundings into something resembling a magician's domain. Taejun reminded the boar that he was originally a magician. Left with no other choice, the boar had to take the magical attack at point-blank range. In the end, the boar was defeated, its missing flames showing its downfall. Taejun stood atop the boar's corpse as the tower system congratulated him for defeating the 52nd floor's boss, the burning wild boar. With the boar's death, the flame curse was lifted from the floor, and the once burned land began to restore itself. Taejun's own curse also faded away, and he realized that he had shared the same fate as the 52nd floor. Grateful, Taejun thanked the sweet sun pumpkin potato and wondered how he could repay his debt to it. Just then, Taejun heard a voice and was surprised to see grass growing on the previously cursed floor. He locked eyes with someone, Theo, the famous wandering cat merchant. Taejun was shocked to see him, and Theo was equally surprised to see the sweet sun pumpkin potato in Taejun's hand. Curious, Theo asked where Taejun had found it. Taejun smiled while looking at the root crop and explained the story to Theo. As they talked, Theo soon learned that Taejun was actually Dongshik's master. Impressed, Theo remarked on how loyal a disciple Dongshik had been. Taejun laughed proudly, expressing how proud he was of Dongshik. He then thanked Theo for helping him lift the flame curse and promised not to forget such kindness. Theo, seizing the moment, asked Taejun to repay the debt by making a contract with him. Taejun, remembering how contracts within the tower carried binding magic, hesitated, not wanting to be tied down by Theo's contract. Theo's plan was to make Taejun his underling, but Taejun refused. Despite this, Theo continued pleading like a needy cat. Taejun then suggested they be friends instead, promising to come running to help if anything ever happened. Hearing this, Theo asked if Taejun would truly grant any request. Taejun laughed and said he would since they were friends. With that, Theo decided to ask for something and invited Taejun to follow him to the 38th floor. Meanwhile, Sejun was cooking a stew that had been boiling for nearly 12 hours. He wondered if it was ready to eat, and a nearby rabbit nodded in agreement. The main ingredient was red locust, which he had seen monsters enjoying not long ago. Curious about its taste, Sejun decided to try cooking it himself. Although the dish didn't look appealing, he knew it was important to gather various sources of protein. Sejun boiled the red locust and, surprisingly, received an achievement for being the first person in the tower to cook it. His cooking skill even leveled up by 3 in one go. Realizing that no one had dared to cook red locust before, he felt a mix of excitement and pride. He had already peeled off the hard shell, cut up the flesh and boiled it. Eager to taste it, Sejun grabbed a piece and took a bite. However, when he bit into it, the flesh was so tough it felt like rubber. It snapped back and Sejun, still forcing the bite, was pulled backward, hitting his head against the wall. The black rabbit came over to check on him, and Sejun explained how dry and tough the meat was. Just then, a flood of notifications appeared in front of him. The system informed him that the red locust's flesh still contained traces of poison. Thankfully, a detox had automatically applied, and Sejun realized that without the detoxifying green onion he had used in the stew, he could have been poisoned. Relieved but frustrated, Sejun sighed. Koing the rabbit felt bad for him and teased that his dad's teeth were weak. Sejun quickly responded that Koing shouldn't be saying that. After multiple trials and errors, Sejun finally managed to cook something edible. He gave a bowl of the stew to Mama Rabbit, who was still recovering, and told her to take her time eating. The rabbits thanked him for the meal. The dish was called Red Locust Soup, and Sejun received another achievement, this time for cooking the first combat food in the tower. The soup increased strength by 5.1 and kept the eater full for 3 hours. The combat food title made Sejun uneasy, but he decided to taste it anyway. The moment he tasted the soup, Sejun jumped up in surprise. Koing the rabbit asked what was wrong. Trembling, Sejun pointed at the soup and, with tears in his eyes, said it tasted just like chicken. Confused, Koing asked what chicken was. Sejun simply explained that it was a food he really liked. It had been 235 days since Sejun got lost in the tower, and he had finally discovered a meat that resembled the taste of chicken. Sejun finished the bowl of red locust soup and found it refreshing. He felt ready to combat the effects of food. It was the first time he had tasted something like chicken after being stranded in the tower for 8 months. The rabbits and Koing also enjoyed the meal. However, Sejun sensed that something was missing. Aileen then asked if he finally realized he had forgotten about her. She watched as he ate so well without her. Sejun asked how long she had been watching, and Aileen replied that it was from the beginning. She was upset that he had forgotten her after she helped him with the corrupted Ents, and even rewarded him for his contributions to exterminating the red locusts. She cried and called him ungrateful. Sejun knew he had made a big mistake and insisted that Aileen misunderstood him. He claimed he was actually going to make a special soup for her. Aileen stopped crying and asked if that was true. Sejun explained that the soup he just made was a test since he had noticed the red locusts contained a small amount of poison. He was trying things out first to detoxify the poison while improving the taste. He insisted that he had always been thinking about Aileen. Aileen was surprised to hear this and started blushing. Sejun asked her to wait while he began making a new batch of soup. Aileen set down the crystal ball, calmed down, and watched Sejun like a wife waiting for her husband to cook. However, her feelings were misunderstood by Sejun, who felt like he was under his boss's intense gaze. Sejun quickly whipped up a new soup with additional ingredients and conducted a taste test. He finished a new version of the red locust soup by adding cherry tomatoes. He achieved a new menu item, and his cooking level increased. The new combat food was registered. Although it had the same effects when eaten, its taste was slightly improved. He included the cherry tomatoes that Aileen liked and asked her to take a bowl. However, Aileen wanted it all. She wanted every bit of soup in the pot. Sejun hurriedly prepared the pot and packed everything up. A basketful of soup was then sent to Aileen. The dragon immediately noticed the sweet smell and took a sip. Her eyes widened as she decided to pour everything into her mouth. She giggled and swished her tail side to side, exclaiming how delicious the soup was. She claimed it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten. Aileen also experienced the effects of the combat food. She sat on the ground, covering her face. She felt touched that Sejun added her favorite cherry tomatoes instead of the usual potatoes. She noticed how Sejun made the meat softer compared to the previous version. She couldn't believe that he truly thought of her while cooking. Her dragon heart wouldn't calm down, and she blamed it entirely on the increase in mana. Sejun called out to Aileen, asking how the soup was and if she felt better. Aileen replied that she enjoyed the tasty food. Sejun was glad and apologized for forgetting about her earlier. He explained that he couldn't help it since he had finally tasted something familiar for the first time in the tower. He asked her not to be angry and offered dried sweet potatoes as snacks. Aileen also apologized for losing her temper, saying she had felt neglected by Sejun. He assured her that he would never neglect her and reminded her that it was all thanks to her that he could enjoy life in the tower. He promised he would always be grateful to her. Aileen was taken aback, and her dragon heart started beating faster. Suddenly, a window appeared in front of Sejun. It was a quest to enlighten one of his talents in exchange for the snacks. Sejun was surprised since it would normally take a regular hunter a lot of effort to enlighten a talent. He wondered if it was okay to be an exception. Aileen explained that he deserved it because of his contributions to the eradication she had mentioned earlier. She said Sejun would like the talent and took the snacks from him. The quest was completed and Sejun unlocked the Landowner talent, which could only be obtained by the farmer class. With this talent, Sejun could designate up to 30 tenant farmers who could use their job skills. If the tenant farmers utilized the landowner's skills, he would receive 1% of the rewards. The larger the farm, the more the talent would grow. Sejun felt how unique the talent was and was surprised by its description. He called Koing over and opened the landowner's skill window to assign someone as a tenant farmer. He selected and dragged the first position to Koing, officially assigning the Bear Kid as the first tenant farmer. Koing noticed his new title appear above his head. Sejun then asked Koing to bring him some cherry tomatoes. When Koing asked how many, Sejun replied that he wanted 100. Koing dashed away at full speed, and Sejun immediately saw notification windows popping up as Koing gathered the tomatoes. As the landowner, Sejun was rewarded with stat and level increases. He discovered that he didn't need to use his skills directly. He could earn 1% of the experience points from his skills through the tenant farmers. This meant that even if he couldn't harvest the field himself because it was too large, he could still gain job experience points and other rewards through partial contributions. He had been struggling lately with the expansion of his fields, but knowing that he could still earn experience points, even from a small harvest, made the landowner talent seem like a great benefit. The larger his farm grew, the more his talent would grow. Sejun immediately told everyone to expand the field as soon as possible. The black rabbit, feeling lazy, asked for a short break because he was sleepy. Without saying anything, Sejun used his landowner talent and assigned the black rabbit as the second tenant farmer. He told them to move around when they felt sleepy since lying down after eating would make them like a cow. A minotaur who overheard him looked confused. Sejun encouraged everyone to go and enjoy some farming. However, more corrupted Ents entered Sejun's field, signaling another danger and the need for battle. Soon after, Sejun lit some dead branches on fire and told Koing to throw them like cannonballs. Koing threw with all his strength and hit the swarm of corrupted Ents, setting them on fire. Sejun then finished them off with his dagger. He felt relieved that fire worked on the smaller ones. As for the larger monsters, the black rabbit used his hammer to smash them into pieces. Mama Bear was also there, stomping on the monsters. Together, the black rabbit and Mama Bear were more than enough to handle this wave of attackers. A small Ent scout tried to attack Sejun, but he quickly reacted and sliced the monster in half. The fields were attacked, but thanks to Mama Bear's quick response, the damage was minimal. Sejun was glad he had asked Mama Bear to patrol closer to the cave. He told her that patrols could be reduced now since they were getting along with the Minotaur King, and focusing on guarding the western forest might be a better idea. Plus, Sejun offered plenty of red locusts for Mama Bear to eat. She agreed quickly, and went with Koing to prepare to move closer to Sejun's place. In the present, Mama Bear said they had taken care of everything. Sejun thanked her but started worrying about the cleanup. Just then, the Minotaurs arrived, surprised to see the dead corrupted Ents scattered across the fields. Sejun asked them for help with the cleanup, complaining that he couldn't finish expanding his fields because of the attacks and hadn't had time to use his landlord abilities. Sejun then noticed an Ent still moving. Frustrated, he stepped on it and angrily asked where the tree was that these monsters were targeting. On the 52nd floor, Taejun walked while Theo sat on his head. Theo pointed out that there was no path where Taejun was heading. Taejun then set Theo down. The cat asked how Taejun reached the 52nd floor since he only knew that Dongshik had registered on the 38th floor. Taejun explained that he came to the 52nd floor using Linjins. Theo was shocked to hear that Taejun had the dimensional fragment fruit. He exclaimed that it wasn't something to be used recklessly since it was an illegal item from outside the tower. He suggested reporting it to the Passage Control Bureau. Taejun finally understood why the Linjins he created kept disappearing. He was relieved that he had hidden the others well. Theo gasped when Taejun uncovered a green Linjin. Theo had never seen one before and called it a snake. Taejun explained that Linjins had short lifespans and would wither away if not used. Theo said he didn't want to use anything illegal. Taejun then offered him 2 churros. Theo said he couldn't be tempted by that, but Taejun threw the churros away, and Theo instinctively grabbed them. However, Theo leaped toward the Linjin. Taejun's plan worked, and he laughed as he followed Theo, both falling through the illegal passageway. Later, on the 3rd floor in the Phoenix Guild's camp, Dongshik noticed his master returning with Theo. He asked about the curse and the flaming wild boar. Taejun explained that thanks to the sun's sweet potato he had won, everything was fine, and he had even met Theo, whom he became friends with. However, Theo angrily told him not to throw him into plants again, hinting that they had traveled using Linjins often. Hearing this, Dongshik couldn't believe Taejun had used such rare items, even on a national level. Taejun told him to calm down since they had more than just the wild boar to check on. Taejun then turned to Theo and asked him to explain everything. Taejun shared how he had used several Linjins to thoroughly check the floors between the 40th and 52nd. He even questioned the tower's residents if any hunters had passed through, and they confirmed that no one besides him had been there. Taejun then knelt and asked where Sejun was. Theo, shocked that the secret was out, trembled with anxiety, realizing that his lies had been exposed. Meanwhile, back at Sejun's cave, the cherry tomatoes were ready for a full harvest. As usual, each harvest increased Sejun's job experience. His harvesting skills level and proficiency had also grown, thanks to the new, higher-grade tomatoes. With just a bit more effort, he could produce even better crops. The rabbits called him over for the next task, so Sejun stood up. However, he froze when he noticed something unusual in his field. Remembering the ants, he wondered if the monster's real target had been inside the cave all along, but he couldn't see anything out of the ordinary. Just then, Sejun spotted an old campfire and some ashes. He was surprised, realizing the campfire had never gone out since he first lit it in the tower. He hadn't noticed because he had been spending more time outside. Since the little ones were back in the cave, he decided to relight the fire. But as he brushed away the ashes, he froze. Beneath them was a sprout, wriggling as if it were alive. Suddenly, Sejun heard a voice calling him master. Naturally, Sejun panicked. A small figure then appeared, finally greeting him. A red-haired, fairy-like girl introduced herself as Flame, the apple seed Sejun had planted in the cave. Sejun stared at her, frozen in shock. It finally dawned on him that Flame was the tree the corrupted Ents had been searching for. Flame was thrilled to finally speak with Sejun, saying it was her happiest moment since gaining consciousness. Confused, Sejun asked why her name was Flame since it didn't seem to relate to apples and wondered how a plant could even talk. Flame explained that she was a flaming red apple tree and could communicate directly with him through magic. As for her appearance, she wanted to look good in front of her master and asked if Sejun didn't like it. Sejun, trying to comfort her, called her cute several times to stop her from crying. Realizing she was a unique tree with magical abilities, Sejun called her incredible. He couldn't believe that the washed apple he ate long ago had turned out to be something so special. Flame, however, insisted she wasn't that great. She explained that when she was still a seed, she had felt intense heat and had to take root to survive. She kept growing downwards endlessly, not knowing where it would end. Eventually, her roots reached a space where she found water, and she was amazed to see it for the first time. She drank the underground water to withstand the heat, and in that darkness, she waited for the day she could finally see sunlight and sprout. Now that Flame had finally met Sejun, she said she had no more regrets. Sejun apologized for forgetting about planting Flame and even setting up a bonfire on top of her. However, Flame reassured him, saying she had actually grown stronger because of it. She explained that it allowed her to use fire magic, even though she was a plant. Sejun was surprised to hear this. Flame proudly added that she wasn't called the flaming red apple tree for no reason. Sejun praised her, marveling at how a plant, usually vulnerable to fire, could actually control it. Flame promised to grow quickly and help her master. Sejun was proud of his new youngest family member. He patted her and praised her for surviving all alone for so long. He told her not to overwork herself and to just grow up healthy, without any worries. Flame, overjoyed, asked for more pats. This was the best day of her life as an apple tree. She could now act spoiled and receive Sejun's affection. In the meantime, Flame decided to keep part of her roots hidden from Sejun for a little longer, revealing that her roots went much deeper than he knew. She then cutely asked the readers to keep this secret from him. On the 39th floor of the tower, Taejun pressed Theo again, asking where Sejun was. Dongshik recalled that Theo had once told him Sejun had saved his life back on the 40th floor. But this time, Theo pretended not to know and said he couldn't tell them. Taejun asked why and explained that Sejun was receiving a lot of attention outside the tower, especially on Earth. Taejun didn't care what the tower's residents thought of Sejun. He was important to the humans outside. Taejun wondered what floor Sejun was on, whether he needed help, and why he wasn't coming out of the tower. As the leader of South Korea's Hunter Association, Taejun needed to know. He even begged Theo to show a little generosity. Theo agreed to tell them, but on one condition. Taejun had to sign a contract. The contract required Taejun to keep the information a secret and only tell the truth to Theo. It also demanded that Taejun offer his life if he broke the agreement. Without hesitation, Taejun agreed, and he asked Dongshik to sign as well. They all went inside a tent and completed the contract. Taejun and Dongshik swore an oath to keep everything secret. Theo then revealed that Sejun wasn't actually on the 40th floor, even though that's what Sejun had asked him to say if anyone asked about his whereabouts. Dongshik immediately asked where Sejun really was. Theo could only reveal that Sejun was currently in a place so far up that humans couldn't even imagine, let alone reach. That was why Sejun couldn't leave the tower. Dongshik was shocked, but Taejun simply sat in silence, processing the information. After Theo left, Dongshik asked his master if what they had just heard was really true. Taejun asked what he meant. Dongshik reminded him that it was difficult for a hunter to go beyond a certain floor using Linjin, and it didn't make sense that Sejun was simply growing crops somewhere. Dongshik assumed that Sejun might be stuck on the 60th floor, isolated and trapped by monsters. Taejun, however, insisted that everything was true. He reminded Dongshik about the description of the sweet sun pumpkin potato, which said it absorbed sunlight from the highest point of the tower. Dongshik recalled reading that, and Taejun asked if the words highest point triggered any thoughts. Dongshik finally realized what Taejun was getting at. Taejun then speculated that Sejun was likely on the 99th floor of the tower. At that moment, Sejun suddenly felt his ears itching, wondering if someone was talking about him. Meanwhile, in Granar village, Theo's hometown, inside the residence of Israel, the wealthiest family in the village, a conversation was taking place. Israel, the father cat, was discussing the red locusts and the resulting food shortage. Across from him sat his son, Oren, who was more focused on flirting with a female cat than listening. Israel complained that the prices of imported goods had tripled due to the locusts, but Oren wasn't paying attention, which caused Israel to lose his temper. Oren, claiming he was listening, brushed off his father's concerns, saying that their wealth should make it easy to deal with the problem. His girlfriend, playing cute and scared, quickly grabbed Oren's attention again. Frustrated, Israel told Oren to stop messing around and threatened to disown him if he couldn't buy food from the merchant district. In the end, Oren was kicked out, along with his loyal servants. Outside the mansion, Oren began bad-mouthing his father, complaining that buying food should be easy for someone like him. As he walked away searching for a plan, a familiar goblin watched Oren from the shadows. In the 75th floor's food market, Oren went around trying to negotiate for cheaper food. However, everything had either tripled or quadrupled in price. He complained about how expensive the food was and asked what was going on. One of his servants explained that due to the ongoing war, some merchants were hoarding large amounts of food instead of selling it, which caused the prices to rise. Oren then cursed the wandering merchants. Deciding to take matters into his own hands, Oren planned to go directly to the farms to buy food at a lower price, instead of depending on the vendors. He then instructed his servants to join the merchant association and sign up as wandering merchants. Oren offered to sponsor them, confident that they would easily multiply their money and stockpile a mountain of food, leaving his father speechless. He vowed to turn 1,000 tower coins into a fortune using his merchant skills, dreaming of becoming a legend in Granar village when the famine hit. At that moment, Skaram approached them and asked if they wanted to become wandering merchants like him. Oren confirmed this and asked what Skaram wanted. Skaram claimed he had something valuable that would help them multiply their money, saying he had rare items from outside the tower. Meanwhile, Theo bought spices, blankets, and other things Sejun had asked for, like a few boxes of nails. He then checked the next item on his list and noticed something nearby. He was drawn to one of the stalls and asked the vendor for the price. Just then, Oren and his group found Theo and called him a coward for fleeing from Granar village. Flustered, Theo asked what Oren was doing in the merchant area. Oren proudly showed off his wandering merchant badge, and Theo quickly understood the situation. Oren mentioned that a kind goblin had helped him, and he heard a foolish cat had made some money, which inspired him to do the same. Seeing Theo as a mid-class wandering merchant, Oren was impressed by the difference in their status. He then asked how much Theo had made with the items from outside the tower. Realizing what was going on, Theo asked if Oren had bought items from Skiram. He exclaimed that Skiram was an even bigger jerk than Oren and demanded that Oren hand over the items so he could take care of them. Oren ignored him, slapped Theo, and called him ungrateful. Oren claimed that Skiram had been generous, while Theo lied to the Passage Management Bureau, accusing Skiram of being a scammer just to get his hands on all the rare items Skiram had from outside the tower. Theo insisted that Skiram was deceiving Oren, but Oren refused to believe him. Oren reminded Theo to stay in his place, just like when he confessed to Meryl, and insulted him by bringing up his lowly status as a beggar and a small fry. Surprisingly, Theo took those insults calmly and just sighed. He asked if Meryl was doing well. Oren claimed he didn't know any woman by that name. One of Oren's servants then revealed that Meryl had dumped Oren after Theo left. Oren quickly exclaimed that he was the one who had dumped Meryl. Theo gave him a pat on the back as a gesture of sympathy, but Oren slapped his hand away, saying he didn't want any comfort from Theo. Oren then shared his plan to sell the items to the Minotaur King on the 99th floor. He wanted to use the opportunity to build rapport with the strongest figure in the tower and gain him as a supporter. Oren believed that, with his talents, he would become a great wandering merchant, something he said someone like Theo couldn't even dream of. Laughing at Theo, Oren left. Theo simply wished him luck and chuckled to himself. Meanwhile, on the 99th floor, more corrupted Ents appeared near Sejun's area. Mama Bear and Kwang took the front lines. Sejun stood on top of a wall made from the corpses of Ents, and saw that more were coming to attack his flame. He instructed everyone to drink the soup he had prepared. Consuming the combat food boosted their strength stats for 30 minutes. The second poison Queen Bee helped clear away the bowls. Sejun then told Mama Bear, Kwang, and Black Rabbit to give everything they had against the corrupted Ents. The team charged into battle, breaking and slicing the monstrous branches into pieces. Suddenly, a large corrupted Ent slammed the ground near Sejun and launched a surprise attack with its flexible, whip-like branch. Fortunately, Theo joined the fight and used his claw attack to slice through the whip-like branch. Angered, he shouted that he wouldn't tolerate their attacks. The corrupted Ent couldn't defend itself as Theo easily slashed it into pieces. After the Ent was defeated, Theo landed on the ground and asked Sejun who these monsters were. Sejun briefly explained that the corrupted Ents were attacking because they wanted to get to the apple tree named Flame, which was inside the cave. Theo, confused, asked what Sejun was even talking about. Just then, another corrupted Ent tried to sneak up on Sejun, but Theo quickly dealt with it. Sejun suggested they get rid of the attackers first, and Theo agreed, understanding the task. However, Theo suddenly remembered something he had bought recently that might help. Sejun asked what it was, and Theo handed over something wrapped in cloth, shaped like a hatchet. Theo smirked and said his paws had been drawn to it. Sejun was unexpectedly excited and called out for Aileen, the dragon. Aileen, who had been watching, responded. Sejun handed the wrapped item to Aileen, and with an impromptu quest to give her a cherry tomato. Aileen appraised the hatchet as a reward. She then sent the appraised item back to Sejun's hand. Sejun held the hatchet high, striking a pose as if he were Kratos on a PlayStation cover. The system then notified him that he had obtained the asterisk Great Warrior Wukka's Throwing Hatchet asterisk. Sejun was thrilled to have received a named item. The Great Warrior Wukka's Throwing Hatchet had immense destructive power. Since it was finished with mithril, it stayed sharp for a long time. To use it, one had to be at least level 20, have strength above 15, and mana above 15. The hatchet came with 2 skills, wood splitting and retrieve. Sejun was surprised by its description and wondered how to activate the skills. Suddenly, Black Rabbit got caught by a corrupted Ent. Without wasting time, Sejun threw the hatchet, which spun toward the Ent. It hit the Ent, activating the wood splitting skill, which increased Sejun's attack by 1.5 points. With that strike, the Ent split in 2 and died. Everyone who saw it was stunned and stared at Sejun in shock. Even Mama Bear was surprised by Sejun's single blow. Kwang, impressed by Sejun, shouted that his dad was no longer a weakling who ran away, but one who could carry some weight. Feeling proud, Coin kept attacking. Sejun was at a loss for words. Sejun admired the power of the hatchet, as expected from a named item. It cut through the monster with ease. He then kissed Theo's head, praising him as his lucky cat. But Theo told him to stop, reminding him they were still in the middle of a battle. An enraged Ent then attacked. Sejun confidently used the retrieve skill, and the hatchet flew back into his hand, splitting another monster in half on its way back. Seeing the enemy fall in one hit thrilled both Sejun and Theo. Sejun declared the monsters were all doomed now that he could fully show the power of a farmer. Theo agreed and joined him as they eagerly rushed back into battle. In the end, Sejun's side won as expected. The Minotaurs took care of most of the cleanup, handling the dead corrupted Ents. Afterward, they informed Sejun they would go plow the fields next. While washing up, Sejun told them to take it easy. He let out a heavy sigh, feeling exhausted after such a long battle. When he checked his status window, he saw he had already reached level 25. His talents had grown, and his stats had improved a lot. He could hardly believe that someone like him would have such an impressive status window. Feeling proud, he hugged himself and showered himself with praise, even exclaiming that he wanted to kiss himself. Just then, Aileen said she wanted to do it too. Sejun, confused, asked what she meant, and the Black Dragon panicked, saying it was nothing and blaming the system for a sudden glitch or error. Sejun was doubtful that the system would make such a mistake. While everyone was busy tending to the fields, Theo met Flame for the first time. Flame greeted him, and Theo playfully swung his paws at Flame's transparent body, finding it amusing. Flame asked him to stop and shot a fireball at him. Theo was surprised to see a plant using fire magic and quickly apologized, promising not to joke around anymore. He then asked Flame to grill a fish for him since Sejun was busy. Flame said it would be easy and used her fire magic to grill the fish instantly. Theo found the taste refreshing, and Flame looked proud with herself. Sejun joined them later and asked Theo not to bother Flame. Theo explained that he wasn't bothering her, just asking for some grilled fish. Sejun praised Flame for her cooking skills. At that moment, a window notified Sejun that the cooldown for the growth promoter skill had ended. Sejun decided to use it on Flame and asked for her permission. Flame hesitated, wondering if she deserved the effects of such a valuable skill. Sejun reassured her, saying he wanted to see her grow strong and become a tree. Flame then politely accepted, and Sejun complimented her on her good manners. He decided to use only half the power typically used for crops and activated the skill on Flame's sprout. The system then informed him that Flame had tremendous growth potential, and instead of using half, the skill consumed the energy of 10 crops on her. Sejun was shocked that it took everything instead of just half. Sejun soon felt pressure as Flame began absorbing the effects of the growth promoter skill. She glowed brighter, and Sejun felt his mana being drained. Despite the significant amount of mana used, Flame only grew a little. Flame exclaimed that her body was overflowing with energy. Exhausted, Sejun collapsed to the ground, worrying the others. Flame, feeling guilty, asked if it was her fault. Sejun assured her it wasn't and explained that he was just tired from all the fighting and felt a bit dizzy. Flame then offered to help relieve some of Sejun's exhaustion. Sejun, curious, asked what she meant by that. Flame clasped her hands together and activated something. A white flame appeared from her small tree and slowly moved towards Sejun. As the white flame surrounded him, Sejun felt his body getting lighter and wondered if this was due to the white flame. Theo was surprised to see Sejun covered in flames. Sejun soon discovered that the flame was called the Flames of Purification, which burned away impurities from the body and improved physical condition. He then showered Flame with praise, and she was happy to have been helpful. Sejun, impressed, asked if Flame had any other skills. Flame shared that she also had the Flame of Friendship, which allowed him to control fire temporarily or boost the power of fire. Sejun, intrigued, realized that he could possibly use fire magic himself. He thought it would be a useful weapon against the branch monsters in the future. Just then, Theo began pestering Sejun for attention, claiming he had something important to share. He said that a human named Han Taejun had found out Sejun wasn't staying on the 40th floor. Sejun, surprised, finally paid attention to Theo and asked him to repeat what he had just said. Sejun couldn't believe that Theo had made friends with the strongest hunter in South Korea. Theo repeated that Taejun had discovered Sejun was not on the 40th floor. He reassured Sejun not to worry since the three of them had signed a non-disclosure contract. Sejun was surprised to learn that Dongshik was Taejun's disciple. He thought it would be nice to be indebted to those two for the sake of his family left behind, and he could continue to help them by sponsoring the guild with crops. However, what impressed Sejun more were the coincidences that Theo seemed to be encountering. Theo then mentioned he had one more request to make. He asked if Sejun remembered the reason he wanted to be a wandering merchant back then. Sejun recalled someone named Oren stealing Theo's girl. Theo then shared that Oren had also become wandering merchant and had fallen for Scarron's tricks, even calling him the bad guy in front of many people. Just as Theo had been tricked before, Oren was currently carrying useless items from outside the tower and was on his way to meet the Minotaur King. Sejun was taken aback by this news. Theo pleaded for Sejun's help to give Oren a good scolding. However, Sejun was more intrigued by the thought of items from outside the tower making their way to the 99th floor. A smirk spread across his face as he found this new development interesting. Soon after, Oren and his servants trudged across the barren land of the 99th floor. They noticed there was nothing around and found it difficult to travel. Oren complained that he was hungry and asked one of his servants for food. The other cat replied that they had nothing, having spent too much on the merchant registration fee, their bundles, and all of Scarron's items, leaving only enough for alcohol. He reminded Oren that they hadn't bought anything necessary for their journey. One of the cats groaned that they would soon die of hunger. Oren told him to stop whining, insisting that they could earn plenty of tower coins later. He urged them to find the Minotaur King first and asked for food and water, frustrated that they had come to such a desolate place just to sell rare items. He wondered how long it would take to reach the Minotaur King. One of the cats checked the map they had gotten from Scarron and estimated they needed to walk for another 2 or 3 days. Oren panicked upon hearing the travel time, while the crying cat gave up on life altogether. Suddenly, the group heard something approaching. They noticed 2 rabbits coming their way selling water. Oren was relieved to see traders and immediately asked for some water. The cart rabbit offered each bottle for 0.5 tower coins. Oren complained about how expensive it was, but the cart rabbit explained that it was difficult to procure water in such an environment. The cats nodded in agreement, silent in their despair. Oren was too thirsty, and his servants were ready to go home. The cart rabbit then asked if the cats were visitors of the Minotaur King. Oren proudly declared that they were on their way to sell rare items. The cart rabbit acted surprised and offered to let Oren and his group put their purchases on tab. Oren eagerly agreed. The rabbits presented a contract, and Oren asked what it was. The cart rabbit explained it was a contract of guarantee for outstanding payments, stating that they would have to repay 10 times the amount unless they settled their debts within 3 days. Oren was shocked and called them frauds, arguing that 10 times was ridiculous. The cart rabbit explained that the 99th floor was a harsh place to survive, and they had seen others try to escape without paying. He suggested that they could also settle their debts using their bodies later. Oren couldn't believe what he had just heard about paying with his body. He insisted that wouldn't happen, claiming he would earn a lot later on. He signed the contract and collected the bottles of water into their bundles. Oren and the others drank the water, promising to pay back in 3 days. The cart rabbit wished them well as they continued on their way. The next day, empty bottles littered the sand dunes. Oren finished the last of his bottled water and complained about feeling hungry after just a day of drinking water. He asked his servants for their share, but they refused to give him any. Frustrated, Oren grabbed the last bottle and insisted they should follow his orders. Just then, they spotted a restaurant-like place with smoke rising from it. Oren caught a whiff of something delicious in the air and started drooling as he recognized the smell of grilled fish. Sickle Rabbit, along with 3 other rabbits, greeted Oren's group. Eagerly, Oren and his servants began asking for grilled fish. Sickle Rabbit informed them it would cost 1 tower coin per fish. Oren complained about the price, but Sickle Rabbit explained that it was difficult to catch fish on the 99th floor. He then offered the same contract of guarantee, and Oren quickly signed it without hesitation. He ordered 10 grilled fish, and the others followed suit. Sickle Rabbit quickly grilled the fish in front of them, and the cats couldn't help but drool. They devoured the grilled fish, having gone a full day without food. The rabbits continued cooking until everything was eaten. The 3 cats lay down on a pile of grass, feeling so full that they were almost sick. Oren suggested they keep moving to sell their items to the Minotaur King, but one of the cats wanted to take a break since he felt sleepy. Oren, feeling the same, decided to take a nap for an hour. As the cats fell asleep, the rabbits watched over them, and Sickle Rabbit wished them sweet dreams. Soon after, the cats woke up from the heat of the sun. Oren stirred as one of his servants trembled in fear, claiming they were in trouble. Suddenly, a group of minotaurs appeared and asked if they were the ones looking for their king. Oren started trembling as well and showed his badge as proof of being wandering merchants. One of the minotaurs told them to follow him, as he would take them to the king. Oren's expression brightened at the thought of finally meeting the Minotaur King. Later, at the floor's waypoint, the Minotaur King stood proudly in front of it. Oren and his friends found themselves facing towering monsters. The Minotaur King bellowed, asking if they were looking for him. With a trembling voice, Oren replied that he had brought extremely rare items to sell. He explained that these were items from outside the tower. The Minotaur King feigned surprise and said he would have some experts confirm whether the items Oren was selling were truly rare. He then pointed to someone behind him and mentioned that someone he knew had visited by coincidence. The person turned out to be the Great Black Dragon, who was, of course, Sejun impersonating Aileen. Sejun stood proudly, and Oren was taken aback by the presence of such a formidable entity in the area. Sejun confidently introduced himself as the Great Black Dragon, asserting that he had the power to appraise rare items and that lies had no effect on him. He instructed Oren to come over and show him the items. Oren quickly moved at his command, thinking he had hit the jackpot by being acquainted with the strongest being in the tower, even more powerful than the Minotaur King. He envisioned that this connection might help him reach the highest level. Oren then scattered the items he had brought from outside the tower: a pouch, a stapler, a lighter, a roll cleaner, an emergency light, and a nail clipper. Sejun silently stared at the assortment as Oren claimed that was everything he had. Sejun recognized that these items were indeed from Earth, but they were all useless to him. His gaze landed on the worn roll cleaner, and he concluded that they were all trash. He began to wonder where Scarum had even managed to obtain such worthless items in the first place. Oren began praising Sejun for showing interest in the roll cleaner, claiming it had adhesive magic to remove dust and fur. Sejun asked for the price, just in case. Oren confidently declared it was worth 50 tower coins. His servants were taken aback by Oren's boldness, noting that he had only bought it for 5 tower coins from Scarum. They were impressed by his audacity to raise the price in front of the Great Black Dragon. Oren felt proud of himself, convinced he had a talent for being a merchant. He eagerly asked Sejun if he would buy the item, emphasizing that it was a magical item that couldn't be easily obtained. Sejun let out a weary sigh and reminded Oren that lies had no power over him. He explained that there was no magic in the roll cleaner. It was merely a consumable product that used adhesive paper, which could be peeled off afterward, making it a common item on Earth. He then picked up the used roll and declared Oren's items to be trash since not a single one was magical. Oren insisted he had heard that these items had magic imbued in them, claiming the Black Dragon must be mistaken. He quickly fell silent, realizing he had messed up. Just then, the Minotaur King slammed his hand on the ground in front of Oren. With an angered expression, he asked if Oren was suggesting that the Great Black Dragon was lying. Sejun crossed his arms, mirroring the Minotaur King's seriousness and anger. Oren fell to the ground, trembling in fear. What would happen to the scamming of Oren and his servants? By the way, Sejun was only pretending to be serious. He too was startled by the Minotaur King's sudden slap on the ground. That's it for today's recap. Give us a like and subscribe for more videos. See you next time.